2021. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Port 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. For committee members participating by electronic means, per the recently amended procedure bylaw, please ensure your video is turned on and let the Deputy City Clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. If a committee member loses connections during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Staff has circulated the contact information to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Before we begin, committee members and staff that are present at City Hall today are asked to participate in the Shake Out BC drill scheduled for 10:21 a.m. Those who are joining us remotely may participate at your own discretion. When the shakeout is happening, an announcement will come onto the PA system at City Hall. The committee will be in recess during the drill, and it will last for approximately 5 minutes. The committee meeting will resume shortly thereafter. For those of you who are in attendance, I just wanted to add that my understanding is they are asking us to go under our desks during the, okay, great. We acknowledge now that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr, Chair. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young. The meeting has quorum, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you so much, Deputy City Clerk. I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Speakers should follow along at Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to committee members using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind committee members that when addressing speakers and staff, please use gendered honorifics. Avoid using gendered honorifics, and instead, please refer to the person by first and last name or by role or title. We have 2 items of business on today's agenda, 1 presentation and 1 staff report. We will recess for lunch at noon and can reconvene the committee at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not be completed today, the backup date will be confirmed prior to recessing for the evening. Finally, I would like to remind committee members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the Deputy City Clerk in final written form before the committee member introduces them. Please ensure the City Clerk has received your amendment by using Council Meetings Amendment, DL. And make sure that you have your strikeouts clearly noted in any amendment you forward, if there's strikeouts of the language in the recommendations, and highlight any additional language. There are no consent items on this agenda. So I just want to know if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on one of the items. Seeing none, we can then move on. Before we begin, I just want to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes to make your comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of recommendations and may only speak once. Committee members, this is committee, not council, so you have 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on our speakers list. So our first item is the overdose crisis update, and we have Dr. Patricia Daly, Chief Medical Health Officer, Vancouver Coastal Health, on the line to present, and staff from Arts, Culture, and Community Services available to respond to questions. Dr. Daly?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And I'm joining you today from the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations as well. And I'm just going to share my screen with you and just check that you can see my screen, Councillor Carr.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. And I'm here today to talk to you about two public health emergencies. And I really appreciate the opportunity to update City Council on this. And of course, the two public health emergencies are the overdose crisis, which is now into its 6th year, and the pandemic that was declared at the beginning of 2020. And just to put these crises in context, one has caused, just since the beginning of 2020, 3,000 deaths in this province, the other 2,000 deaths. And one has caused 800 deaths in Vancouver Coast and the other 500 deaths. And one of these is on the front page of newspapers every day and the other is not, even though, and you guessed correctly, that the illicit drug toxicity crisis, the overdose crisis, has caused more deaths, and in fact caused many thousands more deaths in the years before 2020. So this is just since the beginning of 2020. And in fact, if we look at causes of death in this province, and this again is for a 1-year period from March 2020 to July 2021, you can see that the illicit drug toxicity was the 4th leading cause of death overall in the province of BC over that period. COVID-19 was number 7 on leading causes of death. And this is proportion of deaths that I'm displaying right now with cancers, heart disease, and stroke. They are the leading causes of death in this province. But also on this slide, you will see the median age of death for those conditions. And you will notice that illicit drug toxicity median age of death is only 44 years. So drug overdoses were responsible for a greater proportion of deaths, but also killed people at a younger age. And on the right, this is causes of death displayed in a slightly different way that we look at in public health, looking at what we call person years of life lost, which gives greater weight to deaths that occur at younger age groups. It calculates average life expectancy and the number of years lost when a person dies. And based on that calculation, illicit drug toxicity is the number 2 cause of death, and COVID-19 falls to number 8 because the median age of death is 84 for COVID-19. Now, if we look further over the March 2020 to July 2021 time period, illicit drug toxicity deaths were the number 1 cause of death in British Columbia of adults 19 to 39 years of age. And the public may not be aware of that. And you can see it's not even a close second in terms of cancers and suicides. Illicit drug toxicity deaths were also the number 3 cause of death for those under 19 years of age, and the number 2 cause of death for those 40 to 59. It's only when we get to people 60 years of age and older that we see in red that COVID-19 caused a greater proportion of deaths over that 1-year period, with the illicit drug toxicity deaths in yellow. So a grave concern that we are certainly quite appropriately devoting many public health resources and attention to the pandemic. We need to remember the other public health emergency and the tremendous and terrible toll that it's taken on residents of this province, even as the pandemic has occurred. This is a little bit more data provided by the BC Centre for Disease Control. This looks at deaths by month for those at the top under 60 years of age. And this is from 2015 to September 2021. And at the bottom, those over 60 years of age. And the black line is what expected deaths would be for those age groups. And you can see for those under 60 years of age that beginning in March 2020, when restrictions were put in place, public health restrictions to address the pandemic, advising people to physically distance, telling people to work from home, much of our healthcare system was reduced to virtual visits. That at the instigation of those measures, we did see an increased deaths over the expected rate among those under 60 years of age. Down here in yellow, you will see the deaths from illicit drug overdoses, and in red from COVID-19. And you can see that rise was not due to deaths from COVID-19. It was due to a rise in overdose deaths. Conversely, if we look at those over 60 years of age, we see that deaths were more of what we would expect for that age group, with an increase in December 2020. And that's when we saw our most intense wave of COVID-19 prior to the introduction of our vaccination campaign. And we saw many deaths in long-term care facilities. But I just want you to note that the spike that we saw in December 2020 was very similar to quite a severe influenza season that we had in 2017. And what the pandemic has highlighted to us is that frail elderly people, particularly residents of long-term care, assisted living, those living in congregate settings, are at great risk from the circulation of respiratory viruses, which may cause more severe disease in older age groups than they do in younger age groups. But COVID-19 is not the only virus that's done so. We had, as you can see, a very similar rise in deaths in a very bad flu season. We then see that for those over 60, there was another spike in deaths in June 2021. But in fact, there was very little COVID-19 circulating at that time. We were not seeing outbreaks in long-term care facilities. And that is due to the heat dome event, which, as you know, resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people, primarily older people in this province. And that is another public health crisis, of course, a climate change crisis that has been of concern to the city. So I think it's important to put these things in context. This is not to suggest that the response to COVID-19 was not completely appropriate. It is a public health emergency. We've devoted significant public health resources to control the spread of COVID-19. We want to ensure that it doesn't overwhelm our healthcare system so that we can continue to care for people who have other health conditions. But it's just a reminder that we do have other serious health issues, the overdose crisis being one, climate change being another, that we need to continue to address. So I'm now going to talk a little bit more about the illicit drug toxicity crisis. This is from the coroner's website. And every month, the coroner does release the newly identified deaths by month. It doesn't get the same publicity, as I mentioned, as the pandemic crisis. But I think you are aware that we have seen an increase in deaths. And in fact, in 2021, that the deaths shown here in the last bar on the graph are only up until the end of July. But the blue shows the rate. We actually have the highest rate we have ever seen since the beginning of the overdose public health emergency in 2016 of drug toxicity deaths. And of course, we actually had seen a decline in deaths in 2019, and it was 2020 with the declaration of the pandemic that we saw, unfortunately, a real spike in deaths, and that has continued. These are the numbers for Vancouver, City of Vancouver. Again, it's only till the end of July. A very similar pattern. You see the numbers with the increase in 2016. That was the year that the provincial health officer declared the public health emergency. We had very high deaths in 2017 and 18. We then saw a decline in 2019. We were starting to see the benefit of a number of the interventions put in place. But then, unfortunately, a spike in 2020, and we are on track in Vancouver as well to have a higher rate in 2021. And I will say that across the province, Vancouver has the highest rate of illicit drug toxicity deaths. This is not to say that it's because we're not responding and putting in place interventions to prevent death. We have the highest population of people at risk for drug overdose deaths within the city of Vancouver, and that's why we have the highest rate. Here's some data thanks to Vancouver Police Department, and they do share data with us in public health on a regular basis. That's more timely than the data that we get from the coroner, who does release the data several months after the fact. And this is a useful graph because it shows by month what did occur in 2020. So you can see along the bottom, this goes from February 2017 to August 2021. And you can see the spike in deaths did occur in the spring of 2020 when we put those public health measures in place to address the pandemic. This graph also shows where deaths are occurring. And in most places around BC, deaths do occur in private residences. Things are a little bit different in Vancouver in that about half of all of our deaths occur in single room occupancy hotels and supportive housing units. Here is the police data by year. You can see that we're on track in 2021 to have the highest number of deaths of any year since the declaration of the crisis. So how have we responded? I've talked about this before. I'm not going to review the entire public health response to the overdose crisis. I will say that we've had to redeploy much of our public health resources to address the pandemic, but we have maintained as much as possible our response to the overdose crisis. There's some essential public health services that we felt it was critically important to maintain during the last nearly 2 years of the pandemic, and this was one of them. And we've continued with naloxone distribution, overdose prevention sites, drug checking, support of peers and people with lived experience. All those harm reduction measures have continued and even as much as possible increased in recent years. But here's another example of one of the impacts of the pandemic response. This is a graph that shows the visits to overdose prevention sites in Vancouver. And I've talked to council before about the clear value of those sites. We do respond to overdoses among those consuming substances at those sites, and no one has ever died of an overdose because they're being observed when they consume their substances. Prior to the public health measures for the pandemic, we were seeing about 6,000 visits a week in Vancouver at our overdose prevention sites. With the public health measures that were put in place, we saw a dramatic reduction in visits to about 2,000 per week. Many of those sites felt they had to either shut down or reduce their volumes because of the public health measures on physical distancing. This was of grave concern to us because, in fact, throughout the entire pandemic, the risk to those people who live in places like the downtown east side of death from an overdose has always been greater than the risk of the pandemic. And you can see that despite our efforts to encourage people to use overdose prevention sites and to get those sites up and running fully, we did not until this past summer really see that we started to get visits back up to what they were prior to the pandemic. Now here is a graph that shows the number of reported overdose events at our overdose prevention sites and at Insight in blue. And you can see that in the summer months, we start to see more have more overdoses reported from those sites. That's actually a good thing, because if we weren't seeing overdoses at those sites, these people would be overdosing in places where they would be at greater risk of death. So that we want to see that. We want to see visits going up.
Councillor Carr, point of privilege. Point of privilege, Councillor Carr, sorry to interrupt. We're losing the presentation.
Can you see the presentation?
Sorry, the presentation, I see that, it's going back and forth, but I just did see it on the screen. Perhaps thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. We'll check into that. If IT staff could just confirm that that is available to the public and to council. Dr. Daly, if you can just hold on as we...
Sure, yeah, I'll hold on.
Thank
and
you.
If you need me to go back, just let me know.
Yeah, thank you. We're just gonna, it is on the screen now, but we're gonna just make sure, and I'm gonna get a confirmation from IT staff.
Okay.
Okay, Council and Dr. Daly, it is now back up on the public screen, so you're good to go again, Dr. Daly. Apologies for that.
Okay, thank you. I'll just move on to the next slide, which talks about the overdose outreach team that Miranda Compton on my team at Vancouver Coastal Health has led for a number of years now. This was a team that continued to provide support during the pandemic, and I won't go over the work of that team, but it's primarily to connect those at risk of overdose death to services and supports that they might need. It's available 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Throughout the pandemic, there have also been some new investments from both the federal and provincial government, and we're most grateful for those. You may remember that in 2018, I produced a Chief Medical Health Officer report on the crisis with a number of recommendations. The first buckets of recommendations were about expanding opioid agonist therapy and creating a better system of addiction treatment. And the investments that we've seen have been primarily to address some of those gaps. They've included funding to provide pharmaceutical alternatives to the toxic drug supply. This is a medical model, prescription model of providing legal opioids to people who may be at risk of opioid overdose death. You've heard me talk before about the SAFER pilot. This is a program that received $5 million in federal funding over 4 years and is already up and running to provide the prescription opioids to some of those at greatest risk of death, people who might have failed other forms of opioid agonist therapy. And we're primarily prescribing fentanyl to people in that program. Fentanyl is, of course, the main opioid found in people who die of overdose, but it's also what most people now have become addicted to who have opioid addiction, and there are legal forms of fentanyl that can be prescribed. The federal government also provided about $6 million in additional funding to 2 other Vancouver clinics as part of their Safer Supply initiative of pharmaceutical alternatives, including Dr. Julio Montana's clinic in the downtown east side and the Kuala Lalem clinic in the downtown east side. Another important initiative, which actually really was started because of the pandemic, are provincial guidelines to provide pharmaceutical alternatives to people who use illicit substances. It was recognized, particularly here in Vancouver, that with the pandemic, if we identified people either with COVID-19 or who were contacts of COVID-19 who were suffering from addiction, it was very challenging for those people to isolate under public health guidance because they would go into withdrawal. And so guidelines were developed with the BC Centre on Substance Use and a number of our experts here in Vancouver Coastal Health to prescribe alternatives to a whole bunch of illicit substances to people who had to isolate because they were at risk from COVID-19. That was more than just opioids. We prescribed alcohol and other substances as well. And those guidelines have now become provincial. There has also been an expansion with funding from the provincial government of opioid agonist therapy, both injectable and tablet options. And last week, many of you may have seen the announcement by Minister Malcolmson of the provincial government of $132 million in new funding for enhanced treatment and recovery services across the province, including in a number of important investments here within Vancouver, expansion of detox options, recovery options, support for peer education. And I really want to give credit to the provincial government in the midst of responding to the pandemic and the costs associated with that in the healthcare system. Our provincial government has recognized the importance of new and additional investments to address the overdose crisis. So I do want to thank them for that. However, one thing that you will hear from our experts, including the physicians who are prescribing some of these pharmaceutical alternatives, is that we cannot prescribe our way out of the overdose crisis. And if we go back to the Chief Medical Health Officer report of 2018, I mentioned there were basically 4 categories of recommendations. 2 were around treatment and opioid agonist therapy, and that's where we've seen investments from provincial and federal governments. The third bucket of recommendations was about creating a regulated alternative supply of drugs to the illegal supply. And this is where we have not yet seen actions that we think are urgently needed. Now, I do want to commend the Mayor and the City of Vancouver for the application to Health Canada to decriminalize simple possession of illicit drugs. This was one of the recommendations in the Chief MHO report. This is the first application to Health Canada for such an exemption, and I want to thank the partners who worked on that model. I would urge the federal government to approve that application as soon as possible. While decriminalization does not address the contamination of the illicit drug supply, it reduces the stigma associated with drug use, which is certainly contributing to the increase in deaths that we've seen. And it gets us on a path to what we believe is ultimately needed, which is a regulated supply of drugs as an alternative. And I also want to thank City Council. Last week, you did support an application for exemption for a compassion club model. We as medical health officers in Vancouver Coastal Health also strongly support that application. These are our peers, drug users themselves, who want to create a model that we know is a non-medical model, is actually where we think we need to get to in addressing the overdose crisis, that will provide an alternative to contaminated illegal supply through identifying drugs, ensuring drug checking so that people know what they are consuming and we can reduce the risk of death. And I would remind Council that prior to the legalization of cannabis in Canada, there were cannabis compassion clubs right here in the City of Vancouver. The City Council also approved a business model for storefront cannabis dispensaries in the city of Vancouver, even though the supply of drugs in those dispensaries was illegal at the time. And just this morning in the Globe and Mail, there was an editorial that talked about the legalization of cannabis and that we have not seen harms associated with creating that legal regulatory framework for cannabis. And we need to think about that. The harms we have associated with other illicit drugs could be addressed by an appropriate regulatory framework. It doesn't mean we would have storefront dispensaries like cannabis, but we do need to come up with a model that provides an alternative to the illicit drug supply. Now, the other area, before I get to the COVID crisis, that we have not addressed in the Chief Medical Health Officer report is a number of the recommendations that we had to prevent a substance use disorder, which primarily need to focus on children and youth. And I will say that the pandemic has had a particularly harmful effects on the mental health of our children and youth, and that's of grave concern to us because it could put us at risk in future of more people who use substances in a problematic way. And I'm just going to turn now to talk a little bit about where we are with the pandemic, our second public health emergency. And I'm going to start by just showing you a graph of COVID-19 cases this is from the World Health Organization website around the world. COVID-19, as you know, is a virus that is transmitted in populations in waves of activity. There are certain public health measures that can mitigate some of those waves, but this is the nature of respiratory viruses. There have been over 240 million cases around the world, in all parts of the world, and 4.9 million deaths. And we do see that over periods of time that waves will appear in countries and then subside. We do also know that vaccination can mitigate those waves. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But first, just to show you the epidemic curve for Canada. The declaration of the pandemic in the spring of 2020, we had the first wave of activity. We weren't testing mild cases at that time, so there may actually have been many more cases in Canada during that wave. In the summer months, fewer cases, and COVID-19, the virus that causes COVID-19 does seem to have some seasonality to it, just like influenza virus and other respiratory viruses with greater risk in the winter and fall, or in the fall and winter months. We then saw a big wave of activity at the end of 2020 prior to the arrival of COVID-19 vaccines. And you may remember that the first allotments of vaccines that Canada received were quite small. So we had another wave in spring before we'd had the opportunity to vaccinate a large percentage of our population. That wave was actually the biggest wave that we've seen in Canada. It came down quite precipitously, and we had lower rates in the summer. And then we've seen the so-called fourth wave this fall that's been driven by the Delta variant of COVID-19 virus. This is a variant that has now become the only circulating variant essentially in our province. It is more easily transmitted than previous strains of the virus that we have seen. It's transmitted in a very similar way. We have not seen evidence that it causes more severe disease. And the good news is our vaccines do protect against the Delta variant, but because it's more easily transmitted, we will see more cases amongst those who, first of all, are unvaccinated, and people who are fully vaccinated. The vaccine is not 100% protective, can also be infected with the Delta variant of the virus, but they're at much lower risk for severe disease. And I'll talk about that in a moment. First, I just want to show you how BC is comparing to other provinces, because the rate of COVID-19 is not the same across Canada. You may remember in the early waves of activity in 2020 that the highest rates were in Quebec, Ontario. We had relatively low rates in British Columbia. In this most recent fourth wave, we've actually seen higher rates in the western provinces. Saskatchewan right now has the highest rate of COVID-19. Alberta has had a high rate, although that's been coming down quite significantly in recent weeks. BC has also had a relatively higher rate of COVID-19 than Quebec, Ontario, and a number of the maritime provinces, although it's also been in decline, as you can see here. Now, within BC, of course, the rate has also not been the same across the whole province. And this is the graph that shows the rates by the health authority for the 5 regional health authorities. You may remember that in the first waves of the pandemic, it was Fraser Health and Vancouver Coastal Health, the densely populated urban centers that had the highest rate of COVID-19. Surrey had the highest rate, but it also affected a number of the other lower mainland municipalities. There was actually relatively low rates in other parts of the province. This fourth wave, we've seen a difference. We've seen, first of all, in the summer months, a significant rise in rates in the Interior Health Authority in the area of Kelowna and the Central Okanagan. And that now, fortunately, is coming down. And now it's Northern Health where we are seeing the highest rates of COVID-19. And this has primarily been driven by lower rates of vaccination coverage, because the good news, and this is really important, the really important good news, COVID-19 vaccines are probably one of the greatest triumphs in the history of medicine. The fact that we developed very effective vaccines less than a year after the identification of a new virus, that's never occurred before, and they are extremely effective in preventing both infection and, most importantly, severe disease. But we need a very high rate of vaccination coverage in our population to do that, given how infectious the Delta variant of the virus is. And in those places where we've got very good vaccination coverage, we've seen much lower rates. And Vancouver Coastal Health actually has the highest rate of vaccination coverage of the 5 health regions in the province. And we now have the lowest rate of COVID-19. For a long time, it was the Island Health Authority. They're also doing well, but we're lowest. Fraser Health has done well in their vaccination, and their rate is relatively lower now too. So vaccination makes a difference. And what's really important is getting a very high percentage of people vaccinated. So this is Vancouver Coastal Health. Again, I've just compared it to a few other jurisdictions for your interest. So in orange, this is the rate of COVID-19 in Vancouver Coastal Health. And although BC is a bit higher than the Quebec and Ontario right now, we're about the same rate as those provinces that have done well. Here's Saskatchewan, here's the United States. And actually, we're seeing a decline in COVID-19 in the US as well. I put Portugal on here because some of you may have read about Portugal in the news. Portugal has the highest rate of vaccination coverage of COVID-19 of any country in the world, fully vaccinated people. They report they vaccinated 98% of eligible people in their province. And they are now, they've told their population we can now begin to think about moving on and living with COVID-19 in a different way. The virus won't disappear, but in a highly vaccinated population, it won't cause the same levels of severe illness and death, and we can start to begin to lift public health measures. But I just want to point out that Vancouver Coastal Health actually has a lower rate currently than Portugal. So that tells you how well we are doing in our vaccination campaign and in our public health response as well, because we continue to very actively follow up cases and contacts. And just so you know that our low rate is not because we're not testing people. These are graphs that show the rate of testing by health authority. And what you can see on these graphs is that Fraser Health and Vancouver Coastal Health actually have the highest rate of testing in the province. Fraser Health in purple, Vancouver Coastal Health in red. But we have the lowest positivity rate. In fact, our of people going for testing, only about 2% in Vancouver Coastal Health are positive. If there are other respiratory viruses circulating, you may have read about that in the news today, especially among kids. But what this tells us is there's good access to testing, but we're not seeing, we're seeing very low positivity rate compared to other parts of the province. So here's the epidemic curve for Vancouver Coastal. It shows a very small initial wave. I mentioned that we weren't testing as many people in the first phase of the pandemic. That the second wave, that was after we reopened society in the fall. The third wave was actually the biggest wave in our region. And now we can see the fourth wave, which actually probably peaked last month and has been declining in our region. And this, what's more important, because although we focus a lot on the number of cases reported every day, we know that what's more important is severe illness and death. In fact, most of the cases that are reported to us that we identify are people with very mild disease. Our goal in the pandemic, we're not going to eliminate the virus, is to prevent severe illness and death. So if we look at our hospitalized cases in Vancouver Coastal Health, you can see the same waves of activity. Here is the current hospitalization rate. I will say most people hospitalized with COVID-19 are unvaccinated people. If you're vaccinated, you're at very low risk of severe disease, even if you do acquire COVID-19. And we've done even better in reducing deaths. And I give credit to the health minister and my colleagues around the province. When we rolled out the vaccination campaign, we began by offering it to those at greatest risk of severe illness and death, and those were residents of long-term care facilities. And most of the deaths that we've seen in our health authority and around the province have been residents of long-term care facilities. And this is the the wave of deaths that we saw at the end of 2020. Now, even with a fourth wave, we're not seeing that same increase in death. There are deaths that do occur, and your risk of death is greater if you're not vaccinated.
Dr.
So this is
Daly,
from the
Dr.
BC.
Daly,
Yes.
if I can just interrupt you for 1 second, we're about 30 seconds away from having a drill in terms.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll hear a loudspeaker on, and this meeting will recess just for 5 minutes as we duck under our desks. But I just wanted to warn you so that you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, but
Okay, that's
yeah,
great.
Yeah, you can keep
So
going
this is
until.
just, yeah, I'll keep going until it happens. So this is from the BC Centre for Disease Control, and what this shows is that if you're not vaccinated, you're 10 times more likely to acquire COVID-19 compared to people who are fully vaccinated. You're 50 times more likely to be hospitalized, and you're 44 more times more likely to die. It doesn't mean that people who are vaccinated won't get COVID-19. The vaccine is not 100% effective. I will say we're not seeing any evidence of what we call waning immunity. So those people vaccinated early on when the vaccine supplies were available, we're still seeing that the vaccine is protective. And over time, as more and more of our population is vaccinated, we should see these bars coming down, and we'll still get some cases occurring in vaccinated people. But right now, clearly, the increase in hospitalizations is being driven by unvaccinated people in this province. So how are we doing in terms of our vaccination campaign? And I won't get through the next couple of slides before the drill, but just to show you, this is data from our World in Data, Oxford University. I mentioned that Portugal has the highest rate of fully vaccinated people in the world. That's the dark green part of this graph. There's no children under age 12 vaccinated, but they vaccinated 98% of people 12 years of age and older. Canada is high up on the in terms of our coverage. We're doing amongst the best of some countries. We should be concerned that worldwide, if we go to the world, less than half of the world has had one dose, and only about a third is fully vaccinated. And of course, there are many developing countries that have not had access to vaccine supplies as we've had here in Canada and other places. But the good news for Canada is we're doing well in our vaccination campaigns. And in BC, we know that 83%, over 83% of people 12 years in age and older are fully vaccinated. That's 3.86 million people. Vancouver Coastal Health, we've consistently had a higher vaccination coverage than the rest of the province. We're up at 88.7%, which is nearly a million people. Just to put this in context, for BC, there are also about another 270,000 people who have one dose that we assume will get their second dose, but there are still 500,000 people age 12 and older who are eligible for vaccination who have no doses of vaccine. And there's another 500,000 children under age 12 who are not vaccinated. So pockets of unvaccinated people, particularly adults, can drive ongoing rates of infection in places like the north, where the rate is high right now. So this just shows, and this may be the last slide I get to, that how we're doing as a province. We, for those 12 and over, actually, we've got some new numbers today. We're up to 89% of those 12 and older have had one dose, 83% have had two doses, 80% of people of all ages have had at least one dose. And you can see the coverage is higher for older age groups. Perhaps not surprising, we started those groups sooner. They're at greater risk of severe disease. But we have some gaps in some of our younger age groups where we need to improve coverage, because actually that's where we see a lot of transmission of COVID-19, because young people tend to have more social interactions with other people. Now, the good news for Vancouver Coastal, we actually, in public health, we believe we need to get to over 90% coverage to really to reduce the impact of COVID-19 and be able to lift the public health measures fully. For Vancouver Coastal Health, we've reached 90% with at least one dose for almost every age group now. I will say that for those 18 to 29, although the graph shows 100%, that's actually not the case. The reason why it shows 100% is we count everyone who's gotten a vaccine in that age group, and we use as the denominator BC residents who have a medical service plan card number. And we vaccinated many university students who came to BC for university who aren't in the denominator, but certainly we've vaccinated over 90% of those 18 to 29. And even among those 12 to 17, we've got a high coverage. You can see in places like the north, in the interior, where they've had more spread recently, they have gaps in some of these younger age groups, and they need to start to close those gaps. But Fraser, Vancouver Coastal Health, and Island Health have done a really good job, and that really is positive news for us. it does mean that we can have confidence going forward. And maybe I'll stop here because I think we're going to have the drill. I just wanted to talk about young people for a few minutes, but I can, if you want, Councillor Carr can wait until after the drill.
Thanks, Dr. Daly. I'm actually trying to check as to why it's 8:25. I mean 10:25, and we haven't
Oh,
had
yeah.
the drill. So I would suggest just keep going. The drill will
keep
happen.
going.
but
Okay,
Thank you.
that's good. Okay. I want to talk about this because I know many people listening have children. There was some concern among parents about kids returning to school in the fall, given that children under 12 are not vaccinated. There was also concern about kids coming back to university. All of our universities went virtual last year, and we really, really wanted to support them to get their students and staff back to in-person learning this fall, given the importance of education as a determinant of health. So I'm just going to share a few slides with you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Alex Choi. She's one of our medical health officers. We have very carefully followed up all of the cases of COVID-19 among school-age students and staff in Vancouver Coastal Health, and we did publish our findings. This is last year in the Canadian Medical Association Journal. Not every health region in Canada was able to keep up with following up all their cases in a timely way and get the kind of data that we have. These findings were really important. What we found is that across our health authority, we have about 124,000 staff and students. And this was in December, from September to December 2020, before we actually had the vaccine available. Over that period, we identified 699 cases among students and staff, among school-age students and staff. That's less than 1%. But the vast majority of those cases were not acquired in the school setting. They were acquired in household settings or social settings, and that's where COVID-19 is primarily transmitted. Only 55 cases likely acquired their infection in the school setting. And when transmission did occur in schools, it typically only led to 1 or 2 other cases in the school. These findings were very important because if you were in a part of Canada where they didn't follow up the cases and identified a lot of cases in students and staff, they might assume that transmission was occurring in school. And in fact, many schools were shut down during that period. This data allowed us to reassure the public that schools are safe settings, that children should be in school, given the importance of education to this age group. Now, with the return to school this fall and the Delta variant, it's definitely more transmissible. What I'm showing you now are the rates of COVID-19 by age group across all of BC from January to most recently. And typically in every wave, those in the 20 to 29 year age group have had the highest rates. They have the most social interactions. They had lower vaccination coverage. With the start of school, we did see a spike in positive cases among children under 10 and those 10 to 14. And of course, that includes people who are not vaccinated. And it wasn't clear, does this mean that there's more transmission in school settings, and will it drive higher rates in our community? Well, of course, I've just showed you the data that we're not seeing higher rates of COVID-19 in our community, even though we have kids back in school. And in fact, rates are going down all around the province. And we actually saw a steep decline more recently in cases in that age group. So some of this may have been what we call a detection bias, that many kids were going for testing during that period with mild symptoms, and we were picking up COVID cases that we might not have during the summer, even with similar symptoms. But the good news is that schools do not seem to be driving a resurgence in COVID-19 in our communities. The other good news is about post-secondary institutions, which did come back to in-person learning. And these are not high-risk environments. And what I mean by that is they're not environments where there are a lot of vulnerable people, like long-term care facilities or hospitals. That students and staff working in post-secondary institutions, by and large, are younger adults who are at low risk of severe COVID-19. So we really wanted to support kids and post-secondary students and staff to come back. And we have been tracking cases in these age groups since the restart of college and universities. We have in our health authority an estimated 90,000 people who are either post-secondary students or staff. Since the start of the school year, we've only identified about 120 cases amongst that cohort of people, and less than 5 transmissions have occurred in the post-secondary setting. And in fact, the numbers are dropping dramatically. So what this is telling us, the return to school has gone extremely well. There's a very high vaccination coverage rate among our post-secondary students and staff, and these are safe places, and we need to support those institutions to remain open. Now, the reason why we really want to focus on youth and young people is because we know that although they're at low risk for severe disease, during the pandemic. In fact, during this fourth wave, we've had not a single hospitalization among a school-aged child in our region. But unfortunately, they have borne the brunt of the public health measures that we put in place to control the spread of the pandemic, and this has had consequences to young people. So I want to give you some results from a survey that was done by the BC Centre for Disease Control. It's actually done twice, in the spring of 2020 and again this past spring. They had in the second round of the survey had 188,000 British Columbians participate, including over 50,000 people from our region. And I'm going to show you some of the results of that survey. This shows the mental health impact of the pandemic response among young people in Vancouver since the start of the pandemic. And what we have here are the results for, actually we have our shakeout drill right now, but I'm going to ignore that, so you might hear a bell. The results for those 18 to 29 in orange, Vancouver overall and BC overall. And one of the questions was about mental health. 67% of young people in Vancouver report their mental health has worsened during the pandemic. You can see the results for those who report feeling lonely, those who have had to use financial relief, have had financial stress, food insecurity, discrimination. In fact, the impact on young people has been worse than on our population as a whole, and actually is worse in many cases than the BC population as a whole. Here are some other data that talks about, this is from caregivers who look after children who completed the survey on their behalf. A majority reported that they had lost access to childcare during the pandemic. They experienced more stress. Their children had less connection with friends, had more screen time, learned less, fewer extracurricular activities, and less physical activity. So the impact on young people, and this could result in prolonged impact to these children and young adults, it's something we need to consider. And actually, we're already starting to see that in our health authority. This is a graph that shows the outpatient visits for mental health conditions for children and youth in Vancouver since the declaration of the pandemic, and they have gone up significantly in the 15 to 19-year-old age group and 10 to 14 age group. They've gone up for everybody, but more so for young people. We need to be concerned about this because these mental health challenges could have profound and long-lasting impacts for young people in their overall health, could lead to increase their risk of substance use in the future. And so we need to then bring it back to our other public health emergency that we need to consider how the response to the pandemic may have increased risk for other conditions in our young adults and children. The last thing I want to mention from that survey, because it is important, that we have had people report experiences of discrimination during the pandemic, and those respondents who self-identified as Black or Chinese particularly reported increased discrimination during the pandemic. This is something we need to be concerned about, and most of that experience occurred in the community, in the workplace, and online. Some interesting results that I think I wanted to present to you because it supports some of the actions taken by Vancouver City Council during the pandemic. So some of the things, of course, people did like about how the response to the pandemic. One is that people do want more flexible working options. You may have heard this from your staff. They do appreciate access to virtual healthcare, although we have to be a little bit careful that the loss of access to in-person healthcare has had negative impacts on our population. But the virtual healthcare is an important addition to in-person care, but that's something we are tracking. People do also appreciate some of the things that you've done in Vancouver, creating more street space for walking or cycling, trading parking spots for outdoor spaces, as you did to support restaurants. So these are things that were seen as positive. So I just wanted to give you that feedback and thank you for your work in helping support the population during the pandemic. But I think the overall message is this, and this is my last slide. First of all, for COVID-19, I want to give you a hopeful message because I know every day we read about concerns about hospitalized patients, whether or not in some provinces their ICUs are being overwhelmed. Within the city of Vancouver, we have very high vaccination coverage, and we are seeing decreasing rates of COVID-19, and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The vaccine is our ticket out of the pandemic. That we can, with high vaccination coverage, lift the public health measures. And just this week, Dr. Bonnie Henry did, with the October 24th date for full implementation of the vaccine passport, lift the restrictions on capacity limits for indoor events, things like hockey games, concerts, wedding receptions. That's good news. It does mean that if we continue to have high rates of vaccination around the province, we can start to address some, lift more of those public health measures. And the vaccination mandates we have in place in our province, we have public health orders for healthcare workers to be fully vaccinated. I support those. As healthcare workers, we have an obligation not to introduce virus to the patients and clients we serve, even if it's done inadvertently. I absolutely support the vaccine mandates. I support the vaccine passport, which is only for discretionary activities. It will lead to increased population vaccination rates. It doesn't mean the places where that use the passports are high risk right now for COVID-19, but by implementing the passport, we will have a higher vaccination coverage, and that will benefit all of us. It will allow us to see reduced rates of COVID-19 and removal of the public health measures. And this is really, really important. But I also want to point out that as we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel for COVID-19, we have to then pivot to address the unintended consequences of the last year and a half, including worsening mental health of children and youth and the worsening illicit drug toxicity crisis. And I will say that now more than ever, we need to continue to advocate very strongly for replacement of the illicit drug supply with regulated alternatives. We cannot prescribe our way out of the illicit drug toxicity crisis. We need to introduce a regulatory framework. We need to do it urgently. And we need to continue to invest in support for children and youth so we don't have more people at risk for substance use disorder in the future. And that's the last of my slides. I'll stop sharing. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. Dr. Daly and also Council, we're still trying to investigate what's happened with the shakeout. So I suggest we just move forward with questions. You do have many councillors wanting to ask you questions. If it's okay, Dr. Daly, for you to stay on the line and answer those questions, we'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Great. Okay, I'm going, councillors, you have 5 minutes to ask questions, and starting with you, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you so much. I did want to ask quickly first, could I just move right now for a second round of questions? Because I have many and I don't want to get into that very last moment.
Yep. So Council, I'm just going to look for yays and nays. Those in support of a second round of questions, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Opposed, say nay. That's fine. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Daly. I've been taking notes, and I would assume that this presentation is available on our regular website. I just looked and I saw it, so I'm assuming it's the same presentation. I haven't had a chance to review it. Yeah. Great. So that I can go back and reference it later. But I'm just wondering, you had, and I'll get right to my questions because I have many. You had said in your presentation that it's important to support regulated supply. You also had mentioned Council's actions a few weeks ago, and the organization DULF that came to speak to us said that they will have a storefront model, or that's what they had in mind. You said in your presentation that Vancouver Coastal Health didn't endorse that. So can you confirm, is your position different than their position? And what is your position right now about what do you define as regulated supply? Because DULF, I understand, is purchasing their drugs off the dark web.
I'm not necessarily opposed to any model of a regular supply. My comments were really meant that if we're going to regulate, some substances will be regulated in a different way than cannabis. Cannabis, we have many storefronts, and anyone over a certain age can go in and purchase an amount. That may not be how we operate other models, but it doesn't mean you couldn't have a regulatory approach that included a storefront model with other checks and balances in place. So I am strongly in favor of non-medical models and I'm hearing this from the physicians who are prescribing the pharmaceutical alternatives. They desperately want the message out there that this is not going to solve the crisis. We cannot have our physicians and nurse practitioners as gatekeepers of the response, and we need to support peers and users who have Compassion Club and regulatory models. So if it's not that the storefront is the problem. What I meant to say, and perhaps it was the incorrect wording, that the regulatory approach for other substances may not be identical to cannabis, because of course we do have to ensure that some of these substances may pose greater risk to certain people than cannabis might. So we'd have to have the appropriate regulatory model for the substance.
Okay, thanks very much. I do have another question, and I'm just going to ask if I could maybe actually on the same topic ask a similar question of a different organization or staff member, Chair. I do see
I believe we have some people present in the room in order to answer questions. So
I also see that we have the fire chief here with us this morning and deputy chief from Vancouver Police. Am I able to ask Vancouver Police a question?
yes.
Thank you. I hope I'm not putting Vancouver Police on the spot, but I see Deputy Chief Wilson's here to answer questions and wondering if you can tell me, is there currently a way to have a legal regulated supply of heroin to your knowledge?
Morning, everyone. I'm Fiona Wilson, Deputy Chief from the Vancouver Police Department. That's a great question. I think it's important to state right off the top that the Vancouver Police Department has historically taken a very progressive approach to drug policy. You know, in 2006, we were the first police department in Canada to stop attending overdoses, for example, in recognition of the fact that that was a barrier to some people seeking help. In 2016, we called for treatment on demand. In 2018, we supported the notion of safe supply. And more recently, we have supported the concept of the decriminalization of small amounts of personal possession. So we are always willing to look at different ways of doing business in recognition of the fact that what we're currently doing is not working. That's very, very clear. Our primary concern about this particular proposal and this model is that as it stands right now, it is not, there's no legal way to do it. And so it's very difficult as a police department for us to support an initiative, particularly in the absence of that Section 56 exemption. And to answer your question, Councillor, I think it would be very, very challenging to source a safe supply that is not sourced from organized crime in Canada. There have been, from what I understand, and I'm not an expert on it, but there have been initiatives in the past that have talked about sourcing supply, for example, of heroin from other countries. Those are all matters that we would be more than willing to look at, but in the absence of a Section 56 exemption, it would be very difficult for us to support this proposal. And for the Section 56 exemption, we've never seen an exemption that would cover things like trafficking and possession for the purpose of trafficking. We have seen, simple possession for the purpose of using in a medically supervised, safe environment. So this is quite a departure from that. And quite frankly, we would love to be at the table to discuss this issue more. We have not been consulted in relation to this particular proposal, much like we were in relation to the Health Canada proposal, the exemption request. So we haven't been at the table to talk about this particular one. And I think that there would need to be a whole lot more medically driven research and empirical data to determine whether or not this particular model would indeed lead to a reduction in overdoses, which of course is the objective of all of us. We have a number of other concerns, but those are sort of I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor
does.
DeGenova,
I'm over
you're
time.
well over
Thank you.
time.
Sorry about that.
I'll
Some
go
of our
back on
time
it.
was
Can I
taken
just
up
add
on
that
other things.
to Councillor DeGenova that the only legal supply of heroin right now is prescription heroin at the Crosstown Clinic operated by Providence Healthcare. It's a very restrictive medical model. Only a small number of people are able to access it. It's heroin, it's pharmaceutical grade heroin that's imported from another country.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Daly. Councillor DeGenova, I hope you recognize that was a lot of time, so in your second round. Councillor Wiebe, you're up next, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first question is to Dr. Daly. You talked about we can't prescribe a way out of this. What are we doing on the root causes, chronic pain, trauma, social isolation? What can we do as a city to better support the root causes to some of these concerns?
Well, that's what I was getting at by some of my last slides, that we know the origins of substance use disorder are complex. They often begin in early childhood, and that's why some of the increasing mental health concerns among young people is cause for concern to us. We also have some evidence, and I didn't show those slides, that during the pandemic, more people are using psychoactive substances. So I'm very concerned that we will have a very we'll have an increase in the number of people at risk from the illicit drug toxicity crisis. We need to do more around providing options for people with pain, and there is a provincial committee that's looked at this. But I have physicians that want to see us want to see the government invest more in pain management. But I would say for us, and I didn't talk about the increased risk among Indigenous people from, of course, the history of colonialism, that some of those root causes are complex. They require a significant investment. Most of that investment is to address determinants of health in early childhood, for Indigenous people, for people who've suffered trauma as young adults. So we need to invest in childcare, in programs for vulnerable youth, in cultural supports for Indigenous people as a form of treatment, and in a better approach to pain management for people with chronic and acute pain.
Okay, so as part of that 132 million, do you think some of that will go into pain treatment? And we heard from the police talking about treatment on demand. Can you talk about where we're at with our current treatment program, and what is the timeline on the 132 million, recognizing that we still have a gap in our treatment processes here in Vancouver?
132 million is not for pain management. It is for addiction treatment and recovery services. That some of the funding in Vancouver will go to support peer education and supports for people who are on that recovery journey. All these things are needed, so it's not to say they're not needed. In terms of treatment on demand, I think one of the things that's concerning to us, we do have people who are at risk of overdose death. If they want, we can get opioid agonist therapy to them. We have treatment spots available for that. Many people who are dying of overdose would not necessarily be considered people who have opioid use disorder. There are people who may be using other stimulants, for example, and on occasion take opioids. And so there may not be an effective form of treatment for these people. In fact, if you go back and look at my chief MHO report, many of those dying are not people that we would consider to have opioid use disorder. Therefore, they would not benefit from opioid agonist therapy and other forms of treatment. This is why we must replace the toxic illegal drug supply, because people are going to be using substances and they may have conditions for which we don't have effective treatment, like stimulant use disorder. We know people with alcohol use disorder can also be an increased risk for overdose death. So treatment is available for people with opioid use disorder. We have more treatment options. Not all the spots are being filled at the moment. So that tells you that we need to take a different approach to address the risk for those who are dying right now.
So you're saying currently we have enough treatment for people that want treatment?
It depends on the kind of treatment. I would say I don't want to minimize the need to build an appropriate system of addiction treatment in BC. This is something that Minister Malcolmson is very committed to. And as I said, I give the government credit for the investments that have been made, but we have a long way to go to provide appropriate recovery services and a whole gamut of treatment. There's not a one size fits all. People often talk about treatment beds. It may not be beds. It might be some treatment services for youth. It might be treatment for people with stimulant use disorder. We need to improve our entire system of addictions care. That will take a period of time, but we are making investments in that area. Addiction medicine is a relatively new specialty. When we started with when this crisis started, we didn't have a good system of addiction treatment in BC. So there's lots of work underway to address that, but that alone is not going to solve the crisis. That's the message I'm trying to give you today, that if we don't address the root cause, which is the toxic illegal drug supply, we're going to continue to see deaths.
Okay, which is one element of it. And you talked about 33% of the deaths are having SROs. What is our strategy to deal with that, recognizing we know there's about 156 in Vancouver? So how are we tackling that head on if we have 1/3 of our deaths in that small community?
Well, actually, it gives us an opportunity that we wouldn't have if deaths were occurring in private residences, and that we have been, and I didn't go into all the details, we have been providing overdose prevention services, working with housing providers to provide those services in SROs and other housing settings. I know that the city has a commitment to improve private SROs. That will be helpful, because that will allow us to consider what kind of services we can provide in those settings to reduce the risk of overdose death. So it does mean that there's an opportunity to do more.
Great.
So has that
Thank you.
program
Councillor
worked?
Weep,
Okay.
Councillor Weep, you're out of time. You can add yourself to the list again, and I'm going to encourage councillors to please keep to your time, and you can always add yourself. There's a second round of questions, so add yourself again to the list. And on to you, Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks very much, Dr. Daly, for the update. I just want to focus on the first part of your presentation regarding the overdose crisis, and particularly the comments around prevention and early childhood education, or in early childhood interventions, and how that can sort of offer an opportunity to support folks before they perhaps take this path. And what seems to be coming up anecdotally in conversations is learning differences, diagnoses related to things such as ADD, ADHD. I'm just curious if you have any data on those that are diagnosed with learning differences, and particularly in the downtown east side, but those that are dealing with mental health and addictions.
Not specifically about ADHD, but I can tell you that what we know is that during the periods of early brain development, which actually begin before birth, when women are pregnant, that the brain is very sensitive to trauma, and especially for those first few years of life. And so we do know that focusing on that period, and this is why public health, we provide a lot of our public health support to women beginning in pregnancy in those first early years of life, especially vulnerable women and children, that there can be trauma in those early childhood years that will have profound lifelong impact and increase the risk of things like addiction and other issues as well. So when we talk about investing in early childhood development, we're talking about childcare, quality childcare, support for women during pregnancy and children and families in those first few years of life, especially for vulnerable families. We do provide some support, but we need to do a lot more. It's almost as if you don't prevent those early traumas, you really can't, the brain cannot recover from those. So that's really the prevention side of what we're talking about. And I can't give you specific figures around children in the downtown east side. This can impact children everywhere. It's not, the downtown east side tends to be where we have many adults at risk for overdose deaths,
that's sort of
but
what
not necessarily children.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. I just have limited time, and I will go back on. But that's what I'm referring to. I guess what I'm trying to understand is how do we get that information? Because in conversations with the Ministry of Education and other provincial ministers, there seems to be just a bit of a void in terms of that data collection, so that that case can be rationalized for additional funding in our education system. I take your point on early intervention, pregnancy, and trauma-related challenges. But once kids do find themselves in the public school system, it's severely underfunded, in my opinion, to help those that are dealing with significant learning differences and diagnoses like ADHD. So I have maybe I can follow up with an email. I think we have an opportunity to gather data there, and Vancouver Coastal Health could be a great partner. I just have a quick follow-up. It's actually specific to a program that I've heard about and chatting with people, and it's DIRC. And I'm just wondering if when that program was canceled, and let me just actually clarify, DIRC meaning Drug User Resource Center. When that program was canceled, I understand that it really hurt the community and left a void in terms of places where people can go. They had programming, they were paid stipends to attend learning sessions and be engaged. And I'm just wondering if there's any discussion about a replacement program.
Actually, there's a long list, and I won't go into a lot of detail. I went through this quickly, of additional supports that we provided for people who use substances. One of it is our Street Degree program, which engages peers and actually puts them on a path that allows them to get positions working for health authorities and others. So there are a whole bunch of other programs that have been used to provide support to people who use substances since the canceling of that program. And we can certainly connect you with our team if you'd like more information on that. And just to also say, I completely agree with you that we need to support programs in schools for vulnerable youth. The provincial government actually has been investing in childcare, as is the City of Vancouver, which is great. But programs for youth, when we might have a window of opportunity to engage with them and prevent harms from substance use, are really important.
Great, thank you. That's my time.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Fry, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Daly. And I want to just acknowledge right off the top that you clearly expressed that at the very root of the issue is the toxic drug supply, which really is beyond the scope of VCH or the city of Vancouver. So I want to focus on sort of what we can be doing better at the city and VCH level. And so partnerships, things like the assertive outreach team, and where we're finding. So one of my tall guy male privileges is it allows me to walk around the city wherever I want at various times of day, and I see a huge increase in people using publicly and overdose calls on the street, despite the services that we're providing. And when we attended, for instance, and we went to bat on the overdose prevention site in Yaletown, but the fact of the matter is that it's a very small space, so people can safely inject there, but they can't sort of hang out there. They have to go somewhere else. They can pick up a pipe to smoke, but they can't actually smoke there. So it seems to me that there's something else that we need to be doing, that we could be doing. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that, like in particular the assertive outreach kind of approach.
And we have been making more investments in these areas, but I would say that the challenge still exists. And I just want to say, yes, if you walk the streets, you will see some of the challenges, without a doubt, on the streets of Vancouver. We have more people in the city now with substance use disorders, so it doesn't mean that the services that we're providing have not been a benefit. We do know, we have data, that we would have had many more deaths without our overdose prevention services, some of our outreach teams. But what it tells us is we need to invest more. So there's not a quick fix. It's about doing some of the things that have been mentioned by others on council. It's about providing services in SROs and some of our supportive housing units. It's about thinking about spaces where people can inhale their substances safely. As you mentioned, we don't have as many inhalation spaces. So there is not a quick fix. We are working actively with the city, and the city's been a great partner in helping us identify services, for example, outside the downtown east side, like in Yaletown. But there is no quick fix, and that's why if we don't get to the root cause of the illicit drug supply, I don't think that we're going to continue to see some of the challenges we see in the streets of Vancouver, even with investments in all these services that we've made in the last few years. So we're certainly working with the city. We're working with the fire department. We're working with the police department around things that we can do within the current resources and the current legal frameworks. But we will continue to see this crisis and continue to see some of the things that you see walking the streets if we don't do more.
Has there been any conversation or direction around indoor spaces that are maybe a bit more accessible to folks?
We can certainly have those discussions. So the issue of where we're offering overdose prevention services, we're always open to those discussions, and if we need different types of spaces, so we're quite open to that. Yes.
What's and I don't have the clock in front of me, so I don't know how close I am to time, but what's the occurrence of sort of concurrent disorders? You mentioned sort of stimulant use disorder and mental health issues, and of course we're talking about the opioid overdoses. How many are we talking about dual diagnosis and with brain injuries and the like?
There is a small percentage of people who have mental health diagnosis as well as addiction or substance use disorder. But actually, most of the people who are at risk of dying of overdoses do not have a mental health diagnosis. They may have an addiction or a substance use disorder, but not a mental health diagnosis. So the addictions doctors will tell you that historically, as a province, we talk about mental health and substance use. A lot of the investment went to mental health services. And really now we need to pivot. That it's a little bit different when we think about supporting people with substance use disorder who do not necessarily have mental illness. Most of them do not. They need different kinds of treatment and supports. So yes, there is a small group where there is an overlap. If you look at the two, circles of patients, but most people at risk of overdose death are not mental health clients.
Okay, I'm going to come back because I don't have enough time in this round. Thanks.
Okay, no problem, Councillor Fry. And Mayor Stewart, up to 5 minutes for you.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. Thanks very much, Dr. Daly, again, for coming here today, but also your 24/7 approach to these two crises, which are, extremely difficult. If I could describe the, how I feel about the COVID-19 response, I would say it's a triumph. I mean, really a key to your, a kudos to your team for that. But when I look at the overdose, it's catastrophic. I just can't think of any other word for it. And I also commend your team though for your work on that, because it's a lot easier to stand in front of a triumph than it is a catastrophe. And thank you for sticking your neck out here. On the maybe questions on both. On the overdose crisis, what is the scope of the extent of our challenge here? Is it, and I struggle with how many folks do you think in the city are facing a substance use disorder? Do you have any even ballpark figures on the number of people? Because I think that helps people understand what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I'm not going to give an exact figure. What I can tell you is we've been working with researchers at Simon Fraser University to try and estimate the size of the population at risk for overdose death. Because the rates we talk about, the rates of overdose by population, is not really a good figure, because, you know, as mentioned, we have the highest rate in Vancouver. That's because we have the greatest number of people at risk. There are many, many thousands of people in our city at risk of death. And what I will say is that the number has gone up significantly since the start of the pandemic. So we have many, many thousands more people now. And that's frightening to us, because some of the programs that I talked about, the new treatment programs, the funding that we have, millions of dollars, will fund a few hundred people. There are thousands of people at risk out there, many, many thousands. And they're not just in Vancouver, of course, they're around the province. There are very high rates in the north and other places. And the number is increasing. So that's why I talk about prevention at the end. If we don't turn off the tap, our services will not be able to keep up with those at risk. And the greatest proportion of people at risk is in the city of Vancouver.
I was just in Ottawa talking with the Prime Minister and other ministers about this, and what we're seeing in other provinces is actually a retreat from this harm reduction approach. Overdose prevention sites that have been established are having their funding cut and being closed. I just wonder what you think would be the impact on our community if that approach was taken or adopted by the province, because you could see some people saying, well, we're trying all this stuff and it's not working. The number of deaths are going up. So maybe we should switch back to a more law and order approach or something like that. What would be your thoughts on that?
Well, we have some really good analysis done by the BC Centre for Disease Control, and they looked at the impact of take-home naloxone kits, overdose prevention sites, and opioid agonist therapy. And they showed that it prevented, although things have gotten worse, it prevented many, many thousands of deaths. Actually, that's in the Chief MHO report. So we have that data. We actually can demonstrate that they work. And some of the slides I showed you, the significant decline in visits to overdose prevention sites, that's when we saw a spike in overdose deaths. People were overdosing in places where they were not observed. So stopping those services is a grave error. It will lead to more deaths. The fact that we're still seeing overdose deaths rise despite those services tells us that we need to do something different. And I'm hearing you say, now's the time to do something different. The thing we need to do differently is replace the toxic illegal drug supply. That's the single most important thing we need to do right now to address the crisis.
Thank you so much. I guess the last question on COVID, what do you think explains our high rate of vaccination here in Vancouver and in Vancouver Coastal Health?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the citizens of Vancouver for coming forward to get their vaccinations. Of course, we would hope that everybody who's eligible would come forward to a vaccination and get a vaccination. One thing I want to say is we don't want to vilify people who are not vaccinated. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation on the internet and social media about vaccines. They are safe and remarkably effective. We don't always do a good job in teaching people the principles of immunology in school and science in school. So, they may not understand how safe and effective these products are. But I would say in Vancouver, I want to give credit to all of those of you who supported the vaccination campaigns, and I know that the city did, the staff at Vancouver Coastal Health who operated the vaccination clinics, and many, many staff within the health authority who helped promote vaccinations, our communication staff. We had partners in delivery of vaccines at our mass clinics for those of you who got vaccinated who were critical to their success. But I do think it's not to vilify those who are not vaccinated. Every health authority has done an amazing job at offering COVID-19 vaccines. And we can't stop continuing to try and vaccinate those who've not received any vaccines. I know that sometimes the vaccine passports and the mandates can be a little bit polarizing. The reality is they have increased vaccination coverage. So I think those have to be part of what we're doing. But in Vancouver, What we've seen is the population has, at very high levels, have come forward for their vaccinations. We want to thank them for that.
Thank you
Great.
so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Stewart. And Council, we're going to try and rearrange so that first time questioning councillors will be first before the repeat list. I just wanted to let you know that I know that we're getting long answers and that this is a topic of interest to all of you. So I have alerted the staff for the Falls Creek South second item on our agenda. Their presentation is half an hour. There won't be time with the people on the list now, so they are going to be prepared to give their presentation after lunch. We'll try to keep the order straight, but we're now on to you, Councillor Swanson, for up to 5.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Regarding compassion clubs and that model of safe supply, when safe supply isn't in the medical model. So in your opinion, is there a balance that can be struck between the demedicalized and the medicalized models of safe supply? And what would that look like in an ideal scenario?
Well, I think that there can always be room for a medical model. But I do think that's not going to be the ultimate solution. And I'm not the expert in this. I'm telling you what the addiction physicians are telling me and what they're telling government about the current models. They're on the front lines prescribing alternatives to the illegal drug supply. And they have said this is not the appropriate approach. It puts them in not a great position. It's a real bottleneck for people who may use substances. And let's look back at cannabis. The initial approach by the federal government was to create a medical model of cannabis, and in the end, that was really a failure to address the issue of illegal cannabis, and they ended up with a regulatory approach. So, people who shouldn't use psychoactive substances, I think we need to acknowledge that for a number of reasons, and it shouldn't have to be in a medical setting or based on a medical model. It's never going to be big enough to address the crisis. It's never going to be able to address everybody who's most vulnerable. So I'm a big supporter of the Compassion Club model. I would like to work with those people who want to establish compassion clubs and do it in a way that creates safety for people and reduces any risk of harm. So I think there is room for people who want to be prescribed substances as part of a treatment option, but really we need to really dramatically expand those other options, things like compassion clubs and other regulatory approaches.
Have you talked to the police about this and tried to convince them not to arrest the Compassion Club folks for handing out safe drugs?
First of all, let me just say, and that we work with VPD, and I feel fortunate amongst my colleagues across Canada that I have a police department here that recognizes that substance use disorder is a health issue, that have supported overdose prevention sites, Insight, that have supported safer supply options. We did work together on the Vancouver model for decriminalization. So they have to enforce the laws. The issue is not really a police issue. It really is up to the politicians to look at a different model, as we did for cannabis. I mean, I don't think the police were opposed to legalizing cannabis. So I think I don't want to vilify the police. They've been good partners in Vancouver in working on this. It really is in the political sphere now that we need to be advocating.
So thanks. One of your slides talked about the $5 million grant you got, I think, from the feds to set up safe supply from July 2020, I think it was, to March 2024. So I'm just wondering if that has happened.
That program has started, the Safer program. It's primarily prescription fentanyl, although we will look at other options. It will support only, I think, about 200 people in that program. There will be a storefront clinic that will open up with the new location of Crosstown Clinic, the Providence Healthcare Clinic that gives prescribed heroin. But that program is underway, and fentanyl is being prescribed right now as part of that program.
Do you have any ideas what the city could do to advance the Compassion Club model of safe supply beyond what we've done?
Well, advocating for for regulatory approaches with government. I think actually you're doing good things. I know the mayor is doing good things. He speaks to federal officials on a regular basis. The fact that you endorse the Compassion Glove model, albeit with the amendment that it be from a legal source, that is a big step. I think what you said is if we have a legal regulated supply, you would support a Compassion Club model of ensuring that people have access to that supply. So I think if we and when we get approval for some of these options, creating spaces for them, other supports that groups might need, but really it is about highlighting the need, and you've been doing that. So I think there will be more, but at this point we need to ensure that we have the regulators allow us to move forward with some of these options.
Okay, thank you. I think my time is up.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you to Dr. Daly for the presentation. I'm also really struggling because I think we're failing so dramatically, and collectively, I mean, we're all failing on this issue. And I guess as I hear some of the steps and measures that are being taken, my question is really this, and it's around at what point, Dr. Daly, do you think we need a fundamental paradigm shift? Because when I see some of the stats that you presented, half of the overdose deaths are happening in supportive housing or SROs, and we have people that will advocate and say, well, we need housing, or we are continually investing in various substances that support people in their daily use, such as the OPSs, but they're small, or in the housing that we're building, there are only small rooms to use as opposed to larger facilities. So at what point do we need to fundamentally rethink and, for example, rebuilding housing with more substantive treatment available specifically on site, or move beyond sort of just looking at the supply, which, yes, you said is a root cause of deaths, but it's not the root cause as you identified of usage or of addiction. So do we need to really take a step back and think differently about this?
Yes, I think we've passed that point, so we do want to do that. So I encourage those discussions, and that may be something we could talk about later. You're talking about some of the so-called determinants of health: housing, poverty, colonialization for Indigenous people. We talked about early childhood, and I do think different models of housing, and I know that the mayor's talked about this, council's talked about this, that provide supports to vulnerable people in their homes rather than requiring them to go into a treatment facility, for example. These are some of the options that we need to think about. Providing support for people who may use substances in places other than an overdose prevention site. Absolutely, we do some of that. Yes, all those things are things we need to do and we need to invest in. So I do think we need to, there's not a single solution to the crisis. We need to address the toxic illegal drug supply, but these other things are also critically important. I agree with you. And we're certainly happy to work with the city and other partners at looking at some of those other things.
Do you have any, beyond this, or the toxic supply, which is, I think, is well documented and sort of subscribed to, do you have anything specifically that's really bold? And I'm really struck by the difference with COVID, and there's this public dialogue around the greater public good in society, and people taking measures. And yes, if you potentially contract COVID, you're potentially passing harm to others. And so public health orders have been mandated, but we haven't been able to mandate in sort of the sense of this public health crisis, which also has ramifications on others. Do you have any comments on that in terms of at what point this is sort of infecting society as a whole?
Well, first of all, the drug toxicity crisis is affecting society as a whole. Many of you, I know, personally know people who have died as a result of the crisis, but these are two very different public health issues. We have a vaccine that protects against COVID-19. If we had a vaccine that could prevent addiction, we would be putting all our funding into that. We do not have that kind of simple solution to the drug toxicity crisis. The public health measures were put in place because this is a transmissible infection and people can transmit it without knowing it. We would not put in place public health measures in a similar manner for the drug toxicity crisis, but there have been bold things that people have done. The overdose prevention sites, that was a bold intervention that was led by BC. So we have now said, okay, these people are using illegal substances, but we're going to allow them to do it in places that we fund, that we staff, that can ensure that if they have an overdose, we will treat them. So there's not a single solution, and that we're not going to have public health orders to get our way out of this crisis. We really need now to go to the regulators. I can't create a regulated supply of substances. I need the federal government to help us with that. So there are two very different crises, and there's very different solutions. And we are very fortunate with COVID-19 that we have effective vaccines And that is the ticket out of the pandemic, is to get high vaccination rates. We do not have that simple solution for the drug overdose crisis.
Do you think it's a balance or combination of something like you mentioned, bringing treatment to where people are versus a much larger campus of care, for example, and more larger, sort of the previous times of larger purpose-built treatment facilities as opposed to more distributed, smaller services?
Well, what I've learned from the addictions experts is that there is not, and I know many people are very passionate about different models of treatment, there is not a one size fits all. One of the things I've learned during the crisis from the experts is you have to have every tool in the toolkit, because each individual will require something different. Substance use disorder is a chronic relapsing position. Some people will go to detox dozens of times. Some people will not do well in treatment beds. Some people will need home detox. Some people, different treatment options are needed for different people. They'll respond to different treatments. But I would also point out that many people dying are not have an opioid addiction. They may use substances. They may have they may be using stimulants for which we do not have good treatment. They may have alcohol use disorder. That it's complex. There's not a one size fits all, and we need many, many different options for people. I also don't think, though, that one of the things that we've talked about is you cannot force people into treatment. So the models, let's say, of decriminalization that would force people into treatment if they're found to, we did not put that in the Vancouver model, because that's not effective. People have to be ready to engage in treatment. And one of the things our overdose outreach team does is it works with people to find out what they need. It may not be that they may not be ready or even appropriate for addiction treatment right now, but they may need housing. We need to look at all the various supports that can reduce harmful use of substances and have them all available and tailor them to the individual.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you. My questions are for the VPD. I see Deputy Chief Wilson. Can you tell me, what has the impact of the crisis been on the police? What are they seeing?
Thanks for the question. I'll try and be a little more succinct this time. As you know, we attend all sudden deaths in the city of Vancouver, and we're on track this year for a record number of those to be overdose deaths. There is a massive impact on our members in relation to that. We have members who have been on now for 2 and 3 years who have administered CPR a number of times in their short careers. All of our members now carry naloxone. They had to be trained on how to do that. We had to procure the naloxone, and they've administered it over 100 times this year alone. So I think first and foremost, you know, along with the social impact and the impact on families and friends and the community when we have these overdose deaths happening in our city, we also have the impact of that on our members. And PTSD, for example, is something that we're seeing at alarming rates within the city of Vancouver. As Dr. Daly mentioned, we track a number of metrics in relation to overdose deaths, and we share these with Vancouver Coastal Health and the City of Vancouver. You know, there's other side effects. There's EHS delays. We're seeing these unprecedented number of EHS delays, as you would have read about in the media. It's been highlighted over the last number of months, and we're still really struggling with that. We struggle with our members who are in urgent need to assist someone who needs an ambulance, and up to 50% of the time, they're finding an alternate means to get that individual to the hospital. Those are some preliminary numbers that we need to flesh out. But, you know, in addition to all of that, there's the street disorder. I've never, ever seen the downtown east side look so bad. You would have read in the paper today about the fact that we're seeing 4 random assaults on citizens in Vancouver every day. And although there's more research needed to unpack that, it's highly likely that this is related to addiction and mental health issues in our cities. So I could go on, but I'm mindful of time this time, and I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate.
Councillor Hardwick?
I'm good, thank you.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, you're next.
Thanks. And most of my questions that I came into were answered in the presentation or asked by other councillors. But I am hoping, Dr. Daly, that you can speak to, we hear there is in the public a lot of conflating of the overdose, drug poisoning crisis, and substance use and addiction, with homelessness, with criminal behavior, and with mental health. And I'm hoping you can help piece out each of those separate pieces, because my sense is that when they all get lumped together, there's a very harmful stigmatizing, and it reduces our ability to address the issues in a very human way.
I think you're right, and thank you for raising that, because stigma is a concern when it comes to this particular public health emergency. A stigma we don't see with COVID-19, I don't think. So I've already talked about the separation between mental illness and people who may have substance use disorder, and the clear difference. There are people with substance use disorder across the spectrum in our province, of all walks of life, everywhere. But I would say, particularly in Vancouver, that the people at risk of overdose death are there's a greater proportion who live in poverty, who have unstable housing. So those other determinants of health are important, and it could be, those could be one of the things that increase their risk, or it could be as a result of their substance use disorder, the chronic relapsing nature of it. So there are determinants of health that we need to address, things like housing and poverty reduction, as well as providing, medical treatment or regulated supply. But I think the issue of stigma is an important one, and that's one of the reasons why we really strongly support the decriminalization proposal, because when you decriminalize, it does reduce stigma and does allow very vulnerable people who may be afraid to come forward for help. It gives them that opportunity to come forward for help. So I appreciate, Shay, that you raised that. There are differences, and I think it's really important that we don't, when we talk about people who may be at risk of overdose death, remember, they don't all have mental illness. They may not all even have addiction. That this is a very, it's a complicated public health issue. There are many people at risk, but certainly there's an overrepresentation of people who live in poverty, people who have unstable housing. There's overrepresentation of Indigenous people because of a history of colonialism. And they've seen a worsening of the rates of overdoses amongst First Nations people during the pandemic at an even higher rate than among non-First Nations people. So it's not one population, and we need to address all those determinants.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Related to that, I'm wondering if you have advice for us as elected leaders in this city on how we frame and talk about this crisis in ways that can help reduce rather than amplify that stigma that we hear out in the public realm.
Well, actually, I think Mayor and Council have done a really good job of, you've been very progressive in some of the things you're doing. I hear you talk about a lot, saying some of the same things that I do. So I think you are doing a very good job, and it's really critically important. I was so pleased today to be able to come and talk to you about this in the midst of all the other the issues around the pandemic and other things that you identify this as a priority. So I think you need to continue to do what you're doing to. I've talked about local government being very responsive to citizens, to allow people with lived experience to come and present to you, so that some of you have gone down and talked to people with lived experience in different parts of the city. That's really important, and certainly I consider their expertise critically important in how we in public health address our response to the crisis. So it's about engaging with citizens who may be at risk, seeing them as people. One of the things that worries me is that we put up the numbers and they become meaningless, and they're so large. And I have on the door of my office right here, the Globe and Mail at some point last year had a front page story on the overdose crisis with pictures of 100 people. One of those people was a member of my staff who died during the pandemic of an overdose. And I do believe that some of the public health measures that we put in place contributed to that death. And I have that picture on my door because we need to see the faces of the people who are impacted. And you can help bring forward those faces to the public. And I think it is about the public thinking this is as important as the pandemic in order to respond.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I found that Globe article really powerful too. So we'll leave it there. Thank you for all of this work.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova, beginning of the second round.
Thanks so much, and I'll try and be shorter, understanding I went over a little bit. But my next question is actually, again, so many of them, but a follow-up to the last one with VPD, if I might. And it's, I appreciate Deputy Chief Wilson answering the first part of the question. The second part of the question that I was going to ask was, do you have any concerns about storefronts? Like, such as storefronts that, the Drug Users Libertation Front, I believe that's what makes up the acronym DULF, is proposing. Are there any concerns that you have with that and with them purchasing their product off the dark web?
So as I previously stated, the Vancouver Police Department has some significant concerns about the source of the supply for DULF. The dark web is a place where a whole myriad of criminal activity takes place, including the distribution and sharing of child pornography, firearm purchases. It is a place that was created for the purpose of criminal activity, and the drugs that are sold on the darknet are no exception to that. They are imported into this country and produced in this country illegally, and there are a whole host of social harms that happen as a result of that. I worked a international heroin trafficking file a number of years ago, and the traffickers were actually taking drug-addicted users out of the downtown east side, females, sending them to Dar es Salaam and forcing them to import heroin back into the country. So to think that you could go to the dark web and it's going to be a supply that is somehow lawfully obtained is not correct. So we have significant concerns about the notion of how these drugs would be obtained.
So sorry to interrupt, but I have limited time.
Yeah.
And I am wondering if you might be able to also comment on, with storefronts, with cannabis, we saw many break-ins and robberies.
Absolutely.
Is there a concern that even if this is a nonprofit organization, that there could be those public safety issues for whoever's walking by?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I would be concerned about is the transportation and storage of the drugs. I would be concerned about seeing the same phenomena that we saw in the wake of storefronts for marijuana, where we had those really violent, hostile, takeover-style robberies that are a significant risk to public safety. I would be concerned about anything that is going to, not so much concerned, because I think it's important that we do make change, but when you introduce a different supply of drugs into the downtown east side, there are unintended consequences of that. And that's why I think consultation is so important for us to unpack all of that and figure out what kind of impact that could potentially have on the community.
Thanks. And just to be really clear, though, I believe it was the prescription heroin that Dr. Daly was talking about that is approved by Health Canada. VPD supports that supply.
Absolutely.
So that would be what you'd consider safe, regulated supply.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to try and squeeze one question into Dr. Daly, if that's okay. Dr. Daly, I'm just going to let you know, because I see the chair looking at me, I only have 1 minute and 20 seconds left, now less than that. I'm wondering if on the slide when you had shown the deaths in the different types of housing, if you might be able to let me know what your measure of supportive housing is versus SROs. So what would the amount of supports be and wraparound services for it to be considered supportive housing?
That was actually the slide of VPD data.
Oh, and, so sorry. Okay.
Yeah, that was the what we get from Vancouver Police. They're the ones who attend the deaths and report that to us. But where?
Okay. All right. And I will send that off. I only have 30 seconds left, Dr. Daly. Can I email you some questions on the prescription heroin?
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Well timed. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, recognizing we have Chief Ryder from the Vancouver Fire Department, I'd like to know from your standpoint how the drug overdose response team has worked, and also talking a little bit about the PTSD we're seeing and the difficulties with EMS, recognizing this seems to be something that's really affecting how we can respond to this crisis.
Thank you for that. Karen Fry, General Manager, Fire Chief with Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. Thank you for having me here today. Related to our community overdose response team that was put in place by this council, we have been engaged with over 1,200 individuals that have succumbed to overdoses or had overdoses. And we've put in place since the beginning of the program 200 of those individuals, 2 support services who may have not had support for prevention and treatment in our partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health. So that's continuing to go. We have 27 of our fire halls or fire crews trained on recognizing signs and tracking better data in order for our staff to be able to engage with them. As far as the PTSD, our fire department responds to almost every overdose, especially in the downtown east side where we're seeing large clusters and even further out into other areas of the city. We've responded to over 3,000 overdoses this year alone. And of those, they're accounting for 28% of our medical responses. And in many instances too, we are waiting for ambulance at a lot of calls. These extreme increase in calls, we are seeing unprecedented numbers, and we're now responding to call volumes that we saw back in about 2017. And of those, there are a lot more critical calls. We are waiting on scene for lots of incidents, including overdoses. And in those cases, our crews do what they can to stabilize the individuals and providing naloxone for them and providing oxygen therapy. Related to the stress on the crews, similar to what we heard from Dr. Daly and my colleague at VPD, mental health continues to be a large stressor for our general public and our first responders who have continued to work through the overdose crisis as well as the COVID pandemic. We are continuing to see overdose numbers rise, and we're continuing to support our staff as best we can with new programs to support their mental wellness.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My next question is for Dr. Daly, and it's a follow-up, and it's really talking about the mental health supports. You showed that slide on youth numbers for outpatient care. I'm wondering, what are we able to do to make sure we have more programs for culturally informed trauma programs or earlier intervention for the general public as well, recognizing that this crisis, a lot of people in the downtown east side have had friends, family members, neighbors pass away. And so what are the trauma programs that we are rolling out, recognizing this is affecting the mental health of so many?
Well, I'm not going to suggest that we have services for all who may need it. I mean, our staff also have been impacted by these crises. We're hearing from the fire department. We thank them for the fantastic program, which has been so important because it addresses some of the issues around stigma. People are so grateful when they see that the firefighter who responded to their overdose cares enough about them to try and connect them to services. But we know that there are support groups out there. We need to do more for everybody working. We need to provide support and education for peers, for peer networks. And we do have some funding. Some of the new funding from the provincial government is for that. In terms of trauma-informed care, we work with our Indigenous health team at Vancouver Coastal Health and First Nations Health Authority to think about culture as treatment for people who are Indigenous. That's really important. We need to expand those initiatives. They work. So they're again, not one size fits all. We need many, many more supports for young people and the increasing numbers of youth with mental health issues. The provincial government has invested in the Foundry model, which was a model started at Providence Healthcare. The Foundry Clinic, which engages vulnerable youth, provides primary care, can provide mental health services, and there have been more of those.
I've only got 15 seconds. Do you think that mental health care needs to be part of MSP and something that we should be advocating for as a council?
A quick answer.
Well, mental health care is part of MSP. It depends on the nature of mental health care. I think you're talking about perhaps supports for that may be not funded currently right now for people who've been impacted for the overdose crisis. So yes, it depends on what you're advocating for. It's something we could certainly look at.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Bligh, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Daly. Just a couple follow-up questions. I wonder if you can contextualize for us the $132 million that's going to treatment and recovery across BC. Do you have a sense of how much the investment will come to the metro area and even Vancouver? And how hopeful should this council be with that type of investment? Is it, because I don't really have a sense of what those costs are related to treatment and recovery, and it's a big number. I don't really know what it actually sort of impactful it would be on the ground here with the need that we have. So I wonder if you can offer some context.
Sure. And this is a Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions initiative. So I would encourage you to go on their website where there's a lot more detail and a Q&A document on the investment. What I will say is that the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions worked with every regional health authority to try and identify what services might be needed within their communities. We in turn in Vancouver Coastal, as the other health authorities, worked with people with lived experience, some of the overdose action teams that we have out there to get their input. So it will be a range of increased detox supports, recovery supports, some peer education and peer support. But if you go on the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions website, there is more detail there. And it's not just in Vancouver in our region. We do think it's important in rural communities and other places to provide those services. One of the problems in BC is a lot of services provided in Vancouver don't exist elsewhere, and we need to make sure that they're available where people live, where they can access them. But if you go on their website, there's more detail there.
Okay, that's great. I'll do that. My follow-up question was related, I think you called the program, was it Street to Greet?
Yeah, the Street to Greet program, yeah.
So can you offer just a description of just high level what that program is setting out to achieve?
This was an initiative started. We worked with Portland Hotel Society on this by our staff that initially provided some training for peers so that they could work, for example, in overdose prevention sites, so some of the lock zone training, but it gradually expanded to include a number of modules. And what we did find is it creates expertise among a group of peers who may be on their recovery journey. But one of the things that we know is critically important for that journey is that they can have employment or meaning to their lives after they have perhaps been through detox and treatment. And the feedback from participants is that it was incredibly meaningful for them to go through this, develop expertise, now feel that they could bring skills to contribute back to society, to support others. So that's one of the programs that we are expanding with new investments from the provincial government. And if council is interested to have someone come and present that program to you, I think would be very meaningful. And I would recommend it come from some of those peers who've been through the program.
Okay, thanks very much. I certainly would be interested to hear more about that. And I understand that there's a recovery clinic being discussed. Is that true? And is that facilitated through Vancouver Coastal Health? And what would that look like?
Well, part of the 132 million will be some recovery services. We don't have all the details yet on what those are going to look like. So I think you'll hear more about those in the future, but certainly recovery services are amongst the investments that you will see coming.
Okay, and my last question is in your response to the mayor's question that the most important thing we can do is sort of transition out an unregulated supply and transition in a clean supply of drugs. That's what's going to make the difference, and really hearing that loud and clear. And that seems like something that is taking obviously a long time, and all partners are working towards a similar goal. But we hear criticism that the rollouts are sort of slow or in the provincial rollout after COVID hit. And so as a council, I'm just curious, given the gravity of the situation, it sort of strikes me that we should be running a list of requests or from Vancouver Coastal Health and other partners so that the city knows how we can be making some of the smaller impacts while we're waiting for this whole new regulated drug supply. Does that list exist, or are there things that council doesn't know about that you'd like us to know about that we really need to be championing to help better the situation?
Well, I would say we work with your staff very closely. So, I think they're aware of all the things that we'd like to see. The city's made commitment to some of those things. But when I say that this is the single most important intervention, if we had a contaminated food supply that was making people ill, we would pull that supply off the market and replace it with a supply that was not contaminated. We haven't done the most basic thing to address this crisis. And although we can say it's complex, and I agree, you're even hearing BPD talk about the fact that the danger associated with an illegal supply of substances. The reason why user groups are proposing compassion clubs is because they are desperate. If they can get an illegal source that undergoes testing, and by the way, we encourage people to bring their illegal drugs for testing so they know what they're consuming. That's what compassion clubs want to do. Test it so people know what they're consuming, they can reduce the risk. We need to support that. So we're going to have to do bold things that we may not feel comfortable with. But right now, I don't think the little things, and the city has supported many things, and they can continue to support some of the things, that, especially to support peers, people with lived experience, Indigenous people. Those are some of the areas that I think investment for the city of Vancouver is important. But your advocacy to address the illegal supply and replace it with a regulated supply is critical. We need to have people other than me, other than peers, advocating for this. Having the Mayor of Vancouver and the Council of Vancouver advocate for this is very powerful.
Okay, and that is well over time for Councillor Bligh. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. And I do appreciate the answer to Councillor Bligh's comments there, but I do also want to articulate and re-articulate for the benefit of our staff who are also listening that we have done the advocacy work, and that at a certain point we can't affect the change on that senior government level, and that we need some other solutions that can address, recognizing of course that safe supply is the paramount issue. We still have work that we need to do at the city to address some of the concurrent kind of issues that are coming with the overdose crisis and drug psychosis and disorder that citizens are reflecting to us, and the anxiety around that. I think that's a critical distinction that we also need to focus on. So just want to park that there. Also following up on some of Councillor Bligh's comments about recovery. As I recall in the previous presentation, I guess it's a couple of years ago now almost, there was a suggestion that recovery on demand was probably not a good route to approach because the danger of overdose from somebody who had recovered and then relapsed. Is that no longer the sort of thinking around this recovery, or are we changing tack a bit?
No, I think that's still correct. That what we talked about is the fact that addiction is a chronic relapsing condition, and unfortunately, recovery service, we didn't have an integrate. We have not had, and we're working towards this, an integrated system of addiction care, and this is something we're focusing on. We need to track people across the system of care so that they don't fall through the cracks. And what we have found is that historically, without that ability to track what is essentially people who have a chronic relapsing condition, when they come out of recovery, they're very likely to relapse because that's the nature of addiction. And they may be at higher risk for overdose death because they've lost some tolerance to substances. So it's not about getting rid of recovery services. It's ensuring that they're part of an integrated system of care where we can track people and support them as they go in and out of recovery, recognizing that may happen multiple times. We have people with lived experience working for us in Vancouver Coastal Health who talk about having gone through detox and recovery multiple dozens of times. It's a little bit like quitting smoking, which is highly addictive. Usually takes more than one attempt. And it's about ensuring that recovery is part of an integrated system of care that so we as a system can support recovery services and ensure as people are discharged that they're supported in the event that they do relapse. So that's what we need to do, is make sure they're part of that system of care. And we have been working towards that. We have a new regional addictions program in Vancouver Coastal Health. It's co-led by Vancouver Coastal Health and Providence Healthcare with Miranda Compton. And that's the primary goal of that new regional program, is to integrate those services so they're part of a more comprehensive system for people and that they don't fall through the cracks.
Do we track the number of overdoses coming from sort of recreational users versus sort of chronic disorder user overdoses? And would that demand additional resources for a city like Vancouver if there was a distinction there?
Well, if you go back to my Chief Medical Health Officer report of 2018, you will find that not all the people who are dying of overdoses are people with an addiction to opioids. So I think that's your point, that there are people who consume illegal substances who may not have an addiction. And that's why just increasing treatment for opioid addiction is not going to solve the crisis. I don't want to call it recreational use or other use. There are people who consume substances for a number of reasons, and they don't all have a medical diagnosis of addiction. But we need to think about that. We need to make sure that those people are not at risk of death too. And that's true everywhere. It's not just in Vancouver.
Okay. Lastly, we hear a lot about stigma, and we've heard from some advocates that there's, stigma within the health system. Certainly we saw Dr. Trapello-Fawn's report in plain sight about racialized stigma. What is Coastal Health doing to address stigma within the healthcare provision system?
Absolutely right that we take the findings in that report very seriously. They identify systemic racism within the healthcare system. Vancouver Coastal Health has created a new Vice President of Indigenous Health, Leslie Boncher. We're very proud of that. We're investing in her team, her Indigenous Health team. And a lot of their work is about training to provide culturally safe care across Vancouver Coastal Health, to address complaints of Indigenous people, they work with us on the overdose crisis to provide cultural supports for Indigenous people, because we know they're at higher risk of overdose deaths. So there's a whole bunch of initiatives that are underway, led by Leslie Boncher and her team, that in response to that report and a number of other reports that have been released provincially and nationally. We also have recognized that racism is a problem for other groups as well, and diversity and inclusion has been something that we as a health authority have been working on. We want to ensure that we're providing compassionate, safe care for all those clients we serve within the healthcare system. So lots of work going on in that, but I take your point that we need to do a lot more.
Thanks, Dr. Daly. I'm out of time.
You are, but only a few seconds. Thank you so much, Councillor Fry, and on to you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have one question for Dr. Daly first, I hope, and then for the rep from the police department. And I wanted to start by noting that the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association has actually made a video in favor of safe supply. So the question is, what do you think the impact of a demedicalized, member-based safe supply, basically compassion club, on vulnerable people would be? And what do you think the impact would be on street disorder, particularly the crime that people usually associate with substance use, like petty theft?
Well, of course, the goal is that it would support especially people who are most vulnerable, that may not have benefited from the treatment options available, reduce overdose deaths, and reduce street disorder. I take the point that has been raised by others, that if we are to support compassion club models, the onus is on us, and I would say the city, the health authority, other experts, BC Centre on Substance Use, to support those models and evaluate them so that we can demonstrate the benefits and any risks associated with them. That's why Insight was successful, because we invested in the evaluation of it. So our goal would be to reduce street disorder, to prevent death among people who are most vulnerable. But it's very important that as we introduce these models, that we support them and evaluate them.
And that DOLF model does include an evaluation component, right?
That's correct. And we would want to work with people. So, we are very open to working with people with lived experience and people with living experience on models. And I know the BC Centre on Substance Use is open to this too, to help. We would want those models to be successful, and we would want to be sure that we evaluate them. So we will support that.
So just wondering what the police rep has to say about the impact of safe supply on street disorder.
Great question. I think that, as I previously said, the Vancouver Police Department certainly supports the notion of safe supply. We've been very open about that. In fact, I believe we were one of the first departments in the country to advocate for safe supply. It's the way that's rolled out that I think we need to have further discussion on. And as I previously said, I think the VPD is really, really willing to sit down and have those conversations and have that discussion. And, I think a part of that is understanding that sometimes the outcomes and the measures of success are different for different stakeholders. We've come across this in relation to housing, for example, when we look at some of our mental health partners, when they have somebody who is put into housing, for them, that may be a win, despite the fact that we may see an increase in street disorder as a result of that. So we have to recognize, I think, that outcomes and measures of success are different for different stakeholders. But despite that, I certainly think that safe supply is laudable, and it's something that we should be working towards. It's just how we get there that needs to be discussed, and I think having everybody at the table in order to do that is very, very important.
Okay, thank you. Last question for Dr. Daly. You said that there's no evidence of the COVID vaccine waning, but I know that the health department is giving vaccines, third doses to people in nursing homes. So I'm wondering if there's any plan to give third doses to older people later on.
Yes, so the good news is that we have very good experts here in BC who are monitoring in real time the effectiveness of the vaccines. And at a population level, we're not seeing waning protection. The third doses that we first started giving, and this is based on recommendations from our National Advisory Committee on Immunization, were to people who have very compromised immune systems. This is because those people may not have responded as well to 2 doses of vaccine. It's the same because their immune systems are weakened. We actually, for many other vaccines, people like that, people undergoing cancer treatment who have other conditions that lead to weakened immune systems, they already get extra doses of other vaccines as well. So that's not waning immunity. That's really that they need more initial doses to try and stimulate their immune system. The National Advisory Committee on Immunization did recommend booster doses for residents of nursing homes. Although we do, the evidence we have so far is that the vaccination campaign, which was the first group who received vaccines beginning at the end of December through January of last year, the evidence says that the vaccine is still effective in that group, but they also, older people living in, frail people living in nursing homes have less robust immune systems because they're at the highest risk of death from COVID. The recommendation was they should get a third dose now as well. And the National Advisory Committee on Immunization will be considering whether or not booster doses are needed for other groups. We will follow their recommendations and we will be prepared based on those to respond. And they'll be looking at all the data to determine whether or not boosters are needed for other groups. So stay tuned for that. I think you'll hear more about that.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer. And that's it for your time, Councillor Swampson. Councillor Kirby Young, just time to get your 5 minutes in before lunch.
Perfect. I won't take that long. I just have one follow-up question for Dr. Daly and switching gears back to the pandemic. And that's really about, you said that vaccination is our kind of way out or ticket out of this. And Vancouver also has a very high vaccination rate. I wonder if you can just speak a bit to sort of the path in terms of what residents can anticipate or look forward to as to what type of vaccination rate do we have to hit? What other indicators? What will factor into a decision to lift things like the mandatory vaccine passport, masking mandates, things like that?
Yes. So we know that we need a very high rate of population coverage because the Delta variant of the virus is very transmissible. So we need to get over to 90%. We know we're getting there in Vancouver Coastal Health. One thing you didn't ask about, but there has been an application for a vaccine for children 5 to 11. I know many parents are interested in this. We will be prepared if that vaccine is approved and recommended to administer vaccine to that group, which will add to the population protection in our health authority. I think we are going to be constantly monitoring as a public health group with the Chief Medical Health Officer, the Provincial Health Officer, a number of indicators of the pandemic. There's a lot of focus on the number of cases per day. We need to be thinking more about hospitalizations and deaths because the vaccine is not 100% effective. We do have people fully vaccinated who develop COVID-19, but they're at much lower risk of severe disease. What's less important is those cases. What's most important is looking at the severe cases and ensuring that we prevent those cases because of the impact on those individuals, also on the healthcare system. So those are the kinds of things we will monitor. I think you will see a cautious approach this fall because we are entering the typical respiratory season. There's other respiratory viruses that are already circulating that can cause similar symptoms to COVID-19. We need to maintain our surveillance systems. We need to monitor what happens as our vaccination rates increase. I don't think you'll be seeing us remove things suddenly, that it will be a gradual process based on what the data tells us. For example, the announcement this week that we are going to lift capacity limits on indoor venues that use the vaccine passport, like some of our sporting events and concerts and other places. How long we'll have the passport in place, I can't tell you. We do, but I will tell you that we closely monitor all the indicators of the pandemic on a regular basis, and we'll make our decisions based on those and on the vaccination rates. And I would say getting to more than 90% coverage of eligible people is critical to lifting the public health measures.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you, and thanks for all the info this morning.
That's it. That's great. Thank you. And that does bring us to the end of questions. And may I just, number one, appreciate the fact that the willingness of Dr. Daly to present to us and to stay so long to answer questions, incredibly useful for us. And also to thank Vancouver Fire Chief Karen Fry and Deputy Police Chief Fiona Wilson for also being here to answer questions. I think Council very much appreciated both of you being here. And Council, a great set of questions. I see your passion on understanding this issue and searching for solutions going forward. So thanks to staff. We are now at a lunch break. I just want to let you know, Council, that we will be reconvening at 1 o'clock. And at that time, the mayor will reconvene us in council for a very brief period of time in order to pass a bylaw that has to do with patios. I think we were informed about that before when we were in council. So that will happen. It'll probably take 5 minutes or so, I imagine. And then we will reconvene in the standing committee after that time. We will have a staff presentation, a round of questions, and get to speakers, one hopes, this afternoon, and then continuing this evening. So have a good lunch, everyone.
afternoon.
you hear us, Rowena?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm going to mute you now. Thank you.
Seconded it.
Any other part of the discussion? Okay, I'm going to call a vote on this matter then. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks so much. This motion carries unanimously. Okay, Council, we're now going to recess until the conclusion of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Do we need a motion to recess, clerks?
Sorry, my microphone was having trouble there. No, we're fine with just recessing.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. Over to you, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Mayor. And we are back in session then with the Standing Committee at our second item on this agenda, which is the future of False Creek South, advancing a conceptual development plan and addressing lease expiries. We have Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, in chambers to present this item. City leadership staff are also online to answer questions, and I'm not sure if the city manager will introduce, but I leave that to you, Karen Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Carr. Before I get started, I'd like to ask our City Manager, Paul Mulcahy, to say a few opening words.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Chair and Council. So this is a momentous day here today. And first of all, I want to say on behalf of the many staff who've been working on this file, how pleased we are to be here in front of you to have this report to present it to you and answer any questions you might have. Of course, the subject for your consideration today is the future direction of the South Falls Creek neighborhood. It is a unique neighborhood in our city, the manifestation of some visionary decisions by your predecessors in previous decades. Of course, much of the land in the neighborhood is subject to stewardship by the city, so these decisions do fall to you. And in setting out the current configuration of the leases in South Falls Creek, really those previous councils did set the timeline for reconsideration of what to do, what the future direction of the neighborhood should be, and that timeline is now. It's falling to you to make those calls. So it's a tremendous opportunity for Vancouver. I think we all know that, but it's one that comes with huge complexity. And it's taken many, many years to get to this point today, spanning terms of successive councils. And really what has stymied us, I think, collectively, is the complexity of this issue. Want to acknowledge, first of all, the impact that that's had for the current residents and businesses in South Falls Creek. They've been waiting a long time for clarity regarding the future of their neighborhood, and that uncertainty has been cause for anxiety. We certainly realize that. But I think acting on what we understood to be the interest of this council, the report that is before you today represents what I would say is really a Herculean effort on the part of our staff team to deal with contribution from external experts to deal with the complexity of this issue. There are a mind-numbing number of variables and objectives that our staff have been working to balance in developing this proposed direction. There's the inevitable growth pressures that the city's facing. Council, you're well aware of that, our acute affordability challenges, climate change, general livability objectives that we have. All of that needs to be balanced with the legitimate interests and concerns of the current residents and businesses in the neighborhood, their interest for their homes, their community, their future in the neighborhood. We're aiming to preserve what makes South Falls Creek unique and livable, but also provide access to that livability for future individuals and families who may be able to take advantage of that. And underpinning all of that is the central premise that this redevelopment needs to pay for itself from the city's perspective. There's land that the city's putting forward here, but there's major infrastructure investments that will be required, both to enable growth and development, but also to deal with climate change as one particular pressure. There's a substantive question, Council, as you know, about the role of senior governments in funding affordability in the neighborhood. And at this conceptual stage, there's lots of unknowns around that. So this balancing of objectives, again, not to overstate the point, but has been an extremely challenging exercise for our staff. We are certainly aware of the range of different perspectives on that balance, and I think that's inevitable, given the range of different interests here and just the way Vancouver tends to look at these changes. improvement, I think, on the proposal that's the conceptual development proposal that staff have outlined. I think improvement on that is possible and in fact certain through the planning process. I think that's what we're contemplating. What I would say though, Council, is given the complexity, the notion of simple adjustments to this are not feasible. All of those adjustments involve trade-offs, very complex trade-offs. So I think that's, again, that's our collective challenge in moving this forward. And what you have in front of you today is really the starting point for a process that will involve a huge amount of dialogue, both with council, with the neighborhood, the community of South Falls Creek, and with the city more broadly. And that's really kind of the point at which we're at today. It's one milestone on a long journey, but a really important one. So with that, again, just want to really thank our team for the amount of time and effort they put into working this up. And with that, I'll hand it over to Karen. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Madam Chair. So how come my slides aren't advancing on the screen? There we go. Thanks. So what we're here today to talk to you about, as Mr. Mokri said, is the neighborhood of Falls Creek South. You see here in the white boundary. The city owns approximately 80 acres of the 100 acres within those white boundaries and steward them on behalf of the Vancouver residents. And we're going to talk to you today about the conceptual development plan we're proposing council take as a starting point for our GM of real estate to submit an application to the GM of planning to start a community planning process. That planning process would be a multi-year process and would involve a vast array of input from the community, from other stakeholders in the city, and of course engaging our Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations appropriately. I have before you here a presentation which I expect is going to take close to half an hour. I'm going to speak to you for some of it. Mr. Brook is going to speak to you for some of it. Before I get into it, I just want to introduce the staff who are here to answer questions that council might have of the work we're presenting today. To my right here, we've got Jeff Greenberg from our Legal Services Department, Nick Kassam, our GM of Real Estate and Facilities Management, Ryan Bigelow, our CEO of our Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency. I think Sandra Singh is behind me, GM of Arts, Culture and Community Services. In addition, there are several staff members on the phone from finance and also our consultants, Gordon Harris and Chuck Brook, both who the city has engaged to provide planning and development advisory services throughout this project. So today we're going to talk to you a little bit about the purpose of this work, about the neighborhood as it exists right now, public engagement findings that were collected by the city through the first part of 2021 and how they would inform this work. Mr. Brook will bring you through the recommended conceptual development plan, and we'll talk about how we have been working with the neighborhood and plan to work with the neighborhood going forward, and then talk a bit about next steps. So the purpose of today's report is, as I just said a moment ago, is to seek council direction for our GM of real estate as the landowner in this work, to make application to the GM of PDS, who would be the regulator in this work, to embark on reinitiating our community planning process for Falls Creek South. And as I said a minute ago, that engagement through that community planning process would be far-reaching. The city's playing really 4 roles with respect to Falls Creek South. First and foremost, we provide stewardship for the lands on behalf of Vancouver's residents and businesses, and part of that work is to contemplate any development or redevelopment work on these lands over time. Related to being the landowner, we're the landlord of over 700 individual leases for tenants that lease land from the city in this neighborhood. We also, just like any other part of the city, we are a policymaker and infrastructure manager, setting policies around many, many things that would affect any part of Vancouver: housing, sea level rise, social, cultural, recreational amenities, parks, and so on. And primarily through our engineering department, we also build and maintain public infrastructure such as roads, water, sewage, and so on. And then we are also the regulator, and that falls primarily under the purview of our GM of planning, looking at community planning, zoning, permitting, both planning and enforcing those regulations. So this report before you today is from the GM of real estate, and we're speaking to you as landowner. And that sounds a little awkward to keep making this distinction of landowner and regulator, but it's a very important distinction. And in fact, the city's legally bound and council's legally bound to hold that distinction clearly through any work related to land the city owns and is at the same time regulating. So you already saw this picture. This is the neighborhood. Back in the 70s, this neighborhood was basically kind of mucky waterfront with logs and some industrial presence on it. And through the visionary work done in the 70s was converted into the neighborhood that you see today, with a mix of ranging, with a mix of income levels, and lots of parkland, a beautiful seawall, and so on. And really the conversation we're having right now is what does council want this neighborhood to look like over, let's say, the next 50 years? So we're really talking about a long-term plan. Just for context, if we look kind of in each direction around Falls Creek South, the Broadway plan, council is undertaking the Broadway plan up along Broadway, just up from where Falls Creek South is. A little further west of Falls Creek South is the Sanok development being undertaken by the Squamish Partnership. The Sanok Partnership. The old Molson site, what you see here is a picture of a proposal. This hasn't gone through any regulatory process yet, but something being contemplated, the kind of thing being contemplated on the old Molson site adjacent to the Burrard Bridge. Of course, there's the Olympic Athletes Village already built to the east of Falls Creek South. And then across the water, we have Northeast Falls Creek, which also has a fulsome community plan in place and plans for that over the long term. In terms of Falls Creek South itself, there are 7 different tenancy types in Falls Creek South. Leasehold strata, there's a little bit of commercial and almost 700 residential commercial leases. These are market leases and take the form of townhouses primarily. Market rental, 2 buildings, 150 units. 1 floating co-op, which is 55 liveaboards at the marina. 7 co-op buildings comprising just over 500 co-op homes. 4 non-market rental buildings, about 300 units, and then 2 community care facilities comprising about 140 units. And so in this site, there's all of Falls Creek South, there's about 5,500 residents, and that includes both the city land and the non-city land. If we split those residential units between the two, there's approximately 1,800 residential units on city land and approximately 1,300 on third-party land. And the FSR for all of Falls Creek South is about 1.3. In terms of the neighborhood in Falls Creek South has a very active and engaged neighborhood, and they're represented by, at this moment in time, 3 different associations. The Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association, I believe, was established at the same time the neighborhood was first built, with a mandate of representing all the interests of Falls Creek South within the City of Vancouver, and that's both the leasehold buildings on city land as well as the freehold buildings on privately held land in the neighborhood. Replan is a subcommittee of the Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association, and their mandate specifically is to address uncertainty around their lease ends, and this is just for the units on city land, and to dialogue with the city around planning for the future of the neighborhood. And then more recently, Replan set up a new entity called the Strata Leaseholder Society, sometimes referred to as the Replan Bargaining Agency, colloquially. And this is an entity that's been set up to create some streamlining for the city to negotiate with that over 700 strata leaseholds as we move into negotiating around lease extensions for that group of leases. So the majority of leases in Falls Creek South expire 15 to 25 years from now. This graph shows you a sense of what those expiry dates look like. There's 2 exceptions off to the left of that slide, and there's 2 co-ops that are expiring on the very near term, and we are going to be addressing those on the near term to make sure those are extended appropriately. So independent of what council decides coming out of this council report, our GM of REFM is going to initiate a formal lease negotiation process with the Strata Leasehold Society in early November. And our GM of Arts, Culture and Community Services with our CEO of Baja is going to initiate lease extension and redevelopment discussions with the co-op leadership in Falls Creek South. And I believe some of those meetings have also already been set up, or they're in the midst of being set up right now. I said a minute ago that the city undertook a public engagement process in February of 2021 concerning the future of Falls Creek South. We, as we often do, did 2 streams, made several channels available for people to provide input, including 2 public surveys. We had a survey on our Talk Vancouver portal. Over 4,000 people responded to that. And then we had a representative survey, which had about 800 respondents to it. I'll just note that with the Talk Vancouver 4,000 person responses, roughly 28% of those were from Falls Creek South. And just to give you an order of magnitude, the Falls Creek South community, both on city land and non-city land, represents just under 1% of the city's population. So there was ample opportunity to hear from the Falls Creek South community and residents within this process. The key findings of that public engagement process, of course, it probably goes without saying, the Falls Creek South residents wanted their leases extended. There was broad support across respondents for increased housing and density on the city lands in Falls Creek South. There was a majority view expressed that the types of housing we needed most were family housing, accessible and adaptable housing, as well as purpose-built rental. In terms of social and cultural priorities, environmental and social were ranked the most important among a lot of the majority of respondents. And then finally, there was broad support for an approach that favored developing the vacant lands first, phasing in any redevelopment with a minimal disruption to the neighborhood, and using the proceeds of some of the development to fund non-market and affordable housing. So I'm going to turn now to the recommended conceptual development plan in this report. The city started, the GM of Planning started a planning process in 2017 and completed phase 1 in 2018. And the culmination of this work was a provisional vision statement, which talked about the living legacy of the community, a place of diversity, strong social and physical connections, and a resilient and sustainable neighborhood. There's more to it, and you can see it in the appendix of your report. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you here. And then there were, with that, 10 planning principles. And again, they're in the report appendix. You can see them. But were very important starting points for us as we developed the conceptual development plan you see before you today. Another really important input into the conceptual development plan was the Provisional Resident Protection and Retention Plan. This was approved by Council in 2018. And this is a draft policy, a provisional policy, I should say, to provide replacement and return guidelines for each type of tenure within Falls Creek South to make sure that all residents have the opportunity to relocate within Falls Creek South should they want to, if their building gets redeveloped. Other really important inputs into the development concept we have before you today were the plan that Council received from Replan in the summer of 2020 with their thoughts and ideas about what they would like to see in the neighborhood. Another really important input, of course, is the co-op lease renewal framework that this Council approved in this past summer. In that work, Falls Creek South is identified as a near-term phased large-term redevelopment site. And the idea here is that the co-op lease renewal framework applies to all the co-ops in Falls Creek South as it would to any other co-ops across the city. The only difference would be timing, because the idea would be to align the timing of co-op leases and lease expiries with potential redevelopment. Our intention very much is to give co-ops in Falls Creek South as much notice as possible as we think about redevelopment, any redevelopment council would opt for, so that we can work in partnership with that co-op leadership through the whole process. The city manager talked about a great number of inputs and constraints and principles and assumptions that went into planning. This slide, which you also see in the report, just lists most of them, and just many, many variables to think about in terms of creating a development plan that solves some problems, that addresses opportunities, that minimally disrupts the neighborhood, and at the same time allows council to leverage the land in Falls Creek South to achieve priorities for stakeholders, for citizens across the city. So with that, I'm going to ask Chuck Brook, who should be on WebEx, to present to you the next few slides, which will just run you through the conceptual development plan before you today. Chuck?
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon, Mayor Stewart, members of council. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the recommended conceptual development plan, and I've been thinking about how to describe that to you in a way that really conveys the sense of where we're coming from and the stage that we're at. If you consider the previous slide, the complexity slide that Karen just showed you and the complexity that the city manager described in his opening remarks, think of those squares as parts of a Rubik's Cube, because that's how it has seemed to us in trying to come up with a balance of all of these complex factors, some of them complementary, some of them conflicting, and make the necessary trade-offs to achieve what we think is a conceptual development plan that best addresses all those forces. I really want to emphasize that this is a direction. These are early days, in spite of all the time and attention this has taken to get to this point. It is not a prescription. It is a direction. And as the city manager pointed out, he said improvement is possible and it's certain. And what I'm going to describe to you today is really just an opening direction for the handoff to the larger regulatory process through the PDS. The foremost objective is to, in fact, create as much affordable housing as is sustainably possible, economically possible. So looking at this bird's eye view, we see the existing False Creek community. And what stands out here in looking at these colored blocks is there's a distribution of co-op, non-market housing, and strata across the 80 acres. What you don't see much of in blue is purpose-built rental housing. Evidently in 1976, it was not felt to be an important component of the planning for False Creek South, but has become so today. Let's go to the next slide, please. So just looking quickly at statistically at the existing situation, you can see that it's about 28% for non-market, 28% for co-op, 36% for leasehold strata, and only 8% for market rental, with a total of 1,849 dwelling units altogether. To the next slide, please. I won't go into any detail here, but we looked at a whole series, many different options. And I'm happy to answer questions about those, but the one we've landed on is the option that we feel makes best use of the land and has taken its cues from some of the work done in the past by the city and also by the False Creek Residents Association itself. The objective here is to achieve that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 mix to the extent possible, and do it, as I said earlier, in a way that creates the most affordable forms of housing possible in an economically sustainable way. The financial return on this recommended development option is not developer profit. What the financial return does, it supports the contribution of land by the city for the creation of non-market and co-op housing. And there is a substantial increase in both non-market housing types, as well as affordable rental. Next slide, please. We've tried in this whole series of trade-offs in this field of complexity to respect the neighborhood legacy and character, both physically and philosophically, with a moderate increase in density, particularly in the context of the False Creek Basin, to create more housing of all kinds. And as I just said, the market housing is there to support the creation of non-market, co-op, and affordable rental housing. Better integration of False Creek South with the rest of the city by opening up the streets and opening up access to parks and open spaces and views. Enhanced social, cultural, and recreational amenities. And a phased development approach that very carefully takes into account the expiry of existing leases and minimizing disruption for existing residents if they choose to remain in False Creek South. So phase 1 is the development of vacant lands and underutilized sites, and with strata leasehold sites not developed in phase 1. There'll be a collaborative redevelopment approach with those residents of co-ops and non-market housing through phase 1. And there will be proactive planning to deal with rising sea levels, shoreline stability, and other infrastructure costs, which are accounted for in the city contribution in this overall concept planning. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, we are adding units of every type. The most substantial addition is that of market rental, as you can see, by unit count. And when we talk about market rental, we're talking about a spectrum from market rental that is just straight market rental through a spectrum of affordable rental types. And we expect that through PDS, there will be provision for a range of affordability options, perhaps based on family income, that will supplement the addition of non-market and co-op units, so that you will have non-market, co-op, and affordable rental units representing the full spectrum of affordability through False Creek South in the future. The FSR that we talked about at the completion of phase 1 goes from 1.3 to about 2.6. And eventually, if and when the leases are extended on the strata leasehold properties, we would achieve an overall unit count of about 6,650 units, representing about 3.4, 3.5 FSR. I want to emphasize that these unit counts are, at this point, conceptual. All of this will be refined and changed, I'm quite sure, over the course of the process run through planning and development services. Next slide, please. So if you looked at this and considered it as colored blocks, a vision, you can move the blocks around and you can change the colors of the blocks, you can increase their height, and this is what will happen through the regulatory process to follow with extensive community consultation throughout. What this plan suggests is there's a form here that in the first step of phase 1 builds out a range of housing types, all 4 that I've described, in a form that concentrates the highest buildings at the bridgeheads. This in step 1 here, you can see it's the Olympic Station site and Moberly and along West 6th Avenue, and creates new housing. And then in step 2, which is the next slide, the residents of these co-op and non-market sites, which are very large sites, key locations, and very low density, below, for the most part, below 1 FSR, are offered an opportunity, if they wish, to remain within False Creek South, and at the expiration of their leases, or perhaps slightly in advance of that, they're able to move into new housing. So there is no disruption, there's no need for relocation, temporary relocation as they move. But the idea is that in the 3rd step, which we'll see now, next slide, you see that those sites that were in purple are redeveloped with, again, a range of housing types with co-ops, non-market, strata, and some market rental. And in fact, by making more efficient use of some of the large low-density sites, we're able to increase the usable area of open space in Charleston Park in anticipation of a greater population in the future. As you can see at the Granville Bridgehead, the height of buildings steps up from somewhere around 6 stories flanking Charleston Park up to as much as 500 feet, which reflects the height of towers on the north side of the Granville Bridge, and creates bookends, if you will, to maintain that contour of high buildings to low buildings, particularly around Charleston Park, to protect views and maximize sunlight, minimize sunlight on the seawall. Those, again, are some of those complex pieces of the Rubik's Cube that have all been factored in. And this bird's eye also shows those north-south streets from Ash through to Alder and Birch, penetrating into Falls Creek South, where a portion of the berm on the east end has been removed. And you can see that West 6th Avenue becomes a normal street again, with a wider right-of-way, boulevards, greenways, pedestrian walkways, and in fact, accommodation for streetcar alignment within it. By doing so, we're able to create some of the parcels along West 6th Avenue by closing the existing rail spur, closing Charleston Road, and removing a portion of the berm. So that is, in a nutshell, the recommended conceptual development plan. Back to Karen. Thank you.
Just a couple slides to wrap up here, talking about the recommended roadmap for moving forward. First step is has been done already, and that was the co-op lease renewal framework. While we were planning this, until council had firmed that up, there was a lot more variables for us to be considering. Now that we have that in hand, we know we have a good framework to advance conversations with the co-ops in Falls Creek South. We also have, just for the record, a similar framework for nonprofit housing, which council approved several years ago, which we would use in the context of the nonprofit tenancies down there. So the second step is where we are here today, and that is for council, if you choose to endorse the conceptual development plan and recommend that the GM of real estate submit this plan to the GM of planning to commence a community planning process. At the same time, these aren't chronological, they're shown here in order, but in parallel with number 2, as I said earlier, we would begin negotiations with the Strata Leasehold Society concerning the Strata Leasehold leases, and also separately conversations with the co-op around their co-ops around their lease expiries. Then the next couple of steps kind of go hand in hand and are somewhat iterative. There would be a land use planning and regulatory process undertaken by the GM of planning, and as well the GM of real estate would carry on refining the conceptual plan you see before you today, because it's quite an iterative process as that unfolds. And then once that's nailed down, start development and any redevelopment that would be contemplated. And the timing of that would depend on the timing of the planning process. A couple of thoughts around the risks associated with this report's recommendations. The only cost to the work in the recommendations today are around the staff resources and consulting resources to advance the work I've just described. So there's no other costs or risks that council will be taking on in approving the report recommendations as they're written today. And a preliminary analysis of the recommended conceptual development plan shows it to be financially feasible. And that's one of the many, many variables. Of course, financial feasibility is one of them. And as Chuck said, we are not aiming to maximize profits, but we certainly want to create a plan which can pay for incremental amenities, incremental infrastructure, soil remediation, climate change mitigation, and more parks, recreation, all the things we'd want to flesh out in a community looking forward 30, 40, 50 years. And just to re-emphasize, all key decisions along the way will come back to council, both in your landowner role and in your regulatory role at the appropriate juncture. So the only thing you would be directing staff to do today is to start with that planning process. In terms of the Falls Creek South neighborhood, as I said earlier, the city's playing several different roles vis-a-vis these lands, and I just thought it'd be worthwhile to clarify our relationship with the neighborhood through each of these roles. So as landlord, we are managing leases, and each tenant in Falls Creek South is essentially a legal counterparty to those leases, and that's a formal contractual relationship. In terms of planning, development planning and oversight, our role is to keep the neighborhood informed as appropriate. As regulator, we have a well-established process for engaging all neighborhoods when we are undertaking a planning process, and this one's no different. And important to note, I think I failed to mention this earlier, but we did invite the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations to take part in our February 21 citywide engagement, and they declined at that point, but certainly they will be engaged along the way as we move this work forward. And then in terms of our role as policymaker and infrastructure manager, again, the community's consulted along the way, as any community would be when we're talking about parks and roads and all the good things we do out across the city. So next steps, and this is my last slide, start those negotiations with the Strata Leasehold Society. Number 2, advance formal co-op development and lease extension discussions with the co-ops and non-market, or the co-op leadership. Initiate a land use planning and regulatory process, and advance development planning work to support that planning process. And these are the next steps that would come out of the report as you see it before you today. And with that, I'm going to end my presentation and thank you for the chance to share this with you.
Sorry, we have some questions coming from council. Councillors, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions, and starting with Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I have a number of questions. Thanks for the presentation. So hopefully I can get through these, or they can get tight answers. I'm just reflecting concerns hearing from the community. Some are saying that this is a 10-year plan of a third strata, a third rental, a third nonprofit, or co-op, but it is not a mixed income plan of 1/3 lower, 1/3 middle, and 1/3 higher income. Can staff advise if this is true?
What we'd say, and Chuck addressed this, and I'll say a bit, and then maybe he wants to add something to it. The plan is laying out in broad strokes the different types of tenancy. This can and likely will be refined through a community planning process. But the amount of non-market and co-op housing is one part of the affordable housing contemplated, and the other very important part is a share of the market rental. We called it market rental intending that it will have also a lot of affordable rental mixed into it. So our intention is to, as much as possible, achieve those targets. The last thing I'd say is it's, of course, a matter of financial feasibility, and we've already started conversations with senior governments and funding partners because, as you know, it will be the provincial and federal government and funding partners who will fund that housing.
Okay, thank you. Next question. If council desires to increase the percentage of the mix that is nonprofit and co-op housing that the community currently shows as 55%, would that require a specific amendment from council to give that direction?
My thought is that what would work is that if council suggested that we strive to achieve that target, if you instructed us to change it, that would be a significant change to the conceptual development plan, and I think staff we need to go away and rework it.
Okay. Next question. Some concern has been raised by the community about the creation of, and I quote, this is words that have been used to us in media reports, about the creation of a human pollution wall by moving the nonprofit and co-op housing to West 6th Avenue, thereby impacting human health and creating an inherent social inequity by putting higher income housing in more desirable locations throughout the overall site. How would staff respond to that?
Chuck, can you answer this one, please?
Yes, thank you. The first thing I'll say is that West 6th Avenue is transformed into a much different kind of street. It's a normal street with slower traffic intersections, pedestrian crosswalks, and a number of units would face onto those streets, but an equal number of units face north onto Charleston Park. I'd also note that in a number of units, in fact, 65% of the development in phase 1 occurs on the Olympic Village site, on the Moberly site, and on the parking structure in Alder Bay. So it isn't as though everybody is forced to relocate onto West 6th Avenue. It's only for a limited number. And then eventually the co-op and non-market parcels are redeveloped with a mix of uses, not strictly strata and market rental, but also non-market uses on those sites, as you saw in the bird's eye view, all of which, of course, will be adjusted through the regulatory process.
Okay. I'm sure we're going to come back more on that, but I just want to get a few of these questions out. And this is a simple answer. I know it says in the report that city retains ownership of the lands, but can I get confirmation on the record? And I asked that question because I heard a panel on CBC this morning that pontificated that one of the things that was great about the Jericho Lands development was their vision to retain ownership of the land, unlike this one. And I just want to be very explicit that this plan envisions the city of Vancouver retaining ownership of this land and this public asset. Is that
Yes, and that's council direction from 2018, I believe.
okay? With respect, another concern that's been raised has been with respect to demolishing buildings before their useful end of life, thereby shortening how long residents can stay, and some suggesting this is not environmentally friendly. Wonder if staff can comment, is this due to the desire to keep residents on site and yet fulfill the leases? And further to that, what does the building assessment work show? If this redevelopment was not proceeding, do many of these buildings have more useful life left in them than the 60 years at the end of the originally promised leases?
I'll ask Nick to reference the building condition assessment and then follow up with the thoughts around redeveloping some of those buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Yeah, the buildings are to be maintained in good condition as part of the lease, what is expected of the lessees. And at last, when we did a building condition assessment in 2016, generally speaking, the buildings were in good condition. The question is more around the alternate use of the land that the buildings are on, and that's, you know, in terms of more housing and council's objectives around housing.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to move for another round, Councillor Carr, of questions.
Yes, you've just got that in your 5 minutes. Council, I'm going to look for yeas and... Sorry, all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Great, go ahead. I mean, not now. You can add yourself to the list. Councillor Fry, it's over to you now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, for flying through so many of those questions. That was impressive. Many of which I had already. And thanks to staff for the work on putting this together. I know it's a very complex piece, and there's a lot to unpack, and this sets a lot of direction moving forward. I want to start with a question about the direction on new streets, new north-south corridors, incursion into South Falls Creek, which has largely been described as a model of Carr light community, and at a time when we as a city are really moving towards that kind of same ideal, that this would actually fundamentally change the dynamic and make it more of a Carr-centric community.
Thanks. Chuck, can you take that one, please?
Yes, I will. In fact, I believe that quite the opposite would happen here. What you would have, Councillor, is at all of those north-south streets, you would have intersections for pedestrians. You will have greenways on both sides of the street. You would have landscaping, and the street ends from West 6th Avenue are just stubs. They don't go into the community. What they do is they offer access to parking, the parking that will be required under the development parcels, but more importantly, they provide pedestrian access and cycling access into the path system within Falls Creek South. So this is taming West 6th Avenue, which is a bit of a raceway right now because of the existence of the rail corridor and the berm and the historical circumstances of Falls Creek at the time.
Okay, I'm following you. So more intersection controls along 6th is the outcome, and these could be lighter roads as they are. Okay. As far as the building of a lot of this, especially the market rental, I might understand that this would be going to for-profit developers, or are we asking the non-profit development community to undertake that construction?
Thanks for that question. Thanks for that question. We have not brought to council yet any detail around land governance, around construction delivery, longer-term land governance, who's going to operate which buildings. We're not at that point in the process, as we believe that's a conversation council should have down the road once we get the community planning process going and have a better understanding of what it is we'll ultimately be building. So the short answer is we haven't precluded anything.
Okay. So kind of riffing off that a little bit and looking at funding mechanisms, one of the things that strikes me is that we're looking to subsidize the construction of affordable housing through market housing and strata or what have you. And I'm curious, have we contemplated like tax increment financing, which I understand would need some modification of the Vancouver Charter, or green bonds or the like, to borrow against the future revenue or taxation potential of this land and use it to invest in the kind of affordable housing that we'd like to see? Has that been any kind of conversation with the province or senior government, or looking at how we could amend the charter or find those kind of tools to deploy on such a large site?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm going to ask Grace Cheng to weigh in a sec, but before that, I just want to say again, it's a little premature to have those conversations until we know kind of, at least in broad strokes, what we're aiming to develop. And so we certainly plan to do a whole lot of work in that space and bring that work back to council, but we haven't gotten too far down that road yet. Grace, do you want to weigh in to respond to anything Councillor Fry asked?
Yes, definitely. Actually, in a nutshell, we will consider basically all method of funding and also financing as part of our overall financing strategy for the city. Be it green bonds, be it tax increment financing, it will all be part of the city's debt financing envelope. So we need to look at it holistically, not just focusing on this neighborhood, because it may affect our AAA credit rating going forward. That's one. The second thing is, I think in order to achieve affordability, financing is less of an issue. It's really about senior government funding and contribution to really buy down affordability. So just want to reiterate that. Thank you.
Okay. I just have 30 seconds left, so I'll jump back on later. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And a couple of my questions have already been answered too, but rest assured I have plenty more. And I'll start also by saying this has obviously been complicated, and so appreciate that we've gotten to this point so far. I'm curious to the Deputy City Manager, just to get a clear sense of what's being committed to here. We heard from Mr. Brooks that the color of the buildings could change, the buildings could move around like cubes, the height could change. So, and all of that will be part of the planning conversation. And I think that's what the community and the public are really looking forward to digging into. So what is sort of set in stone in what's being proposed now that wouldn't be changeable in the next step of the planning process?
Thanks. And even though you put the question to me, I think Chuck Brooks better positioned to answer it.
Okay,
so Chuck.
Sure.
What I talked about at the beginning is a direction here. And the direction really is those 3 steps in phase 1 that talk about, firstly, the redevelopment of vacant and underutilized parcels, and in a way that concentrates density at the bridgeheads and lowers it towards the center. And then the replacement of those very large sites, which contain co-ops and non-markets that are very low density, because they are opportunities to create much more affordable housing in a spectrum, ranging from purpose-built rental through non-market and co-op. And then the second phase, which occurs when the leases for the strata leasehold parcels expire. And again, there's a range of housing that comes into that. So that is the fundamental structure of it, but the component parts are flexible and changeable within an economically sustainable frame of reference.
Okay, so where each of the buildings is can be moved around a bit. That concern we hear from residents, and the conversation is ongoing as we heard about senior government funding. So the balance of affordability also could shift based on those conversations. Just trying to make sure of the concerns we're hearing, we have a sense of what's still open conversation, I guess.
Certainly the tenancy forms and the balance of affordability within reason. The affordability mix you see before you today is driven largely by what we believe to be financial feasibility based on our preliminary analysis. if we can find more money, we can shift that balance.
Okay, my next question is related to that. I'm wondering if conversations have started with the federal government about this, and if there's a possibility of the city taking this forward as a portfolio of housing with co-op and nonprofit partners to seek a significant partnership on the whole thing. I know some other cities, Toronto in particular, have received significant federal funding for similar types of projects, and this seems to me an excellent fit. So I'm sure the mayor has more to say on that at some point down the road, but I'd be interested from staff to know what's happened on that front and what could or will happen.
Thanks.
To secure that type of funding.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ryan Bigelow to respond to that one.
Yeah, we've had some preliminary conversations with senior government for this concept. A lot has gone into this plan to make it attractive for senior government partners, and I think it allows senior governments to plan in advance and work with us closely as a program rather than ad hoc funding requests on a project by project basis. So that work is a future next step to engage senior government further as a next step in the plan.
Thanks. We also have started conversations with BC Housing at the staff level, and the early signals are quite enthusiastic.
Okay, great. I'll go back on the list for a few more specific questions, but appreciate that.
Great. Councillor Swanson, you're up next.
Yeah, one of my big concerns is the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I know that with our current definition of social housing, when we say we have social housing, only 30% of it is actually affordable to people earning about 55 to 83,000. And the co-ops, of course, are mixed income. So when we say that we want 1/3 low, we don't achieve that by saying 1/3 is co-op and non-market. We only get about 30% of 1/3 to be low. So couldn't we have a vision where we actually say we want 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and then work to remove the roadblocks to achieving that?
Thanks for the question. As we've alluded to already, the mix of affordable, or the ratio of affordable to market housing, can be altered through the planning process. And I just want to make sure that you mentioned co-ops and non-market, but non-market rental will be an important part of that 1/3 as well in our early thinking about the vision. So if council wants to establish a target for the GM of planning to work with the GM of real estate to work toward, that would be reasonable.
Why wouldn't we say, since we own this land, right? And I can recall a whole bunch of rezonings we went to, and people were saying, oh, the only way for us to have affordable housing is for nonprofits to already have the land. And that's why we passed a couple of the decisions that we passed. So here we have a situation where we already own the land. Couldn't we start from that and say, we want more non-market that will actually get more affordable over the years, and where we can have some units subsidize other units, rather than go on and say we want strata and market rental? I don't understand why you'd want market rental.
I'm going to ask Chuck to respond to that, please.
Yes, Councillor. We the city and the team are going on the assumption that the land that the city owns will be its contribution to the creation of non-market housing and co-ops. But it's not as simple as just vending in the land, because the land needs a lot of work in order to be suitable for that co-op and non-market housing. It needs sea level rise mitigation. It needs soil remediation because the standards of 1976 certainly no longer apply. It also needs infrastructure upgrading and new roads and parks and other systems. And so the revenues from the strata it's that return that actually provides the funding to improve the land and the site to make them suitable for the development of nonprofit and affordable housing. And that's the balance.
But what is to say that we shouldn't pay for those things by, say, increasing property taxes in the whole city, or trying to extract a sea level rise contribution from the province or the feds?
I'm going to ask
Why wouldn't we start with what we want and then try and figure out how to get the money for it?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Grace Cheng to respond to that, please.
Thank you. Yes, these are all, I would say, considerations that we are having, because we will never not pursue senior government funding for flood protection and sea level rise kind of situation, and even soil remediation. And it's exactly the same way as how we have been dealing with housing construction as well. We always pursue senior government funding and also low cost financing. So we treat all these amenities and infrastructure the same way. We will always pursue those.
Okay.
You've only got 10 seconds left, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, I'll just go back on.
Yeah, you can. Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up my first question on the third as well. You talked about some of the rental of the 25% in blue could actually be non-market. If that's the case, why are we seeing a diagram that shows a certain percentage? How did we get to this percentage? So how much federal and provincial funding are we putting into the pro forma to get this mix of funding? And why do we think it can be increased?
Chuck Brooke, can you take that one, please?
What was described as the one-third was described as high, medium, and low income. And to address that, you would have a range of purpose-built rental. It would be low end of market rental to be affordable for families with limited incomes. And the mix, the prescription for that would probably come out of the planning process to follow. So
yes, my question is then, why is it in the report in front of us now if that's going to be determined in the next process?
We assumed, in terms of the mix you see before you, we put in an assumption we thought was achievable with third-party funding and the mix of market and non-market. So that was our best attempt based on a number of assumptions that we know will be refined as we move forward.
Okay, and what is the assumption of how much provincial and federal government funding we'll get on this project?
We have not shared the pro forma publicly at this point.
Okay. I'll keep sticking to costs. I'm wondering, on page 23, it talks about a lot of costs that weren't included in the feasibility testing, including non-market and co-op housing construction costs, upgrades to 6, the streetcar, the leasehold, LISL, and any revenues from extensions. I'm wondering why those were not included in the feasibility testing.
Chuck Brooke, do you want to answer that, please?
Yes, because they're not typically part of a residual land value analysis. As Grace has pointed out, the city would be seeking funding from other sources for the costs of that nature. What we have included is the soils contamination and infrastructure, sea level rise mitigation. There may be funding available for that. But I would describe that as more typical development costs for a site like Falls Creek South.
Okay, on the streetcar component, which I'm interested in, was a business case not done to see the difference of moving it from its current location onto 6?
When considering the streetcar, we looked at form, but not money at this point. We just looked at, is there room to fit it in the construct, the plan you see before you, and that initial testing has been done. I just want to point out that we haven't engaged the GM of engineering, our transportation engineers, in any great detail yet, other than very preliminary feasibility opinions, because that, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but that is all work that will be done through the next stage of the process through a community plan.
Yeah, I understand that's yeah, you're right. It's kind of difficult in the way this is being kind of sequenced. My next one is you showed a picture of different large projects in the False Creek South Basin. It was one of the first diagrams. One of the ones it didn't include was the lot of 1A, which is included later on in the presentation, saying that was a key input into this work. And some of the diagrams, it actually shows the built out of 1A. So I'm just wondering how that empty lot on the east side of Canby Bridge is included as a major input and how it was involved in this decision making.
Thanks for the question. I'm going to ask Nick Kassam to answer that, please. Nick, take your mask off.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. So the 1A site, what we refer to on the east side of Canby Bridge, is already part of an approved ODP, the Southeast Falls Creek ODP, and it's probably one of the last parcels that's getting developed there. So we have not finalized what the massing and forming is going to look like on that site yet, because we're still working through with our planning folks to determine what can be done. Since 2007, since that ODP was done, there has been some changes in the area that we are thinking that potentially could impact our final input into the design. Having said that, that's a very different process than Falls Creek South. And in regards to Falls Creek South, our phased development approach allows for, the folks to stay in that area without having to impact 1A, so thus they can proceed as two separate developments.
I guess my question is, on one of the slides, it says it's a key input into this proposal. I'm just wondering, how was it a key input?
Maybe we'll ask Chuck to respond to that, please.
Yes, what we did was we tried to envision what the development of future sites around Falls Creek South would be. So we took into account Southeast Falls Creek, we took into the Broadway corridor, and it was conjectural, just so that our best guess at what the future form of development might be. It's no more than that. It's like the Concord application in that sense.
And we are over time, well over time. And I'm just going to remind councillors to, on Councillor Weeb's question time, to anticipate a response to your question in terms of the timing of your ask of the question, and know that you can get on for a second time. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you're up next.
Thank you. Where is the Director of Planning or the General Manager of Planning today?
She's on the call and available to
I
answer
just wondered
questions.
because we see real estate, we see arts and culture and community services, and yet we're talking about moving this to the GM of PDS. Seems curious not to have her present.
She is present. She's on the WebEx.
Okay, thank you very much. My large question in all of this, in what way or ways does this approach respect the legacy of False Creek?
Chuck, would you like to answer that, please?
In several ways, Councillor. Firstly, through a formula for unit type, the objective is to achieve 1/3 high, 1/3 medium, 1/3 low income in a variety of forms. And that would be refined through the planning process. Secondly, in an updated way, bringing Falls Creek South from 1976 to 2026 would be to take that same kind of scale, which is to say higher at the edges and lower in a bowl around Charleston Park, and to increase it all, but modestly, for the most part, modestly, so that what you have is an opportunity to increase the number of all kinds of housing units, but yet maintaining the same basic principle around maintaining views, open space, and sunlight through the center of the site.
Okay, I would question that how tripling the density on the site is consistent with the values underlying the livable city. How would you respond then to the need for ground-oriented mixed tenure housing and the importance to well-being, both mental and physical? What we're seeing is extreme high rises at the edges, as you've observed. How is that consistent?
Chuck, again to you, thanks.
Well, okay, thank you. Councillor, it's a mix of housing types. What we anticipate is that there will be take-up of the smaller units and taller buildings by people who wish to age in place, along with seniors facilities in the non-market hub. And that there will be hybrid buildings in the mid-rise range, let's say in the 5- and 6-story range, that would contain townhouse-type multi-story units at the base, particularly those which are around Charleston Park. And you'll notice in the illustration that we are putting co-op back in some of those buildings that are directly on the park in anticipation of families with children.
The Vancouver Foundation has done a number of studies looking at high rises and the effect on urban alienation and mental health and physical health and well-being that would contradict what you're suggesting then in terms of livability and consistency with the legacy of False Creek. Would you respond to that?
Chuck, please.
The city has established its own guidelines for housing families. For instance, the development of the areas. The area near Yaletown. There are guidelines for accommodating families at higher densities, and my information is that that has been a successful program. And,
that doesn't
and
answer
there
my
will
question. I'm sorry, and
Sorry.
I'm mindful of my time because I only have another minute left. I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to ask a question. I understand that engineering is not here, but the rail spur along the edge of South Falls Creek, was that not upgraded during the lead up to the Olympics? The city paid something in the order of $10 million to bring that rail line up to speed, and we ran a couple of Bombardier cars on it. Is that not accurate?
We have Paul Storer, Director of Transportation, on the line, and Paul, perhaps you can respond, please.
I apologize, I missed part of that question. Could you repeat that?
Didn't we spend $10 million upgrading the line along the rail line during the lead up to the Olympics to accommodate the Bombardier cars that ran during the Olympics?
I'm forgetting the exact dollar value, but it was several $1 million that we did spend upgrading that line from the demonstration project during the Olympics.
Yes, well, I'd suggest it was in the order of $10 million that was spent at that time, if you'd like to check. I'm going to put myself back on the queue. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I want to circle back to the financial implications in the report, page 22, and that what's proposed is financially feasible. Could you break that down for me and for the public of what we mean by it being financially feasible, and what are the elements, the inputs that make it financially feasible?
Yes, and I'm going to ask Chuck, please, to respond to that.
Yes, we had several economic studies done over the course of looking at all these different options. And what we have factored in is the cost of site preparation, which would be typical in any development project. And in the case of False Creek South, is in some cases extraordinary when you consider sea level rise and soils remediation. And so we've taken in those typical costs and accounted for them in an attempt to come up with a balanced result financially that leaves the property endowment fund whole, while at the same time trying to maximize the opportunity to create parcels for non-market and affordable housing. That's the trade-off.
So I'll circle back on that question. So the inclusion is two-pronged. So the inclusion of strata, market strata in this, would that be playing into our feasibility assessment?
Yes.
And so there's contemplated amendments to this report that contemplate more non-market housing, potentially removing all strata. What does that look like then for the city in terms of being a landowner? Can you walk me through that, you or Chuck?
Just to clarify the question, what that would mean for the financial feasibility? Well, we'd have to go run the numbers as they say, but most certainly the inclusion of the market strata leasehold that we've included in the plan is central to the financial feasibility of the plan.
Thank you. My other question is related to, and Chuck, you referenced sea level rise. And so on page 27, the environmental implications. Has an environmental assessment been undertaken with respect to sea level rise? And does it make sense if we do have that assessment? What was the outcome of that assessment in terms of adding additional density to this area?
Chuck, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. At this point, it's based on assumptions because as you are aware, there is no solid sea level rise plan at this point. It's being worked on. So what we did in our planning, both physical and financial, is to anticipate the overall cost of what that might be for the frontage along False Creek and the False Creek South neighborhood, and we have reserved funds to account for the cost of that in our pro forma.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the point about what we've contemplated in here, which includes soil remediation, incremental amenities, infrastructure. What's the status of our great infrastructure upgrades and renewal for that area, both in terms of sewer separation, but the context around the status, the lifespan of our pipes? What can you tell me about that from an engineering standpoint?
So we're asking about sewer and water and the underground?
And what might be needed for projected growth and density.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Margaret Whitkins, our Deputy City Engineer, to respond to that, please.
Hi, thank you for the question. And at this stage, we have not done detailed engineering work on some of those technical components. We would be looking to do that as part of the next phase of the planning and policy work.
Thanks, Margaret. I appreciate that. And then on page 15, the public consultation reference that broadly the public supported additional density in housing, but also referenced environmental and social priorities. Could staff expand on what those priorities were that were identified by the public as being environmental and social?
The report's available online and it's quite big and detailed, and I don't have at my fingertips a better answer for you, Council, but certainly you can reference it in the report, or we can actually, even better, let us find it and email you a follow-up on that.
I can also look.
Okay, thanks.
And then last question, if I can fit it in, is around accessibility. Specifically, the area is not completely accessible right now for people in wheelchairs who have mobility issues, both the ground, the cobbling. Is that part of this concept as we look at renewal?
Certainly, that would be a consideration. Yeah, again, we're probably a couple levels above that detail right now, but absolutely, as we got into the more granular planning, that would be, it's a council priority, it's a city priority. We would certainly be looking at that.
Okay, thank you. That's my time for now.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh, on to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll just continue on and try and get some of these questions. So it's been suggested that we ought to not be committing to any specific increase in the number of units or any particular building form, but simply direct staff to continue the planning process. So my question is there any part of the decision that's before us today that's not critical in order to deal with the expiring leases?
I thought I had the question until your last sentence. Can you just repeat the question?
The first part is, that it would be, it's being suggested that we ought to be moving ahead with some sort of planning process without discussing or identifying aspirational units, building form, and types at this particular stage. So I just wonder if maybe I'll start there.
Okay, thank you. So the plan you have before you today has before you, an outline of tenancy types, form, and so on. And so that staff is suggesting that would be the starting point for a planning process.
Okay, but we do have a sort of aspirational goals around.
Are you talking about altering the mix that you see in the plan? Is that?
No, within the plan already, so
Yes,
in
we do.
terms of ideal
Absolutely.
number of units and things like that.
Absolutely. That's how the plan was designed.
Right,
A-
so
and
I
if
guess what I'm
council
trying
want-
to get at is it possible for us to be making a decision that's more high level at this stage without identifying number of units, types? And I'm seeing real estate nodding, so I'm wondering if it needs to be more. I think the staff needs a mic to be,
Okay.
thanks, yeah.
The planning process will help refine a lot of those unit mixes and what is required on site. So allowing us to proceed with that is then what you would be able to see and get community input on, and you'll be able to see more detailed what the land use and the massing and form of development is going to look like.
Okay, so just to quickly reflect back, we could move ahead with settling some of these more pressing issues around expiring leases without the specificity that's in the report related to number of units.
Yes.
Not to repeat, okay, so we could do that.
Sorry to cut you off. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. So given that, I'm curious, there's also been a suggestion that, and I guess, comments around Olympic Village and Little Mountain, that aspirational social housing and co-op housing just doesn't really get built to its fullest potential without early participation and commitment from senior levels of funding. So the criticism might be, how can we be making these assumptions that are in the report without knowing what that funding could look like?
I'm going to ask our CEO of the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency, Ryan, to answer that one.
This plan works as a very good platform to have a conversation with our senior government partners and allow them to see this as a program and moving forward rather than making ad hoc submissions project by project or site by site. So we see this as a critical next step to further those conversations with senior government.
Okay, so what would we say to the residents that live in South Falls Creek that are feeling an enormous amount of stress around what they're seeing in this report, and we're hearing about that in hundreds of emails, that would give them sort of that reassurance that the conversation's still very much open and not sort of in its final form of a decision that, anybody seems to, that anyone will be held to at the end of the day, that there'll be a number of subsequent decisions by council to just keep moving this forward.
Thanks. I'll take an attempt for a little response, and then I'd like Teresa O'Donnell, our GM of Planning, to weigh in. The most important answer to that question, I believe, is the fact that this is just the very start of a process, of an open, engaged planning process with plenty of opportunity for the community to have input and to be heard through that process, and for real changes to be made to this starting point through that process. Teresa, would you like to weigh in to add to that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Karen, for the opportunity. Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate what I've heard here today. This is a start. This is the beginning of the conversation. We would treat this application as we would any big landowner, where they would submit an application to us, and that begins our opportunity to have a conversation with the landowner and with the community, and to spend a year and a half shaping this application. And that's how we would approach it, just as we would in other applications.
And if I could, Ryan's got something to add there.
The unique phasing nature of this as well is also very helpful, because we build out the new density first before any major moves or relocations occur. So that funding needs to be in place, that new infrastructure and new buildings need to be built before there's relocation, say, of some of these co-ops. So that gives them a lot of safety, in a sense of there isn't going to be any move until that's actually built.
Okay, and that is it for your time, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you. I'm sorry, Councillor Bligh. I was looking the wrong person, sorry. Councillor DeGenova, you are next for this. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I have plenty of questions, so I think I'll start with some of the financial ones. I know my colleague had asked how many or what type of funding would we be looking at from the federal or provincial governments, but I understand the third model would be long-term operational, and to look at sort of a model of subsidy within. Is that correct? That wouldn't be something we would be looking for funding from government for, that they would hope that we would find ways to sustain a model ourselves in the third kind of way.
Thank you. Grace, do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, I can. The thing is, for affordable housing, this is the typical City of Vancouver model. We typically offer land, and even on redevelopment or new development of housing, we always have that partnership with BC Housing and also CMHC to really look at how much grant that they can provide and how much low-cost financing that they can provide and how much affordability we can actually deliver. So this is not unlike, those kind of situation, but just that we're talking about the entire False Creek South of housing. So I'm not sure whether I answered your question.
It kind of does, but I'm talking about, we wouldn't be looking at rent supplements here. We're talking about a rental model that eventually over time would sustain itself and cross-subsidize itself.
I'm going to, maybe Ryan can respond to that a little further. Thanks.
The one-third that you might be speaking of is for the non-market housing. We wouldn't necessarily be aiming for shelter, hills, and low end of market out of that non-market. It'll probably depend on the senior government funding that we can secure, but also the affordability principles that are laid out in our co-op lease renewal framework and our nonprofit lease renewal framework.
Okay.
So it won't necessarily be one-third of within the non-market housing component, but when we refer to one-third, it's across the different forms of housing. Yeah.
But using that model, would that be the worst case scenario where we couldn't deepen the affordability? That would be a way to sustain and maintain the housing at the rents for those income levels?
And a great outcome is to have those individual projects be self-sustaining, which would have a mix of income. We try to help this with the plan with some of the strata and market rental by covering a lot of those offsite infrastructure costs, which makes it more viable and more favorable for funding with senior government.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to jump into some of my other questions. I know we have another round, but I also, who knows how many rounds we might need, but I am going to ask for the current buildings, what is staff's position on the life of those buildings? There, your mic's on now. Thanks.
It's okay. As Nick said earlier, many of the buildings are in good condition. Some are in less good condition. But the decisions that council would make to redevelop any of the existing buildings would have at least as much to do with opportunity cost, the opportunity to gain more housing on those sites as it would the conditions of the building.
I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I heard the question earlier and the answer. I'm asking how long, in our staff's opinion, obviously you have looked at those buildings, do you have an opinion on what you think the appropriate life of those buildings should be?
Are you asking for the remaining life on the buildings? Yeah. Oh, okay.
They're currently there.
I'll ask Nick to respond to that. Sorry.
2016, when we did the assessments, generally speaking, the buildings were in good to fair condition. In terms of how much remaining useful life, I think the question really depends on who you ask the question to. In terms of the lessees on site, that is their obligation to maintain those buildings in good condition. So as long as they have a lease, those buildings need to be maintained in good condition. So ultimately, how much life is left, as long as they're there and their lease is not expired, the expectation is that those buildings should be maintained in good condition.
I understand. I'm looking for a number of years based on your expertise, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I have very limited time. I have 20 seconds left, and I really would like to have some type of number. I'll have to come back for that probably, but is there, in your opinion, looking at them right now?
Don't have an exact number there, but what I would suggest is those leases expire in 2036 and beyond, some up to 2050. So that would be a guide for you to see that they should be in good condition at least until that time.
Okay. And again, it wasn't about the lease, it was about the life of the actual structure and building. Thanks. Just for when we come back. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. And I put myself next on the list. Can you assure the public that Falls Creek South will not look like Falls Creek North?
What we can say definitively is that the plan before you today does not have Falls Creek South becoming something like the neighborhood across the water. a further assurance I can't give because eventually it'll be up to, I'd say, the community planning process and eventually council, but certainly what you have before you today does not look like that.
Got it. Okay. Why the heights of the buildings at the two bridgeheads?
I'm going to ask Chuck to respond to that, please.
A couple of answers there. Firstly, we already see that pattern in the development of False Creek South at a lower scale. You have taller buildings towards the Granville Bridgehead. There are some large co-op and strata buildings in the over 7, 8, 10 stories. And at the eastern end, in the not city-owned lands, in the fee simple portion, you have buildings in the 8, 10-story range. So what this does is basically raise the overall heights of those buildings in the same relative way, where you have relatively lower buildings in the 6-story range, flanking Charleston Park, up to buildings that are consistent with the height of buildings in the False Creek basins, but only at the bridgeheads.
Okay. I understand that concept. Chuck, you also talked earlier when you were presenting that some of the berm on 6th Avenue will be removed. Is there a potential to retain some of the berm, even if we put developments occur, co-op housing or any other kind of housing, to kind of protect it more so from 6th Avenue?
Chuck?
My initial reaction to your question, Councillor, is that I think that we would have to forego those parcels which are created from the berm. I don't think we have an adequate footprint left in order to achieve the kind of housing buildings that we're looking for. So it would probably mean an adjustment in the overall unit count and perhaps an adjustment in some building heights, but that would occur through the planning and policy process.
Okay. You also talked about 6th Avenue. Not only, well, the taming of 6th, I think you said. Can you just speak a little bit more to that taming process? And number one, what would be the timing of that? Would it occur prior to the population, living within new buildings?
I'm going to have to again invoke what's becoming a little bit of a reprise, is that we'll be working all that out through the community planning process. The city engineer has not yet weighed in detail. Chuck can respond a little bit to the concepts that we're contemplating in this plan. So Chuck, over to you.
Yeah, the concept, thank you, Karen. Councillor, the concept is to really turn West 6th Avenue into a normal street, which is to say it has intersections, pedestrian crosswalks, street trees, lighting, all those things that it really doesn't have now because it's more of a rat run. That would occur in our vision, would occur within the first part of the first phase. So because that's all part and parcel of the creation of the development parcels along the north side of that street.
That's great. And I assume that there's going to be some plan for where east-west traffic would go, or unless it's all mitigated. But I'll leave that, I guess, to when we have the further discussions. Not to you, Chuck, but to Karen. What are the priorities for senior government funding? There's a talk about having to pursue it. Is it for co-ops? Is it for climate mitigation? I'm quite concerned that I'm hearing now not 90 centimeters rise by 2100, but 1 to 2 meters by 2100. So have we thought through some of the asks there?
We think there's plenty of opportunity for senior governments and potentially other funders to get involved. Of course, the primary focus has been on housing, as we've been discussing today collectively, but there is absolutely opportunities for the senior government to fund climate mitigation infrastructure, perhaps some of the social and recreational amenities. Margaret Whitkins, do you want to respond to the infrastructure piece?
I'm actually out of time, so I'm going to hold. I'll go back on the list, so Margaret Whitkins, stay attuned for that question being repeated. Thanks very much.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try to be efficient again because I've still got more questions to roll through. One of the biggest questions is respect to obviously anxiety and knowledge around lease renewal. So 2 questions. On the lease renewals, do all buildings and residents get to complete their original 60-year lease in this vision?
This plan does not contemplate ending any leases early.
Thank you. Second part to that question. What happens to all of the residents who are waiting anxiously for lease renewals and suffering anxiety about that inability to secure financing and the other impacts if council does not endorse this vision?
There's two streams of lease discussions that are going to advance regardless of the outcome of today's report. One will be that the GM of real estate is initiating a formal negotiation with the Strata Leasehold Society, so that's the 700 plus Strata Leasehold homes. And the intention will be to negotiate a number of terms, including lease extensions. And the GM of Arts, Culture and Community Services and our CEO of VAHA will be entering into discussions with each of the co-op sites similarly around their leases.
So I want to reflect that back. I want to be really clear. You're saying council doesn't endorse this plan. The city is proceeding anyway to look at lease extensions, not just lease fulfillment, but lease extensions.
For Strata Leasehold, there will be lease extensions will be one of the several terms we'll be discussing as we enter into a negotiation. For co-ops and non-market, I'm going to ask Ryan Bigelow to clarify.
I'd say it's an important factor. Moving forward with this plan is an important factor for determining the term of the lease renewals for expiring leases with some co-ops. What's important about this plan is that the phase timing is aligned with those lease expiries of certain co-ops and nonprofits.
Okay, so put it a different way. If council doesn't, let me ask the question a different way because this is really important. If council doesn't endorse this plan or perhaps send staff to do more work in a different direction or other work was there to be done, are those lease extensions likely to be much shorter than the original ones with the vision that staff would be working towards developing a different or renewed plan potentially based on council either voting this down or amending it for a mix? So AKA, what could I expect if I was a Strata leaseholder, for example? I would get a 5-year extension. I wouldn't be looking at another 60. What would be on the table?
It wouldn't be appropriate for us to discuss the specifics of the negotiation we're about to enter into. But lease extensions is one of the terms we will be discussing with them. If you're asking whether the extension would be different, whether this plan was endorsed or not, I don't believe so for Strata Leasehold.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that later, and I would welcome staff to take that away and provide some clarity because I'm not fully clear, but I have limited time. Another point that has come up was around the fact when people asked, why isn't planning leading this with REFM, et cetera, and so forth. Can staff confirm when the original Falls Creek South Vision was done, if the land was also in the PEF, and was it driven by the same principles of having a return on this land or the city-owned asset? And is this any different? And are people feeling that this process might be different because of council's desire and motions to have information come forward earlier and be more transparent with the public? Is this something that might have previously, we would have gotten this to the stage at either an in-camera, a different mechanism, and the planning exercise and community engagements to follow is what the public would have seen had council not taken that decision to come forward and try to present information earlier?
Thank you for the question. That's absolutely the case. And I'll just start by reiterating what Paul Mokry started with, is we understand the concern and frustration and anxiety in the community. So we're working as hard as we can to advance this. It's absolutely true that it is highly unusual to bring something so conceptual into the public so early, but we're doing it as a chance to bring along the community and let the city know what we're doing here.
Okay, but fair to say that because it's so high level and conceptual, it also creates anxiety because there's a lot of unknowns that might be possible in the planning process? Okay. The other question I have, and I know that this was asked, but I want to ask it in a different way explicitly, just to be very clear, is it possible to seek federal and provincial support for something like a portfolio of land or to achieve sort of the desired, especially the nonprofit co-op housing, without council endorsing a high-level direction? Are we going to really be taken seriously in terms of trying to secure a major commitment from senior levels?
I'm not sure staff would advance that work without knowing what it is we were targeting to build. It would be a funny order to do things in.
Okay, so it's a cart and a horse kind of scenario.
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for time, although I do have other questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. And Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I am wondering if we have looked at city-owned market rate rental house on the site, like public rental housing that would still still create some of the revenue that we need for infrastructure needs in the neighborhood, but would keep not just the land, but the buildings and the housing in public ownership and operation as well.
Just to clarify through the chair, is the question whether we could use market publicly held rental as a revenue source?
Yes, exactly. But operating it ourselves rather than leasing the land to a private market developer and using that lease revenue, whether we could be looking at market rate rental as a more direct revenue source that we or we with a nonprofit or community housing provider are operating.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ryan Bigelow to respond, please.
There's a number of governance and ownership approaches and models that we could pursue here. Nothing has been prescribed. It's a future discussion and a future analysis that would support that. It might be a mix. It might be one or the other. It's to be determined.
Okay, and that would be a conversation in the next planning process?
Yep.
Okay, great. My next question is, I'm wondering if in the new sites, because the first new housing will be largely along 6th there where there's currently space, has there been any contemplation of using that new housing as like a swing housing while we build new co-ops where existing co-ops are and allow co-op members to move back in? I know it means 2 moves, and our assumption is likely that that's less preferable, but if that allowed some of the co-ops to rebuild on the land that they're currently on, was that looked at?
Chuck?
Well, there is potential for a resident of a co-op to move twice. Right now, as you saw, they would move once to new housing, some of which is on West 6th Avenue, some of which is not, some of which is contained on Olympic Village site, on the Easy Park parking structure, and so on. If that co-op member wanted to move again, I actually am not personally familiar with the dynamics of that, but there would be space for it.
Okay. I have 2 other questions, so I'm going to try to get through both of them. The first is, can we start working with the province on planning for a new larger capacity school now rather than 15, 20 years down the road when so many more families are living here, knowing, as we know from other projects, that process with the Ministry of Education and the Vancouver School Board can take a while?
Since you want a short answer, the answer is yes. We've already informally, engaged the school board, and we'll be formally engaging them as we move forward and have more clarity about what might be done down there.
Okay, that is excellent. And my final question for now is, do we have a sense as we look for senior government funding to increase the affordability of new housing in the neighborhood? Are senior governments more likely to fund the replacement of existing affordable housing or the development of new affordable housing? Or are there nuances there we should know as we're looking at the kind of phasing and asking for that funding help?
Ryan?
Programs support both replacement and net new, and in many redevelopment cases, it's both. You'd replace the units that exist today at a level of affordability that's affordable to those tenants, and then create new units, which may have a different affordability profile depending on the financial sustainability of the projects, the number of units within that building, the form of construction, et cetera.
Okay. One more quick question. Are we looking at mass timber build or other more climate-focused building materials here? Or are we way too soon for that?
Way too soon is the short answer.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I will leave it at there. Thanks so much.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Mayor Stewart, I see that you added yourself to the list. You missed the first round, so I'm just going to leave you where you are, which is at the end of this list, having missed the first round. So I'm going to proceed just so to let you know.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, could I move for a 3rd round?
No. Well, that's an easy vote. It's not I think you have to, we'd have to suspend the rules, which is a 2/3 vote, and
Okay.
then do it.
Okay, I've got a few questions here, so if I could get quick answers, that would be good. What does collaboration with co-ops mean on page 24? Is it possible to collaborate if the co-ops want to maintain their buildings for few more decades?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Ryan to respond to that.
Collaboration could take many forms in terms of visioning what the future sites could look like. There is collaboration around lease renewals. Some of them may require some short-term renewals to align with each phase of redevelopment. And then as we progress redevelopment planning of a particular site, there's a lot of conversation about what that would look like, what their needs are as a co-op. That will be in the form of many conversations. That could be through the ODP planning process, if that is initiated, and then also through just a development planning process with our teams.
Okay, would staff be willing to work with the community land trust that's been developed by the neighborhood association?
This falls under the category or the umbrella of land governance and building governance. And again, we don't think it's the right time for council to be making these decisions. There's much work that needs to be done first, deciding, form of development and what we want in Falls Creek South, and then we can think about land governance, both broadly or for specific buildings.
So Chuck Brook said that one of the goals here is to leave the PEF whole. Does that mean it has to keep making a profit?
I'll ask Mr. Nick Kassam to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, for the question. The PS mandate is that it should be generating a reasonable return. However, it should also be supporting city goals and objectives. So in this particular case, when Chuck referenced keeping it whole, essentially what he's referring to is that any revenues that are generated from this development is going to supplement and take care of the land in terms of its land development and all the costs associated with the land development. So there is no actual profit here for the PF.
So the land that Falls Creek, the money that Falls Creek generates would go back to Falls Creek?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is the cost of dealing with sea level rise, soil remediation, and the changes on 6th Avenue a secret?
We have some high-level estimates we've assumed, but like I said earlier, we're not sharing our pro forma in public at this point in time.
Why not?
It's a commercial matter, best dealt with in camera.
Okay. Has there ever been another process like this where real estate does the concept and then we ask the community what it wants?
I'll ask Nick to respond to that, please.
Councillor Swanson, so generally when the city owned land, we bring forward, and recently we've talked about the Grandma Loops, for example, which will be coming to public hearing. So this is typical where we would bring forward city-owned land and go through a process of like the regulatory process, just like any other developer, as the Director of Planning mentioned.
Okay, last question here. Would trying to get senior government money for this project jeopardize our attempts to get senior government money for housing in the downtown east side, like for acquiring SROs or rebuilding them?
Ryan?
Senior government has many different programs that they allocate for many different uses. I think it'd be hard to say whether they're competing per se, but they have funding towards replacement of SROs. They have funding towards supportive housing and social housing. So I don't think it would be. That's probably a conversation with BC Housing and CMHC, but I think there is a plethora of different programs that this one fits well into that others may not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, my first question is kind of a follow-up to Kirby Young's on the lease renewals. On page 24, it talks about no formal negotiations have taken place on strata leasehold leases. And then on the page 5, it talks about in the closer horizon that soon we will see formal negotiations concerning the strata leaseholds. Can you talk a little bit about that process and how it fits in with what we're voting on today?
Yes, Nick, please.
Thanks, Councillor Weep. So we've had many discussions with the community leaders around leases over the years, and council has as well. I can confirm that on November 1st, we are meeting with the Replan leadership to start the negotiation process because we've set up that time with them. And so that will be the kickoff of a formal negotiation process. Also want to remind council that we got direction from you in camera regarding a lease negotiation framework. So that's the direction that we've got, and we're embarking on that. And that would be regardless of the outcome of today's process here.
Okay, so that's going in parallel to the process we're doing today. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Second is, we've heard in the public that we're tripling the FSR. However, most of the diagrams and what we're looking at today is only phase 1, which only takes us to 2.6 FSR. So is that really what we're looking at right now, is only doubling the FSR of the properties in all the diagrams and discussions in the report today? And how come phase 2 is involved in the package if it were not really involved in any of the discussions today?
Phase 2 is included in the report.
It's included, but it's not included in as a comparison with the conceptual development.
Oh, I see.
It's not included in any of the visual elements of what we're going to be developing. And so it's not included in most of the work. So I'm just wondering why it's not included in the visual diagrams or not included in the comparison with other opportunities. However, it is included in an element on what's happening 2040 plus. So just wondering to know why it's not included in some parts of the document when we're comparing different opportunities and is in others.
Thanks for that. Chuck, can you please respond?
Yes, this is the recommended conceptual development plan that you have is the only one in the options that we looked at that actually occurs in phases, and that's really driven by the potential extension of leasehold strata. And when you consider that what we're showing you today would, in the first phase, occurs up in 2036, 2040 and beyond, in other words, something like 20 years from now, we found it possible to at least anticipate unit counts and gross floor areas, but we didn't feel it was realistic to try and anticipate what building forms would be 25 or 30 years hence. That we thought is better handled through the policy and planning process long term.
I guess my question is, we don't see it on any of the conceptual diagrams. Where is that density going to be at?
Oh, that density in the phase 2 density all lands on the 12 strata leasehold parcels, but exactly how we're not proposing.
Okay, and is this phase 1 financially feasible, recognizing that 2040 plus would be on other councils to be in their planning phases? So is phase 1 of the 2.6 FSR a financial feasible to deliver the amenities needed for the neighborhood?
Chuck?
Yes, it is, and it also, we anticipate that it is, recognizing that these are early days and we're working with estimated numbers. But we've also accounted for the future cost of sea level rise mitigation and have created a reserve account for that as well.
Okay, does that sea level rise include habitat restoration?
Include what? Sorry?
Habitat restoration on the shoreline, or no?
Well, it's pretty early days. I think we're working with some round numbers, so the answer is probably.
Okay, and recognizing my time, one last one. The 4 conceptual development plans that were evaluated, are those also financially feasible? Are those a good comparative?
No, this is the only one that is.
Okay, so the other ones that we had in front of us here are not financially feasible as opportunities or options for us as council?
No, because what we found was that the overall cost of development against the ratio of affordable and non-market housing rendered those options non-feasible. We got red ink at the bottom of the line.
Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on a question that Councillor Carr asked of Chuck Brook. Chuck, you didn't mention anything about the 50-story building adjacent to the bridge that's depicted in the drawings when asked about height across the edges of Falls Creek South. Chuck?
Yes, with respect, Councillor, I did mention that the 500-foot tower would mirror two gateway towers on the north side of the Granville Street Bridge. And so we saw an opportunity there to do that and do it in a way that we feel could be contextual with the Falls Creek Basin while providing the kind of, if I could call it, subsidization for non-market housing.
So as long as everybody understands 500 feet means 50 stories. I would like to talk about something quite existential at this point. We've talked about respecting the legacy of Falls Creek South, which of course is a globally recognized development for its innovation, both in ground-oriented mixed tenure housing typologies and the socio-economic breakdown of a third, a third, and a third. If we were so respectful of that legacy, why would we not continue the same pattern through the rest of the underdeveloped or underutilized land contained within the city's properties?
I'm going to ask Chuck to respond to that, please.
I'm sorry, I got an audio glitch and I only heard a portion of your question. I hate to ask you
well, I'll ask it
repeat
again, but I'd appreciate getting a little bit more time on it then. The existential question is this. If we are respectful of the legacy of Falls Creek, the globally respected and lauded model of ground-oriented mixed tenure housing typologies together with the socioeconomic breakdown of a third, a third, and a third, why would we not be respecting that legacy and spreading it through the underdeveloped or underutilized lands contained within Falls Creek South?
I understand the question. Thank you for repeating it. I think that what it would do, Councillor, although we haven't tested it, is it would pose some real challenges in terms of the financial viability of being able to subsidize units of that nature.
So we haven't tested it. So we've gone ahead with this thesis without primary testing. That is the existential question. What I expected the answer was going to be was that this contradicts council priorities, which I would have then picked up that line again as our council objectives and saying, where's our housing data on which we are basing these directions? So I think we need to be asking ourselves these very basic questions about the direction we're taking, and I'll ask another one. Are you aware that the original development of Falls Creek was led by the elected representatives and then it was developed through a committee of council and then with staff? It was led by the electeds. What I've seen here, this started with a presentation from the former general manager of planning in 2017, Gil Kelly, coming in. To what extent does council actually have any impact over the direction this is taking? Is the answer council priorities, or is there something more substantive?
I think the most appropriate answer is that staff at every juncture in key decisions is coming to council, sometimes in public, sometimes in camera, and getting direction for the next step. And we've been doing that as long as we've been working on this project.
So you're saying that it was council then that directed you to to triple the density on this piece of property?
Council directed us to seek options that would be address a number of council priorities as well as being financially feasible.
And we're aware that this development happened in the first place because of the split between the federal, provincial governments and the city. And the city, of course, putting in the land, but still leasing the land, not doing it for free as we've seen in other cases. Why are we not putting our energy into lobbying the senior levels of government to engage them further to fund this in similar fashion? CMHC got out of the game a number of years ago. Should we not be putting our lobbying efforts into engaging them instead of putting this burden just on the city?
Absolutely. I think we've talked about that quite a bit already, that is a very big piece of work that staff has in mind to do as soon as we get the next step of direction from council.
That brings us back to the cart and the horse, does it not?
Sorry, did you want to respond, Nick? Or Ryan?
I guess I could add, I guess, is like this plan is actually creating that platform to have those conversations with senior government.
I'm out of time. I hope we will have further chance for questions, even if it's after the speakers. Thank you.
Councillor Bligh?
Thank you very much. Just to continue on with a few follow-up questions. The report states that the replan position is to have the city pursue infill development in adding approximately 1 million square feet of new development. How does that differ? I mean, we're just using different metrics here, but how does that compare to what's being proposed here in square feet?
Yeah, thanks. And Chuck, I'll ask you to respond to that, please.
Yes, so in addition to where we are similar to the replan proposal, we are utilizing vacant and underutilized lands, and in fact creating new parcels as well. And whereas there may be 1 million square feet of new development in the replan proposal, what we have added essentially is about 2 million square feet in our first phase. So because we have added additional sites and because we have redeveloped the large and properties that are under 1 FSR for the most part, we're able to achieve double that density and a significant amount of non-market housing, the cost of which the land would be subsidized by the additional market housing.
Okay, so in phase 1, double, and then in the sort of full realization of this plan, what would be the final amount?
Thank you, Councillor. Essentially, in phase 1, what we add is about, round numbers, 2 million square feet.
Got it.
And then through the redevelopment of the strata leasehold parcels in phase 2, we add a further about 2.8 million square feet for about 6.6 million all told, which is about 3.4, 3.5 FSR total.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask in the context of amenities, what is the approximate increase size in the proposed Charleston Park upgrade? So, sorry, additional, or however you want to frame it.
The incremental area contemplated added to Charleston Park?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chuck?
Yes, the net incremental increase is about 2.2 acres, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And then similarly, in proposing a redevelopment of the school, and I appreciate this would require conversations with the Vancouver School Board, and we're not in a planning conversation right now, but it needs to be contemplated, I think, in the spirit of complete communities and 50-minute. And we know that Crosstown, Elsie Roy, we planned for these schools and they were full before families moved into those communities. I just want to be absolutely sure if we were to contemplate this, we're planning appropriately for the school.
We would be engaging early with the school board, and it might even involve council as well, engaging with your counterparts at the school board to make sure we get the right size school there.
Well, we do have a new planning committee, council with the school board, so that's great. Okay, and then just one quick follow-up, and this is really in the details now, but considering the elevation from 6th to Broadway in every one of those connectors, and I appreciate the comments, Chuck, that you made responding to Councillor Fry's questions. I'm assuming there'll be sort of significant east-west bike infrastructure connectors, recognizing that it's really only vehicles that are going to go north-south in all of those connector routes.
This is one of those moments where I say this is next phase planning. Our engineers, our transportation engineers would be deeply involved, and we already have laid down a whole bunch of complete streets and transportation objectives that we would weave in here.
So it's not contingent on opening up those streets with that traffic, the preliminary traffic plan or proposal as it's outlined could very well change.
It would absolutely, this is just the developer's contemplated view. The engineers have not weighed in.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks. And thanks, staff and Chuck, for thinking on your feet and answering all these questions. I know it's been quite a grind here. I do want to go back to sort of the response to my first round of questions around innovative approaches like tax increment financing. And in fact, I mean, I reflect on the provisional vision statement, which suggested that this incremental growth would be informed by an innovative process. And to which the answer on tax increment financing was that was a later consideration possibly. But as I look at the Talk Vancouver questionnaire, it seems that it really did sort of steer the conversation in the direction of, I'll just quote it, the city should use revenues from developing market units to help pay for non-market and affordable housing units, which seems to me not very innovative. In fact, that, with all respect, is kind of how we do things in Vancouver. We get a little bit of non-market with a lot of market. So I'm wondering if you think that if there was additional direction from previous council that set us on this stage of like going kind of with a market approach to it, or if we perhaps have kind of biased this process towards the market-based solution without looking at other innovative directions.
I'm going to ask Ryan Bigelow to respond to that, please.
Yeah, I think a next step would be looking at other financial strategies and funding solutions for the overall plan as a next step. If there's more to add, maybe Grace.
Yeah, I would say at the end of the day, it's really up to council to really see how the how cities should be contributing funding to this one. So if council so choose to say, don't rely on market, but basically using property tax and debt financing, that has to be wrapped into the city's overall financial capacity discussion in totality with, do we have enough funding to do asset renewal in general, our capital plan and this and that. So that is the reason why I think we should not be looking at it in isolation. If the city has to fund it and to finance it as part of our regular program, then we need to look at it holistically, as I mentioned before.
And if I could just add through the chair, if council were to instruct staff to embark on that direction, we would take a pause and rethink the whole process that we put before you today, because it, as you said, it really is taking a fully different approach to what we've been, the path we've been embarked on.
Okay, so there was no other sort of innovative approaches beyond the sort of the market subsidy approach? I guess is really where I'm asking.
I guess the short answer is no.
Okay. I know the original False Creek development was involved a special corporate entity, the False Creek Development Corporation, to kind of steer the project. Is that kind of ultimately what we may be contemplating moving forward in some direction?
Yeah, this is another one of those land governance questions where council will have some really substantial decisions to be made around construction delivery and the long-term management and oversight of groups of buildings or individual buildings. We don't think this is the right juncture to make those decisions. So we would suggest we come back to you with that type of information at a later date.
Now, is that something technically we can do, or is that something we would need the permission of the province to set up some kind of land development corporation like that?
Staff has done some preliminary work looking at different options for land governance, and maybe I'll ask Jeff Greenberg, representing our Legal Services Department, to respond to that.
Sure. Jeff Greenberg, Assistant Director of Legal Services. We have done a number of option analysis in terms of the future land governance. At a high level, we have not brought those yet back to council for their consideration because further work is needed. There is the potential that some could require charter changes or provincial approval, but there are a number of options available that the city has within its own power and authority to do without legislative changes. So the detailed analysis of that will be done, as Karen mentioned, in the future, and will be brought to council for their consideration and decision making.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it?
That's my time, Chair.
Great. Okay. Well, yeah, that's true. 20 seconds. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And question to staff, just circling back to the 1970s. When this industrial land was converted for housing and homes, obviously there was a decision at that point around keeping it in public hands, the land, so embarking on these 60-year leases. Do staff, going back historically, understand the motivation at the time of the council today and the staff for retaining all of that land in public hands?
I'm going to ask Nick to respond to that. Oh, okay. I guess we'd have to do some research to really, dig into the art. We have done a fair bit of archival research about how the process came about, how the designs came about, and so on. We'd have to do more if you wanted a specific answer to that specific question.
Okay. I don't need it right now. I'm certain there's others I can.
We'll get back to you on it.
I have done some reading myself, but I just wanted to.
So this was the original thinking about retaining public ownership of the land. Sure, we can get.
And what I heard earlier from Councillor Kirby Young's question is that there is an intent here to retain, with this proposal conceptual plan, to keep the land within public hands.
I'm sorry, you're a little distant from your mic.
So within this conceptual plan that's before council, it is still the intent to retain the land.
Yes, and you'll see, I believe it's in Appendix D of the current report, guiding principles that were approved by council. I believe it was in 2018, and that is called out specifically, the retention of the ownership of the land.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is down the road, but I do know this question has been raised around the school and relocation of the school, and concerns have been raised about it being moved closer to the road. And I'm just curious if you could comment on that, and if there was any preliminary conversations with VSB about that.
Sure, I'm going to ask.
In the concept.
Right, yeah. I'm going to ask Chuck Brook, please, to respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Very early days. You can see the school concept illustrated in the plan. There have just been very, very early discussions with VSB. The idea being that you could create a new school and then there would be a seamless transition for the children from one school year to the next. A potential redevelopment of the playground. The exact siting of the school, the nature of the school, its size and so forth are all absolutely conceptual, very much diagrammatic at this point, and all of that would be resolved through the longer planning and policy process and conversations with VSB.
Thank you. And then I just want to go back to a question that Councillor Carr posed about the heights of the, again, I get it's conceptual, things can change near the bridges. I think one at least of them is strata. And it was indicated that the assumption that there's strata leasehold in this plan is critical to the financial viability. Are there other ways of achieving that, not through the 500 feet towers, but having strata, because in the area, but not necessarily at those bridgeheads? Was that considered? So same sort of mix, but not necessarily in those towers.
So if I could just clarify, so the equal amount of strata units, but not in such high a tower. Chuck, can you respond to that?
Yes, that's a Rubik's Cube kind of question with the trade-offs, and the answer is, and I'm thinking about the other options that we looked at here. The answer is probably yes, but the trade-offs would be the distribution of the density in that 500-foot tower over the balance of the building massing that you see in the plan. And we don't understand yet what all of the massing consequences of that would be, but the general answer is taller buildings elsewhere. And then we start bumping up against view cones and other things across the site that are all part of that Rubik's Cube.
Thank you. I'm chuckling because I always struggled with the Rubik's Cube, so not my strength.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I just want to circle back on a question Councillor Hardwick had posed, and I just want to clarify it because I think it's really important. Right now, some of the legacy piece of Falls Creek South is the ground-oriented housing, and this is a conversation I've raised at council, and I think others have, about how important that is as an option for families. It's not for all people, but people do want to have, and I heard that, yes, potentially, we see a lot of buildings, but there is potential for kind of row home, townhome type models within this. Did I hear that correctly? I just want to be clear on that point.
Yes, and I'm going to ask again Chuck, who spent many, many hours putting these pictures together, to respond to that, because he's thought well and long about this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and there is an urban hybrid of the classic suburban townhouse that can work quite well. If you're familiar with Larchwood, it's a bit of a forerunner of that, where you have a 3-story building with a 2-story townhouse and a single level seniors unit at the grade level. And now we can move to a stacked model of that, where you have townhouse buildings in a more compact 5-story form, but they still are primarily ground-oriented units, and they're also oriented towards families with children.
Okay, thank you. That's my time. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
On for the next questions, and I'm just going to take up where I left off, which was a question that Margaret Wickens, I believe, was about to answer. I'll just repeat it. It was about the priorities for senior government funding. Are the priorities for, I mean, I can imagine it would include co-ops, maybe renewal as well as new co-ops. Mitigation of the climate emergency, like sea level rise, but maybe there's other things. And so I understand asking early with government and repeatedly is usually the most effective tactic, but what are our plans, and do we have other things on the list?
Before we turn that over to Margaret to talk about the engineering infrastructure, I just want to say the team is working as strategically as we can, thinking holistically, and your question of trade-offs lands in 2 levels. There's the trade-offs within this project, which will be numerous, and then, of course, as some of the other councillors have said, the trade-offs across the wider city. So, Margaret, would you like to address specifically the engineering assets in the neighborhood?
Sure, and I think perhaps the question is somewhat already addressed with your point around kind of working in a coordinated way internally to set those priorities, both kind of within the project and then also across engineering, as well as city priorities for how we pursue senior government funding. And so certainly there are a number of other projects in the area, Broadway subway and an extension to UBC, other priorities where we would be in conversation with senior government, and we would coordinate internally to ensure that we're putting that forward in the best possible way.
Always trade-offs. I am specifically interested, as I mentioned in my earlier phrasing of the question, in the anticipated increase in increased sea level rise, and if engineering is beginning to address that now that we have scientists actually indicating to us to go beyond what is the flood construction level that the province has been working with.
Margaret?
Certainly, and I think that would be really part of that next phase of planning and analysis following this decision, where the engineers at the city would be able to dig in more detail to understand how to match that emerging understanding with the concept that's being brought forward.
Yeah, I think that, thank you, and I appreciate that the public, I'm sure, is very concerned around our beautiful seawall and the parks and assets along that seawall. So, yeah, the more I think that they're engaged and get good information, the better. And a second question I have is a follow-up to Councillor Fry's question around financial strategies. And I'm wondering if staff have considered it not an either or, that in other words, there could be, we could move forward with the idea of increased market housing development as a means to pay for some of the public benefits that we're going to hope to accrue in this new project, at the same time as explore some other potentials, tax increment financing, green bonds, to enhance further the affordability and public assets.
Thank you for that question. That would exactly describe the approach staff has been and will continue to be taking.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's it for my questions. And on to Mayor Stewart. Go ahead, Mayor.
So much, Chair Carr. I just have some higher level questions for staff first. Just wondering, Just in your estimation, how much is this piece of land we're talking about worth, the city asset, in terms of the city asset?
I'm going to ask Nick Kassam to answer that, please.
50 million under what we call existing FSR. Now, depending on how much more FSR is added and site gets developed, it could be multiples of that.
I didn't hear the first number. Sorry, I think you're on mute.
Yes, sorry about that. So under existing FSR, the value is approximately 550 million. And then depending on how further it gets developed over time or added density, that would increase it by multiples.
Okay, and just so to build one unit of housing, I'm thinking like $250,000 to $400,000 for a modest kind of one bedroom place. Does that sound reasonable to you housing experts?
Ryan?
If it's a studio, one bedroom, two bedroom, three bedroom, it varies, and it depends on the form of construction. If we're talking concrete, wood, so we can get you a range of costs, and depends on what time. If it's now, or you're talking 7 years from now, has a impact on escalation. So
let's say now.
Yeah, I can.
Let's say now in a concrete form.
Yeah, I don't have a number at the top of my head, sorry, but I can get you one pretty quick.
Okay, but we're looking at adding thousands, if not thousands, of below market units here. With I know sitting through all kinds of rezonings, where $250,000 to $400,000 range. So we're looking at raising maybe $500 million in funds in order to build that those buildings, and so they can be turned over to co-ops and nonprofits to be run. So that is kind of the scale of what we're looking at here in this, and the opportunity, I would say, with this land. Is that fair to say what we're trying to maximize, staff?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Just have a question on federal finance. So I've noticed at rezoning hearings, we ask builders all the time if they have secured federal finance for either rental buildings or other projects, but they say, well, we won't know until after the rezoning. Is that the same for this case too? Is that we need to have much more detail and agreements before the federal government would agree to any concrete numbers or transfer cash to the city or nonprofits?
Ryan?
Yeah, there are approvals that go in stages. So as the project progresses from, say, rezoning to development permit to construction start, they provide indication of greater and greater comfort until construction start is when contracts are signed and money is flowed. So it grows over time as the project progresses.
So until we know what those commitments are, we won't actually know the level of affordability in these buildings. Would that be true, do you think?
For full certainty, yes, but we would plan to work with them at a programmatic or program level, and to aspire to certain targets up front and certain outcomes for the housing. So we can run some preliminary analysis, and as that changes, as the density changes potentially, the configuration of this housing changes, that might have an impact on the overall affordability.
Right, and I know we've been trying to do a portfolio agreement on the 57 co-ops across the city, for which we've just signed this landmark agreement. How lucky have we been getting a portfolio agreement with the federal government prior to the signing of that, or a decision on council to move ahead with that?
I'm going to ask Sandra Singh to, or Ryan to respond, please.
We have different instances of more programmatic funding. One of the most recent ones, I would say, is the Rapid Housing Initiative. Through the recent rounds of that program, the city has been allocated millions of dollars to be used towards housing. We've also got a lot of experience with also BC Housing and various successes in supportive and other forms of housing to secure senior government money there.
Right, and on the RHI, for example, we were to apply for the funding, but when did we actually receive payment for those buildings that we forwarded?
That for RHI, it's a very unique program actually. We didn't necessarily apply. We put forward an investment plan, and then the fundings were flowed to the city once the investment plan was approved, and so that was up front. But this was a very rapid program and warranted that funding to flow up front.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor DeGenova, just confirm, I don't think you went on yet for a second round, is that right?
I didn't. I was just going to ask though, could I move for a round of questions after speakers? Because I'm happy to save any questions I have, and I'm sure other councillors might, or council members might after speakers. I know that that's not something that we automatically do, so I would have to move for that. Is that correct, Chair?
I think that is also a question where we would have to first actually move to change the procedure bylaw. And then that's a 2/3 vote, and then have a second round. I mean, the other option, which is often done, Councillor DeGenova, is to ask questions as points of information after it's moved.
I haven't had a second round. This is my second round, but I'd just like to make sure we can ask questions after speakers. So if I could move to suspend the rules, suspend the procedure bylaw to allow for a round of questions after speakers, that would be my preference.
Okay. Sure, it's on the floor.
And I'll cede my time.
That's debate. No, we'll reset your timer, don't worry. We'll reset that. I assumed that was a point of order rather than speaking questions. Councillors, it's a 2/3 vote that's required in terms of this. I'm going to just do yeas and nays at this point. So you're very clear. The motion that we are voting on now is to suspend the rules, right? So that we can then consider a motion for a second round of questions. Clerk, do we have to go through two votes then? One to suspend the rules, the other, got it. So this requires 2/3. I'm looking for yays on suspending the rules. Yays?
Yay.
Those opposed say nay. Councillor DeGenova, I'm assuming you want.
I said yay.
Yes, I know, but I'm assuming that
this
what
is
you
after
want to
speakers.
do now is to have a second,
yes,
to put a motion on the floor to have a second round of questions to staff following the speakers. Is that correct?
If I may, I can't put myself back on the queue. I'm so sorry.
You're still on. You're
Great.
still speaking.
All right. Well, my screensaver's up, so I'm sorry about that. It was just for the reason that we'd hear from the speakers, and then we would do that.
And then we hear from the speaker, and after
I thought I explained it before, but
No,
thank
it's okay.
you. Yes, a motion to have a round of questions after speakers.
To staff.
To staff.
Thank you very much. Okay. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Great. We've got that process down pat. Thank you very much. I'm going to reset your timer. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead for your second round.
No, I'm going
good
to leave
now?
that.
All right. Great. Okay, then we are finished. Staff, thank you for your patience and your thoroughness in answering all our questions. I think all of council really appreciates that. Just before we go to the first speaker, I just want to let all of council and the speakers know that I have been in conference with the clerk and our backup, because we are not going to get through, I don't think, all the speakers unless everybody speaks very briefly today. Our backup is going to be Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, October 26th. And you all have council reserve in your schedules from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, we'll have a dinner break in that, but that is our backup. We are now going to hear from speakers, and our first speaker is Richard Evans, who is in chambers. Welcome, Richard. Pardon me? Well, clerk, you're right. We have a public body representative. Is that public body representative not here?
Yes, I'm just checking. It's the public body representative. Yes, speaker number 1 is on the line.
Okay, I'm sorry. There are 2 speakers, one. Richard Evans, you are the next set. Okay, so clerk, if you could patch through, or Veronica Bligh, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great. This is a co-chair council of the Vancouver City Planning Commission. Go ahead, Veronica. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. Hello, my name is Veronica Bligh, and I'm speaking to you from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm speaking today on behalf of the City Planning Commission, or the VCTC, as co-chair, to express our concerns and opposition to the False Creek South Conceptual Plan. I'm also speaking to you as a resident who was born and raised in a co-op in Markville that my parents landed in a few years after immigrating to Canada. I know firsthand what it means to find low-income, affordable housing in the city, and the importance and power of this mixed form of housing that exists on the basis that a mix of people with a range of income, race, ability, and age create a much-needed sense of community. I owe much, if not all, of my sense of belonging to the city and my strong connection to place to having spent the first formative 23 years of my life in this co-op. I'm also speaking to you as a young resident who is fiercely devoted to making sure that the city is affordable, livable, and thriving for myself, my peers, my parents, and generations to come. As you know, the Planning Commission is a body of diverse residents that advises City Council on planning and development issues in the city and on any matters likely to have a significant effect on the future of the city. We see this plan as a missed opportunity to significantly increase the amount of affordable housing and set the tone and direction for how not only we rise to meet our affordability crisis, but also set a precedent for how we use community-owned assets, how we treat those who live in affordable or social housing, and how we embed our values and our vision for the core of our city. I wasn't around in the 1970s when False Creek became what it is today, but what I do know is that it set a major precedent. In the same way that plan revolutionized the way that we planned our city core in the 70s, this new plan is an opportunity to build on that success and meet the challenges that we're facing today, and this plan as it stands fails to do that. The VCPC has three primary concerns with this plan. The first is the proportion of affordable housing units. While we see an overall increase in the number of units, the change of the mix of a third strata, third co-op, and third non-market rental to leaving just a third as non-market and co-op housing is the biggest missed opportunity. What this plan did in the 70s and what it proved over time was that you could have a majority of housing be non-market affordable housing in the urban core and have it be a thriving community. What this plan does now is diminish the value that we've placed on maintaining this part of the core of our city as affordable. The second is the displacement of current co-op residents from waterfront sites and the prioritization of strata and market rental on these sites instead. What False Creek has shown to date is that you don't need to be a high-income earner to deserve to live near the waterfront. What this plan outlines is locating affordable housing as a poor wall buffer to market housing from pollution and noise. Planning to house families, seniors, and disabled peoples and low-income earners along busy arterials while we prioritize the waterfront for those with higher incomes is a fundamental demonstration of who this plan is prioritizing. We are deeply concerned that the displacement of these tenants at low to moderate incomes is presented as equity and the only possible solution to homelessness. Our third and final major concern is the and the use, or rather misuse, of the term equity. The terms equity, diversity, and inclusive are used 2 times each in the plan. However, beyond stating that this plan would help ensure that the False Creek South area would become truly diverse, equitable, inclusive, and better integrated, there are no measures that indicate how the city will achieve any of these goals. In fact, the process has already felt non-transparent and non-inclusive by keeping the False Creek South community in the dark of its proposals to re-engineer the income mix into a tenure mix and keeping the school board out of the loop. In addition, the process of the plan has put co-ops into uncertainty and precarity by relying on funding from other levels of government. While the plan acknowledges creating more co-op units, there is also not a one-to-one replacement of co-op homes, as the demolishment of current well-maintained and viable nonprofit co-op housing would mean the permanent loss of the larger 3 to 4 bedroom family units, as well as the overall loss of affordability in community. Inclusion does not mean demolishing and relocating well-maintained, viable, and affordable homes to the periphery. The word inclusion has been mistaken for displacement, and these terms have been used in a misleading manner within this conceptual plan by arguing that increased market housing and decreasing affordable non-market housing on public land is the 21st century vision of equity. To close, we know that this area needs to change. We need to make sure that more people can live in this area and that we can also build adequate amenities like schools and daycares to make that possible. But what we want to see is a plan that reflects the values and needs of our city. We need a plan that prioritizes the number and location of affordable housing units. We need a plan that meaningfully centers equity. We need a plan that tells families, seniors, disabled people, young people, and low-income earners that they deserve to have dignified housing in the core of our city. We need a plan that in 50 years we can look back on and say, we rose to the challenge and opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And you do have questions from Councillor Wiebe. If you wouldn't mind staying on the line for that. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Veronica, for coming to speak today. My first question is, recognizing the Vancouver City Plan Commission has a wide array of diverse voices, can you talk about how this was discussed at the commission and just what were some of the different voices you heard at that commission?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, we had good timing and had a meeting yesterday afternoon where we were able to discuss this thoroughly. And we have a range of different incomes, different abilities, different ages, and different tenure forms on our commission. And everyone is always welcome to discuss from their own view as a resident as well as with their professional hat. So some of us do live in co-op, some of us are renters, some of us are owners. We each discussed what our own concerns and priorities were. And then we crafted this script together collaboratively. So I was able to reflect not only my concerns and my own experience as someone who has lived in co-op housing, but also express the concerns and perspectives of the rest of the commission.
Okay, and the main thing that was discussed was that there's a missed opportunity here to really kind of take on affordability, equity, and ensure non-displacement. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the focus on the missed opportunity of a focus on affordability, the displacement of co-op residents in particular, and then just the engagement process and the missed opportunity to truly embed equity in this plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to speak today.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. And Veronica Bligh, that's it for your questions. Again, thank you very much for your work on the Planning Commission and taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks all for your time.
Great, thank you. Next on the list is Speaker 1, the public speaker, and that would be Richard Evans. And you are very fast to the podium. Go ahead. We'll start your timer when you're ready, but you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. Directly and openly to our elected officials so that we can have what I trust will be a genuine meeting of minds and hearts in a public setting. My name is Richard Evans, and I'm chair of the Replan Committee of the False Creek South Neighborhood Association. And I'm also a member of the False Creek Cooperative Housing Association. And I am a husband, father, and grandfather. And I'm all of these things as I struggle with which of these I represent as I speak to you. At the top, things get very, very personal. Because the city staff's draft plan shows me maps where my and my neighbors' homes are gone. After many years of effort and millions of dollars raised from residents and invested in them. And the staff's plan speaks of lease endings and not building on the embedded value of the well-maintained homes that we already have. When I put another hat on and go up, I notice that the urban design pattern shifts and shifts me and my neighbors to the outside edge. And that the buildings take on double corridors where it is challenging for neighbors to meet and help one another and form strong community bonds that our current homes have helped us achieve. And I go from being a part of an integrated mix of the whole, and that the proportion of me and others living in the co-ops has been reduced from about 30% to half of that or less overall. My next thoughts are why our lands that are carefully developed in partnership by the 3 levels of government and the community's many residents subject to such dramatic change. And why all of this is done in secret. These are public lands where we no longer keep secrets from ourselves, right? What is not mentioned in the staff report are the financial levers that are driving the design of the maps. I can't see the levers, but I can see their import, and I know already that it takes a lot of for-profit stuff to pay for an ever-dwindling proportion of non-profit stuff. If the province and feds pony up, that is. We can see that the freight train leaving the station, that freight train leaving the station in this plan. And we know that there are other trains coming that could lead us to a better destination. From that vantage, I wonder what the pattern would look like if we added one small word into the mix, not. The phrase for-profit housing development becomes not for-profit housing development. And then another word, affordable. And the phrase becomes not for-profit affordable housing development. A paradigm shift, and the urban design pattern shifts with it to showing the proportion of market strata and market rental and non-market co-ops and non-profit rental homes integrated across the site at a proportion of, I'm guessing, closer to 50-50, which is what the city's mandate should be, isn't it? At this point, I start to remember the times where we wanted to talk to council and staff about affordable housing trusts because these are the places where not-for-profit housing developments happen. At first, we were ignored, and after a few years passed, we hosted, with Van City's help, a community housing trust forum at SFU. This was maybe 5 years ago. I do remember clearly that we invited Brenda Torpy, all the way from Vermont's highly successful housing trust, and then things went silent again. So we did our own thing, which looked like this map. And then our co-op got excited at possibilities and imagined a potential future that looks very different from staff's plan. And we showed it to city staff. Slide 2, please. But we're ignored 3 times that I can remember. The first to one of the 4 planning directors that have been on our watch. The second to staff in September 2020. Slide 3, please. And the third in an offer to the mayor's office. Slide 4, please. If council would embrace these starting points, we would work with enthusiasm with staff and start building lots of good cooperative and affordable rental homes from within the not-for-profit paradigm, from a base of firmness and strength, and not being weakened and increasingly insecure. I came across this quote recently, which I want to leave with you. Slide 5, please. We are here to take the pieces of the universe we have been given, burnish them with love, and return them in better shape than we have received them. This phrase pretty much sums it up for me, and I encourage us collectively to do just that, which is what this phrase suggests. My final words are to introduce the first 5 of the 169 speakers that will follow me. That will include a video produced by our co-op kids. Simon Neal, Maria Roth, Jim Woodward, Robin Chan, and Richard Marchand, who will speak to you of campuses of care, the roots of our great community, more about affordable housing trusts, what it's like to raise a family in our part of town, and the fundamental importance of leases as enabling the great things that we want to do in our community together and with you. Thank you.
And if you wouldn't mind staying, you've got questions? Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Richard. I can tell this is a very emotional topic for you, and I know that you touched on a number of things around quality of community, but I just want to ask a pragmatic, specific question if I can. And that is, what does success look like for you? Does it mean leaving existing residents in the same location within the community where they are now?
Well, we could all see over our lifetimes us moving to different locations depending on our family's needs, but we need time to do that and transition from one to another from a base of security that we would need to participate in that process. So yes, we do see ourselves transitioning, but it all depends on the pace and time and our buildings and the viability of our buildings and all those things that go with that.
Okay, and can you in terms of that, the importance of timing and pacing, because this is a fairly long-term plan. There's a phase 1, phase 2 contemplated. There's a number of years, sort of till 2040 for development, and 2030 before I believe anybody would potentially relocate, leases possibly renewed for 15 years. So can you speak a bit to timing and pace from your perspective?
Well, 2021, which is now, to 2036, which is 15 years. And then, so basically the leases expire when the lease term expires, despite the fact that we've got viable buildings that remain. So the plan that I showed you would be a phased, the concept of a phased transition from one form to another, but over longer periods of time.
Okay, and just to be clear, follow up, or if you don't mind sharing, when does your specific lease expire? You mentioned you're in a co-op?
2036.
2036, so you're 15 years out.
But there are some co-ops in Falls Creek that expire in 2 years and one next January.
Right. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. You have other questions, Richard? Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Richard. I wanted to ask, I really appreciate that, and I love that quote that you ended with. I think that it summarizes it beautifully. I'm wondering, the recommendations and what we have in front of us, it's very clear, and I understand that there's a process here, there's a way that we're moving forward, and that's a decision we're making. So we're hearing your story, and I only have a certain amount of time, so I have to be quick in the way I ask these questions. But do you feel that this is moving forward in the right direction? And procedurally, in the process, is there any specific points that you want council to consider in these recommendations? Like how the process is overseen, who's overseeing the process? Are you happy with all of that right now?
I think it would be very useful to receive this report for information and refer it to the Director of Planning and have there's been a concept of a stewardship committee or something like that that could be formed around the actual urban design. The one thing that's really confusing about the plan, and I didn't think it was, as I was listening to speakers today, clarified whether this is actually the plan, the staff's plan is aspirational or it fixes things. And I didn't really hear, and I'm still confused about that because it's not an urban design, it's basically an asset management plan. And we're trying to infer a lot of things about the future and making decisions about the forms of development and the income mixes and all that kind of stuff, plus postponing things like discussion about the housing trust to a different phase, but that's a fundamental part of the decision-making process now. So we need to get, I think the word feasibility has come up a lot today, and I think we're actually in feasibility. And if you do approve this plan as it is, then we would be subverting a whole section of feasibility and the kinds of things that I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. And I just have 1 minute left, less than that now. Wondering what you think about the way that this was presented, and I really appreciate staff and their work on this, and you and your work on this, and Replan and everyone who's put so many years into this, maybe decades now. Just wondered, could you tell me, do you feel that it's a missed opportunity to have an application already in before planning sees this? Do you think the planner should be a part of, planning that? Like you just said, the Director of Planning.
Yes.
You were very specific. Is that the reason that there should be some consideration of that before the application?
I think, personally, yes, we think the process is upside down in that regard. I think departments always have the capacity and right to do reports, but that's only part of the puzzle. It becomes information to other things that you need to do. So it's not a plan, it's information provided to another department.
And that's my time. I wanted to make sure I didn't put words in your mouth. Just wanted to make sure I was asking the question to clarify. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. Hi, Richard. The slides that you showed us, was that consistent with the simple plan that Council was informed about earlier?
No? I live in a housing cooperative. That's not a strata. No.
Okay, so it wasn't part of that larger discussion. Do you see what you were viewing then as consistent with the legacy of Falls Creek in terms of housing typology and in ground orientation and composition?
Yes, we were looking at the basic determinants of the building form and the what we call double aspect units, units that have front and back facing the outdoors, no double loaded corridors, sunlight to courtyards, and building heights that are modulated around the courtyards so that you still achieve sunlight into courtyards, and basically the kind of courtyard configuration that we could go up but still not get away from the basic DNA of the plan. I think that we've been consistent all along with saying that the basic DNA of what we have can grow, but if you go and start to get into different forms where you have double-loaded corridors and things, it's different from a ground orientation that we're looking for in terms of families and things like that.
I hadn't heard it expressed that way, but I like the DNA analogy. That's a good one. And then finally, if you could make this up and you were looking across the balance of the land that we own, what would be the direction that you would give?
Well, I think we always thought about a gradual, incremental kind of quilt-like approach to densification over time, and that there's existing building operators like my co-op that could fully participate in that. That's not necessarily reliant on huge amounts of external funding, because we can raise mortgages and do stuff like that. We're not needy in that regard. So if you took a phased approach over a long time period and took the kind of income balance and mix that you have now, I agree with staff when they tried to answer, would the pattern change if you went to a nonprofit model? And I think it would, because that's what I said in my remarks. So it all depends what determinants you bring to it. I think it's very important to take those determinants and for council to decide what it is exactly you would like to do. And we have a suggestion for what that would look like from our point of view, which is basically growing what we have and make it better.
So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stick with the DNA as established and recognized globally, and recognize incremental pace of change in the manner in which it's developed.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick and Richard. Those are your questions. Thank you very much. Our second speaker on the list is Simon Neal, CEO of the Broadway Group.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Carr, Councillors and Mayor Stewart, for allowing me the chance to share my thoughts with you today. As you just heard, my name is Simon Neal. I'm the CEO of the Broadway Group, which is a group of 3 non-profit care and affordable housing societies. We've had the privilege of providing quality care on 2 sites in Falls Creek South for over 40 years now. The first is Broadway Lodge, a publicly funded 114-bed long-term care home for seniors on Lamies Mill Road. And the second residence is for Independent Living Society, or RILS, which provides 24 long-term care beds for adults with disabilities near Sitka Square. Across these sites, we have over 200 well-paid and unionised staff that I truly believe are amongst the best in our sector, and we are fortunate to have them in our community. Now, for me, this long journey began in 2016 in conversations with city staff and later with our neighbours as we began to ask the question of how our organisations could continue to serve the residents of Falls Creek and the surrounding areas in the coming decades. It became clear to us quite quickly that the success of this neighbourhood can be demonstrated in part by the fact that the people who moved here 30 or 40 years ago have stayed here. We should celebrate this, but of course it also presents a problem. There are very few units for seniors to downsize into, very little seniors appropriate housing with good accessibility, and limited space for supported and assisted housing. So that's what we've been working on for the last 5 years. Every week, week in, week out, meeting after meeting, we've been working hand in hand with the Falls Creek residents through their replan committee to develop the concept of a campus of care that would provide right-sized housing for seniors, where services can be provided around them as they age in place in their community. And should they need to, they can move into a community-based, modern, long-term care facility on the same campus. This campus will also provide care for our RILS residents in a more modern and better serviced environment. Over these years, Replan has drawn in experts in urban planning, experienced architects and others who have tirelessly and selflessly given their time to an idea that they and we are proud of. And I want to take a moment to commend my friends in Falls Creek to you. I want you to know how passionate they are, how committed they are to inclusion, to social justice, to to basic community and planning principles. I want you to know how intelligent they are, how thoughtful, how respectful and respected they are. And I want you to know that they have never, not once, failed to acknowledge the need for change. In fact, they have championed it. But I also want you to know that they're scared, and I see their concerns. This plan has much to celebrate, but when the color of the buildings that support less wealthy people is clearly shown on these drawings to be moving away from the water, I see reason for their concern. I understand that this is a phasing issue in the plan, but it can and should be acknowledged and addressed. When the buildings seem to be segregated by tenure, changing the unique and beautiful mix of this neighborhood. When existing buildings that clearly have plenty of life left in them appear to be planned for demolition way before their time. And when the proportion of affordable forms of housing is significantly reduced in this plan on city land in this climate, it's almost impossible not to see reason for their concern. But I am hopeful. I'm hopeful that this council, this mayor, this group of city staff will do all they can to hear and address these concerns that can and should be addressed. Now back to the campus of care. It's been brutal in my sector this last 18 months. It's been a seemingly endless journey of provincial health orders, of urgently changing protocols. Our staff are working overtime at levels never imagined. And like all our colleagues across the country, we're short-staffed and overworked. But throughout all this, my board has given me the clear mandate to work with our neighbours and the city staff to make this vision of a campus of care in Falls Creek South a reality. And we are truly, truly grateful to see this vision included on this report. But now the real work starts. How do we get this thing going? Mayor Stewart, councillors, I'm asking you today to give staff a clear mandate to get started on this now. Not to be held back by red tape, but to work with your proven partners in the community to draw in the other levels of government that are going to need to be required to be brought in to make this thing a reality. We come to you with the full support of the community. They want this built in their backyard now. We come to you with clear support from the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing. We come with expertise and clear commitment to get the job done. Let's get on with it. Let's build something to be proud of, and let's do it in record time. The clock is ticking. The aging crisis is happening soon. We need these buildings started now. I promise you, we're ready to go. We've been working tirelessly at this for 5 years now, and we're ready to work with you to make this a reality. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. You do have questions. If you could stay on the line, please. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Simon. You're talking about a campus of care. There's been some criticism of Falls Creek suggesting that demographically it favors old white people, basically aging white people, and that is a bad reflection on equity. There's also a strong sense that we should be enabling our residents to age in place. Could you elaborate on how you see the shift demographically and being able to move people aging in place to a place like Campus of Care and be able to accommodate the growing calls for equity demographically?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. First of all, let me say, these people have become friends of mine now, and it hurts me to hear that leveled at them because they are some of the most inclusive and altruistic people I've ever met. And so their colour and their age is not their fault. Their attitude is something they own, and it is extremely impressive. And they want to make this a neighbourhood for everybody. The other thing I'd say is that the demographics that should be considered, of course, are the demographics for city-owned land only, because we're talking about city-owned land. So I think there is a nod to that in the report, and thank you to staff for that. But I think we should be looking at the demographics of the city-owned land also. And then finally, let's talk about aging in place. Surely to goodness, this is the dream. That we want to provide communities where people stay and people grow and people have a long life, a lifelong input into the community, and that we honour and respect them when their ability to input becomes more of a need for support. And so a campus of care enables them to stay in their community. It enables them to live at home in their community longer because the services are around them to enable them to do that. I believe it can be demonstrated that over a life cycle of a continuum of care, it saves money. I think it's what we all aspire to. And I believe we can do this here. I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Hardwick.
It does answer my question. Thank you very much. I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick, and thanks so much, Simon. Wait, there are some more questions for you. So just 1 second. Mayor Stewart, go ahead. Up to 3 minutes for questions.
Sorry, just Chair, just asking a point of clarification here. I wasn't clear what the speaker meant by color and age is not their fault, and I was just wondering if the speaker would care to elaborate on that.
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment. I think I've dealt with, in the replan group, I've dealt with people of different ethnicities and different ages. I don't think I'm going to, if someone's going to level a criticism, well, they're old and white. I don't think it's fair to level a criticism to someone who may be over 60 and happen to be Caucasian. I think the issue that we want from people is to demonstrate and pursue inclusion and fairness for all. And what I've experienced in this group of people is an exemplary attitude towards that. NIMBYism is so far from their attitude, it's quite remarkable. They seem quite prepared to put themselves out for people unlike themselves, and they, as a group, have quite a lot of diversity within that. So I merely meant to say it offends me, it hurts me to hear that leveled at them because it just isn't true.
Thank you.
That's it, Mayor Stewart. That's great. Thank you very much. And that is it for your questions. Simon, thank you for both speaking to council and answering those questions.
Thank you so much.
Great. We're on to speaker 3, Jim Woodward. Is Jim Woodward on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Mayor and council. I live in Estrada on leased land in False Creek South. I'm a board member representing my strata to the False Creek South Neighborhood Association. I'm also an alternate director for my strata to the Strata Leaseholders Subcommittee, and I will add I've been involved with Replan for many years now as well. There are a number of points in this report that I believe could be greatly improved to serve both the neighborhood and the city. But in my 5 minutes, I'd like to concentrate on one. What is the best use of public land to provide the housing that Vancouver so desperately needs? Perhaps because I have a 35-year career in the nonprofit housing sector in BC, I was chosen to be the chairperson of the newly incorporated nonprofit False Creek South Community Housing Trust. The purpose of the trust is to work in cooperation with governments and other entities to help guide the future of our neighborhood. Like so many other community housing trusts around the world, our vision is to foster and steward the development of long-term affordable housing for low and moderate income households. This is not new to Vancouver. The trust housing already exists here on publicly owned real estate, that is the city's real estate. We would like to continue this process in False Creek South. Replan has proposed a similar, as you've heard from Richard, a similar density increase envisioned in Phase 1 of this report and provided that concept to the city. Our proposal advocates for the campus of care mentioned in the report and Simon has just spoken to, and for workforce housing that is not explicitly mentioned in the report. It advocates for permanent units for those who have experienced homelessness and for housing to decant seniors from existing co-ops in False Creek and free up the larger units for families with children. Our plan does not contemplate the complete eradication of existing viable nonprofit and co-op units in buildings with plenty of life left in them. Or the shunting of largely lower income households to what is now being called a poor wall along the arterial of 6th Avenue. I believe this report represents a seminal moment in the history of Vancouver's long commitment to provide public land to counteract the housing inequity, which in the past has been used to balance market forces. And while I recognize that this is not the 1970s, I maintain that the challenges that created the mixed income, mixed tenure zones of False Creek and Champlain Heights are today amplified into a really serious crisis, and that the separation of market from housing is still what creates and maintains affordability. I am asking Council and senior staff to consider a different approach to that created by the Real Estate Department's report. We have plenty of freehold land in which market forces can operate and produce market housing. It is publicly owned land that offers most of the opportunities to demonstrate innovative housing models and programs. It is the only place where the city has direct control over the affordability of what is being planned. What it can provide is non-market housing in far greater numbers than any effort to extract affordable units from private market developments. Why then settle for the very conventional framework outlined in this report? Why not use the public land to produce housing that truly meets the needs of Vancouverites? Why not emulate jurisdictions like Whistler that mitigated their workforce housing crisis by formation of their housing authority and the affordable ownership plan they use? Why not have the market rental component of this report be built and operated by nonprofits, thereby lowering rents over time? Why not build on the success of the co-ops in False Creek South, who, as Richard has explained, have managed and philosophically a community of living that attracts higher income members who then turn around and cross-subsidize those with lower incomes. Do that work of government agencies, a model worth replicating, not shelving.
Okay.
Why not build?
Jim, you are out of time, but you do have questions from councillors.
Okay.
So if you wouldn't mind staying on the line for that.
I'll just add one more item. Our community housing trust could also build affordable ownership, and all of this could replace the use of market-driven developers. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming to council to speak. I just want to reflect back and just to confirm a couple of points that you raised. And you talked about divorcing from market housing. And I just want to be clear, the existing community has strata, which is essentially strata leasehold, which is for-profit housing. So are you suggesting that the new vision not have that? Or are you suggesting, to be clear, that the proportion of the co-op and the nonprofit housing be increased, for example, as opposed to the currently stated inclusion of market rental?
I'm reflecting on what's in this plan, which is to shift pretty dramatically towards market development of both stratas and rental housing. And by the way, we've been told that the real estate department is reaching out to begin negotiations, and that was mentioned today, with our current stratas, which I live in. And that's a very good thing because these buildings can last, as has been pointed out, a lot longer. But what I'm talking about, now that you have the opportunity to revisit what exists here and plan for the future, instead of skewing so much of what is in this report towards market developers who are in this for the market, for profit. And by the way, nonprofit developers will also borrow money just like developers, private developers do. And
so are you? Can I just jump in because I don't have a limited time to clarify? Yeah. You're operating under the assumption that all of the strata and the market rental would be developed by market developers and not necessarily by nonprofit developers? I just want to be, I'm just trying to be very clear.
That if there's enough time to actually work on modeling all this out, there are excellent models for affordable ownership. There's one at SFU, there's Whistler, there are many more, and we can build affordable ownership housing to replace the standard marketplace strata development. That's the point. And then on the rental side, the market rental side, why can't it be operated by, and there are examples that the city's actually created in years past of where a nonprofit ends up with market rental units, which help cross-subsidize their own units in that building or adjacent buildings. So there are lots of ways to go about this. It will still bring income into the city, maybe slightly less than if the market takes on this job, but it will get the values we're looking for to come into play in this housing crisis we live in. I'm sorry, that's a bit muddled, but if we had time to talk about it, I think I could explain it.
Yeah, that is my time. Thank you very much.
You do have more questions. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. I have 3 questions in 3 minutes, so I don't know if you can answer them fast. The staff told us that the reason they need to have the high density strata is to fund things like climate change and sea level rise and soil remediation. And how do you answer that argument?
Well, I don't ignore all the points that were made by staff. All those things do need to be paid for, but the methodology is what we're talking about, I believe, and I'm saying that if we protect this asset, this very valuable asset, and keep it in the more in the non-market sector, that a lot of the funds that you need will be raised, because if if our CHT builds affordable ownership housing, we'll be paying for that land, those leases.
Okay, just can I hate to interrupt you here, but just to move on, there's the other argument from the staff that we need to destroy the co-ops in order to get a greater number of units. How do you deal with that argument?
Well, I think Richard covered that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Richard covered that. The False Creek Co-op has been planning for a gentler densification of its own footprint, and with lease extension for new development and redevelopment and so forth. So I do believe that's possible.
So thanks. With your community land trust, do you know what the rents would be on the units that you could build with that? Do you have any idea, ballpark?
It depends, quite honestly, how deep the city would like to go with the rents, and then that factors into what they charge for the long-term lease. And you have a good example of this with the Cooperative Federation, Cooperative
If the
Housing
lease
Federation.
were nominal, if
Pardon?
the lease were nominal, what would it be?
Well, you could get down to quite low and I think acceptable rents if the lease were nominal.
Like what?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
I would go out on a limb, and I would need to have access to some data.
Yeah, and that's it for Councillor Swanson's time anyway. Okay, and that's it for questions. But thank you so much for taking the time and for the service you are providing to your community in terms of many roles.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Robin Chan is speaker 4. You on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Carr, Mayor, and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Robin Chan, and I'm speaking to you from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm the community planning assistant for Replan, and I live in Falls Creek South on freehold land in nonprofit social housing. Today, though, I want to speak to you as a mom and what it's like to raise a family here in Falls Creek. And I want to tell you why this plan needs to change to meet the needs of present and future families in Falls Creek South. Like I said, I live in nonprofit housing near the Canby Bridge. I have a 3-year-old who is almost 4, as he tells me every day, and a 5-month-old who you may hear in the background at some point. We got into our 2-bedroom apartment here through pure luck. We would have lived anywhere in the city, but we were offered a spot here. So now my kids are growing up surrounded by a mixed tenure, mixed income community. From the sidewalk in front of our building, we can see Stratas, a co-op, and Margaret Mitchell modular housing. These are our neighbors. We share our public and our semi-private spaces, and we look out for each other. My kids are growing up knowing that everyone has the right to housing and that every neighborhood should be for everyone. This plan pays lip service to those mixed tenure and mixed income ideals, but in actuality, what it presents is a poor door to the neighborhood. It marginalizes the low and moderate income communities of social, nonprofit, and co-op housing by placing them on a busy arterial, and it replaces them with market housing. We already know that this is a completely inequitable way of building cities, to use lower income housing as a pollution and sound barrier for higher income housing. So why is the proposal to take a neighborhood that doesn't do that and then embed that inequity right in step 1? And then there is the school, which is proposed for redevelopment in 2040. I know that schools are a balancing act between the province and the school board in the city, and I've heard councillors' questions about this today. But to put it into context, my son will turn 5 and start kindergarten next fall. The school isn't even contemplated to open until he turns 19 and will be finished secondary school, and hundreds of new families are expected to move into the neighborhood before then. Vancouver Plan is asking people how we can make Vancouver more livable and more sustainable. But 38 families were waitlisted for kindergarten at Falls Creek Elementary last year in a walkable central neighborhood, and they didn't know if they would have access to a school 5 minutes away from their home. And yet the real estate department is pushing ahead with a plan that makes it fundamentally harder for families to live in Falls Creek South. When I brought up these concerns to a very senior level staff member at the city, they said with a laugh, and I'm quoting, "Looks like you'll be commuting for a while. Too bad." While that may have been an off-the-cuff statement, when I left that meeting, I cried, and I may cry now. What that staff member didn't know is that my son spent his first 3 years going to daycare in Langley, traveling in a car for an hour and a half a day. We couldn't find a space in Vancouver, and it was near my husband's job. We finally found a daycare space in the city, and I now commute by walking and bus with my children, which takes about 2 hours of my day every day. The idea of doing that for another 7 years while my son attends elementary school is demoralizing. How can I trust that this plan represents the best decisions for the community and for the broader city and the real families who do and will live here when there is a lack of empathy and compassion from the people in charge? To be clear, yes, change needs to come to Falls Creek South. Yes, more people need to live here. We need to improve overall and specific accessibility, have more connections to the neighborhood, but not for cars, etc. But any proposal that is approved needs to demonstrate that it understands that the strengths and the real values in this community are in the equity and integration of all tenure types and income levels across the community, not in segregation and poor walls. And we cannot assume that the needed amenities that make communities livable will appear on the schedule laid out in this proposal, or we will end up saying to thousands of new residents, too bad. Thank you.
Chair Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. And I would just caution too about attributing a lack of empathy or compassion to the people in charge. I think that people are trying to do their best to work through options. So maybe just because I know that there's going to be a lot of emotions around this topic, but you do have questions from councillors, and Councillor Fry, you're up first.
Oh, thanks, Chair Kirby Young. Hi, Robin. Thanks for speaking today, and thanks for your volunteer work at the city as well. I'm curious. I just want to touch on the 4-door wall concept, and my understanding from some of the earlier replan presentations was that was sort of contemplated as like a great place to build out, get rid of the toxic soil in the berm, and build there. So conceptually, do you see an opportunity to develop that land, and how would you frame it in a way that wasn't maybe so sort of 4-door-ish?
I mean, I think, 6th Avenue and the empty parking lots are the obvious place to begin redevelopment. Obviously, you can do it with no displacement, and you can get started right away, hypothetically. But I think that when looking at the plan, it is very striking that the current market housing gets to stay as is, and almost, 3 co-ops, 2 long-term care homes, and 2 nonprofit rentals are slated for demolition in 2036, and all of those people to be moved to 6th Avenue. The approach seems really inequitable to me, and I think more consideration about how you could do phased redevelopment on existing sites, how you can spread out the impact of this plan so that it's not borne on the shoulders of the low and moderate income families really needs to be considered.
No, and I agree, and I think we've heard that today. It's an excellent point. I just wanted to get some clarity that you're okay with developing the berm and the 6th Avenue, just doing it differently, considering the mix and the phasing in a different way, if I'm paraphrasing correctly.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks, Robin. That's it from me, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry. And that is it for your questions, but I very much appreciate you coming to speak to Council. We're on to Speaker 5.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're on to Speaker 5, Maria Roth.
Hi there, can you hear me, Chair Carr?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Okay. I also submitted a slide presentation. I'm wondering if that's up. You guys should see something with a black dot representing Falls Creek on it right now. Do you have a slide showing?
We're just waiting to see if the slides are here. Just if you want to hold on for 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Right now, we don't seem to have a record, but we're just doing one last check. No, we don't have those slides. I'm sorry.
Okay, I sent it in at 7:30 this morning. If that helps you take a look back through anything that was submitted.
I think our clerk is going to just review that time period.
Okay. And I have corresponded with staff on using that email account before, so it should be okay.
No, we still have no record of it. I'm really sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I can speak. It's going to lose some of the texture because I was dependent on pictures and some graphs for you guys, but I'm happy to. I'll do a resend after I've spoken today. That's fine.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Good afternoon, Chair Carr, Mayor, Council, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Maria Roth. I am speaking to you from the ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and I'm a member of Falls Creek Co-op. I begin with a partial, an invisible picture scan today of the housing ecosystem around us. To the south of my home is a development called Joy. It's a skeleton house development that displays nostalgia for that which it has destroyed. To the north, you can see in the distance a building called Vancouver House. It's an isometric sculpture, an active signifier and agent in our housing crisis. To the east, the image that I would have shown, it showed a tower and very small single-family homes, visible manifestation of growing inequity. The top 1% globally now holds more wealth than the entire middle class. This is what's encircling my community. What has also encircled us is harmful misinformation and misleading data. I would like to take the next minute to share some data that we've collected on our 5 housing cooperatives in Falls Creek South, and I'll submit this information afterwards again. 17% of our households earn under $30,000 a year. 50% of our households earn under $60,000 a year. Compared with the city of Vancouver using 2016 stats, we have more census families with children. We have double the number of single-parent households. We have double the number of persons with physical disabilities in our membership, and we have more seniors than the rest of the city. 80% of our units are family suitable, with many larger 3- and 4-bedroom ground-oriented units suitable for larger and intergenerational households in our existing stacked 4-story townhomes. We have some of the things that Mr. Brook talked about earlier already. So why am I upset? I come here upset. I am upset because so many of us have spent the last 10 years as unpaid volunteers in an unbalanced process. 10 years of trying to get the city to start conversations around building more affordable housing, which is so desperately needed. And to have an in-camera report land at this time of this nature with such impact. I have to say, though, that what has really set me off is a letter that arrived in my inbox this week. I'm on my co-ops board. It's from city staff asking us to meet with staff. This letter arrived on Monday before this council meeting, asking us to, quote, start discussions regarding False Creek Co-op's leases with the City of Vancouver, end quote, and that they would like to, quote, discuss potential impacts on the site and next steps, end quote, signaling to my co-op and the others that got this email that our site absolutely will be impacted and this report possibly a done deal. This was set before this meeting, public input, council deliberation, and decision. Who is in charge at City Hall? Who is deciding behind closed doors who gets to live here and where? And why is this being allowed to happen? Where would I like us to go from now? First, you need to sign our leases, get power and balance, and include the co-ops in the so-called citywide framework. Extend them appropriately in consultation with the Co-op Federation and the nonprofit sector. Second, what would give me reassurance is to accept this report as information only. File it for future consideration by the general public and council as part of a transparent discussion about not just best uses, but aspirational uses for this public land. The good thing about this is that it has actively engaged public conversations about the city, city land, and who and what this is for. We need to keep going in that direction and not allow it to go back behind closed doors. My own personal hope, and this isn't as a board member or being on Replan, is that all new housing in Falls Creek South will be not in market, not part of a binary market versus non-market construction, but instead let's tether land value, our lease payments, and property taxes to actual people's incomes instead of the vague and undefined segment that is perhaps tied to income promised by the city's consultant during his report. Not in market is not the same as no profit. Co-op housing like mine has been a safe and reasonable generator of income for the city through our prepaid lease and property taxes. And we provide housing for the people who live here and who live here. I would really like it for the city to commit to making every new unit built affordable to someone who is a resident of this city, and to include both proven and innovative housing tenures, and for our conversations to take place in the public domain. A public conversation in which I hope we have courage to embed equity, climate action, and reconciliation, overlain by heart and belonging, and to meaningfully shape the pro formas that we use to show value of public lands. Thank you.
And thank you. There are no questions for you, but I very much appreciate, I know Council does, very much appreciate you speaking to us. You were very clear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 6, David Van Hemmen. He was the Director, Advocacy and Stakeholder Relations, Greater Vancouver Board of Trade.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. As mentioned, my name is David Van Hemmen, and I work for the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade located in Vancouver on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, the Musqueams, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And we believe the conceptual design should include more housing and density for Vancouverites. As some observers have noted, publicly, our organization opposed the original plan for the area in the 70s. At the time, we represented the industrial businesses that wanted, in many ways, to keep the industrial activity, and they were concerned about the change of use on the site and finding other suitable areas to conduct their business. Today, the composition of our membership has changed, like the city. We still represent waterfront industries, but our 5,500 plus members now broadly reflect the composition of the region, and their needs have changed. Members are worried that there won't be enough housing and at an affordable level to have workers live in the city. The original plan for Falls Creek South was indeed new and ambitious, and according to many, broadly speaking, it met the needs of the city at the time. And now more than ever, the city needs more housing. And we believe the plan as presented could be more ambitious on that front. And while housing is generally seen primarily as a personal issue, for our members, it's now a core and fundamental business issue, with 60% of businesses reporting difficulty hiring and retaining workers due to a lack of available and affordable housing. And 1 in 4 members have heard concerns from staff they are considering leaving the region due to housing, and we are already in a significant labor shortage. And we know and appreciate the attention and policy innovation with regards to housing policy, and we know that Council has worked hard and wrestled with this over this term and beyond. It's a fundamental challenge, and we also recognize that much of the challenges in our region around housing affordability can be laid at the feet of other levels of government who have policy levers they either have not used or have used in a way that's negatively affected affordability. To the plan, specifically, we appreciate the work that's been done by staff, and especially so given the multiple roles the city plays on the site, the discussions as well as the sensitivities and challenges that we've heard, and I've just listened to myself, and the need to balance the needs of current residents and the real concerns of current residents. From our perspective, the land is owned by the city on behalf of all residents, and it is one of the most desirable and beautiful places to live in the city, province, and indeed even the country. And under the current plan, which would run a little later than 2040, 60 years since the original redevelopment and nearly 3 generations later, it would see just the FSR increase by a modest, to accommodate a modest amount of 1,900 units. While the proposal includes many good things and approaches, it is really a relatively incremental approach when it comes to housing compared to the city's need and desire for additional housing. Being more ambitious on housing would support other goals of the city, including combating climate change, as well as the increasing trips by active transportation, among other matters. And there's also the opportunity that other economic opportunities could be unlocked in the area that complement Granville Island and other sites. And we also do understand the deep roots and the mix of housing and incomes on the site currently. And we also recognize there simply is not the same level of federal government support for housing. And given the relatively limited resources of the city, we understand it's a real challenge to achieve the level of affordability desired by residents and by Council. And we wanted to commit that we would be happy to continue to work together with other orders of government to be able to maximize the availability and affordability of housing on the site. So thank you for your time, your work, and your dedication to the city and its people.
And thank you for your work and dedication to the city as well. You were very clear in your comments, and there are no questions from councillors. Thank you. Speaker 7, Brian Palmquist.
Mayor and Council, my name is Brian Palmquist. I'm assuming you can hear me. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for allowing me to speak in opposition to this report. I've lived in Vancouver for 46 years, 3 of them in Falls Creek South, in one of the rental buildings slated for replacement by this report. I was one of the residents cross-subsidizing lower-income neighbors, and we were fine with that. I have fond memories of that time, the community we were part of, and the special place we lived. I've also been an architect in this city for 45 years, designing and building almost every type and scale of building, including some of the existing buildings around Lake and Boot Square. My project experience also includes serving as managing architect for the overall community plan for the North Shore of Falls Creek. Its plan was approved after an exhaustive, open, and transparent 18-month public and city staff participation process that I can still consider to be a career highlight. More recently, I've authored a series of city conversations no one else is having, real and imagined conversations with my adult children and others about the current state and possible futures of Vancouver. Conversation number 4 was subtitled False Promises for Falls Creek. It describes a real conversation with my 30-something son in early July as we cycled around the South Falls Creek seawall. Among the predictions I made to him that will sadly come true if this report and its concept plan are approved. Firstly, the integration and balance of housing types, including co-op, social, and strata housing, will be lost in at least 2 ways. Firstly, the overall proportion of affordable housing will be substantially reduced in favor of high-priced condos and market rentals. And secondly, housing types will be truly segregated. There's no other word for it. When we lived in South Falls Creek, the housing across the narrow pedestrian street from our affordable rental included high-end stratas, housing for severely disabled adults, and housing cooperatives. The proposed plan destroys that integration. Even the North Shore of Falls Creek managed to integrate market and non-market housing in a non-segregated way. Secondly, which hasn't been mentioned so far, the views from most residents of Fairview Slopes, where I don't live, so this isn't a personal thing, will be obliterated by the wall of mid-rise and high-rise buildings pushed back against 6th Avenue, not to mention the high crowded wall of buildings against the Cambie Bridge. Among the predictions I did not make to my son, the following will sadly come true if this report is approved. A personal sadness to me, the rental project I lived in for 3 years, as well as several neighboring rental and co-op buildings, will be demolished and replaced by a dozen mid-rise and high-rise buildings, also backed up against 6th Avenue. In so doing, all of their internal courtyards that allowed children to be safe while thousands walked and rolled by on the seawall will be lost. I don't see a place for families in any of these higher building blocks. Secondly, the eastern end of the project around Leg and Boot Square pushes its low-rise courtyarded co-ops into mid or high-rise blocks. Also, much of the square and its surroundings is doomed to be shaded for most of the year by the incredible buildup of height and density adjacent to the Cambie Bridge. From an urban design standpoint, this eastern agglomeration is way more dense than the North Shore of Falls Creek. Finally, there are two major risks for you to consider that are absent from this report and are not included in the 24 key inputs, building blocks, and feasibility testing. Firstly, Falls Creek South soils have never been remediated. The eventual community plan for Falls Creek North was actually largely driven by soil remediation management, which this South Side report mentions only twice and in passing. Remember that the North Side's remediation costs were paid by the province, which funding will likely not be available for the South Side. Also know as context that the City of Toronto completely abandoned its ambitious Aratiri waterfront housing development in 2001 after investing $350 million in 2001 and discovering remediation costs would exceed $1 billion in year 2000 dollars. No developers were prepared to take that risk. Compare that to the real estate's estimate of $550 million is the value of this land and what the multiple would be if the remediation turns out badly. Secondly, much of Falls Creek sits on soils of poor bearing capacity, which fact goes completely unmentioned in this report. My boss at the time watched piles for mid-rise Leg and Boot Square buildings disappear entirely during pile driving as they encountered what soils engineers affectionately call loon shit. Excessive piling costs in Falls Creek South almost bankrupted the construction company owned by the late Frank Stanzel. Neither of these two risks becomes real until and unless major redevelopment occurs. They can be mitigated by careful, iterative development. This plan is not that. My adult son was dismayed when I explained to him in July some of the likely changes coming to Falls Creek South on the heels of the undemocratic process that's given rise to this report. When I tell him the rest that's now proposed, he'll be distraught, as am I. I don't know where this plan springs, but it's not Vancouver.
Okay, thank you so much. You do have questions, if you don't mind staying on the line to answer. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, Brian, as the former manager of the successful Falls Creek North planning process, what process do you think might result in a better plan for Falls Creek South?
I think that the city needs to engage a professional team, and I would include in that soils engineers, environmental engineers to deal with soil remediation, architects, urban designers, and folks like that. I think they should be, with the city as client, they should be charged to produce draft plans, which would then be taken to the community in an open, transparent process, as we did. And then the plan gets refined, and you repeat those steps. You take it to the community, you get it refined. You take it to the community, and eventually you take it to City Council, knowing that the communities will back it, will support it, and then you can implement it.
Do you think that a loss of institutional memory has helped lead us to the place that we are today?
Yes, I think that's sadly the case. The kinds of processes that I described and I participated in with Falls Creek North and with Cole Harbour and other projects I was involved in don't appear to, well, folks don't even remember them who are working in City Hall now, unfortunately. And sadly, I don't think they remember the importance of engaging with the taxpayers who pay them and recognizing that it's not good enough until the public says it's good enough.
Well, that kind of nails it. I'll just park it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Brian, for calling in. I want to just dig a little deeper into your comments around the two risks around the soils not having been remediated and poor weight-bearing capacity. Just from your professional standpoint, I'm thinking about the context of, I asked a question earlier to staff about had there been an environmental assessment done around sea level rise, but also, ironically, today it was sort of a great shakeout day around earthquake awareness and practice. I'm just curious if either of those, in light of the soil condition you're talking about, could those have implications for additional built-out form in this space? If you could maybe comment on that from your professional standpoint.
Sure. As it happens, I wrote CMHC's Residential Guide to Earthquake Resistance, so I have a bit of knowledge about this. But the earthquake thing can be mitigated, and in fact, all buildings of the kind we're talking about, including the existing buildings in Falls Creek South, are built to withstand earthquakes very well. So that's not really an issue. In terms of sea level rise, interestingly, when we were doing the north side, at one point there was a scheme that involved lagoons, that involved man-made waterways, and we had an engineer who basically engineered the whole thing. Now that scheme got abandoned, but the point is that if you say to a good engineer, we need to mitigate sea level rise of half a meter, whatever it is, build that into the seawall design, they can do it. It's the big reticence has been nobody knows the number, I think, and nobody wants to think about who pays the costs. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. And I think I'll pause there. Thank you. But thanks for calling in and sharing your experience. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato, and thank you, Brian Polkus, for your thoughtful comments. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council.
Thank you.
Speaker 8, Council has withdrawn, so we are on to Speaker 9, Brian Heath. Speaker 9, Brian Heath, are you on the line?
Chair Carr, I'm hearing that Speaker number 9 has not joined the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 10, Wendy Murphy.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
You're hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I am Wendy Murphy. I've been a member of Creekview Co-op since 1985. I have worked in the UBC and Vancouver Public Libraries, and I'm still working as an artist. This has been an anxious 9 days. On paper, it may look as if the little blocks representing co-ops and nonprofits simply turn purple one day and are whisked away with everyone else snug inside them to reconfigure on the fringes, while other Lego blocks pop up in their places. My building of Creekview is a building of 8 stories and 103 units, and is a small village, home to 230 people, families, seniors, and disabled. Presently a high-density building for this area. We house an under-3 daycare. We wonder where the children will go. If Creekview were given a reasonable lease, we could continue to follow our professional asset management plan, which takes us into the next 2 decades to 2047. Instead, using the excuse of the city's superficial and faulty building condition assessments, our home and other still viable buildings will literally be thrown in the garbage. We know our building will eventually age out, but this plan is wasteful and careless of environmental impact. I don't imagine the mature heat wave mitigating trees around us will survive a large construction project. There is a Green Vancouver page on the city's website. How does the destruction and disposal of ours and other homes in False Creek South fit that vision? Will the new buildings take into consideration heat waves that are sure to come? Will the strata and market units feature walls of glass, which greatly increase heat in a city? We were told repeatedly by city staff and councils that we should be patient. Our leases would be renewed through fair negotiation. Were we naive to be polite, to use nice language, to save for new lease costs, to wait for one report after another? It now seems clear that there was little intention to renew leases on the original site. We did what we were told and did it well, providing self-managed, truly affordable housing, subsidizing 22% or more of our households who would otherwise have paid over 30% of their income for housing. There is no commitment that we will be moved to comparable homes. Is this all because as a group we have less power and income and therefore can be treated with contempt? I don't mean that city staff hate co-ops or nonprofits or non-market or people with lower incomes. They just don't care. For example, I have to wonder why has it taken more than a week to correct the graphic in the case of the building planned for the Creekview site. Sorry, I'm getting some interference.
I heard that too, but I'm not hearing it now, so maybe you can just continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Planned for the Creekview site. I mean the change from strata to strata and co-op. A great deal of anxiety has been caused here. We too are paying for this report as Vancouver taxpayers. Perhaps this active and lively community is a nuisance. The plan pushes nonprofits and co-ops housing high numbers of families and seniors to the back. Are we to be buffers for residents who deserve more because they earn more? Poor doors in another form. Is there really such urgent demand in Vancouver for market rentals and strata? Co-ops, nonprofits, and social housing have cruelly long wait lists. We would love to shorten those wait lists with more co-ops and no-profits here in False Creek South. Councillors, please pay special attention to the Resident Protection and Retention Plan referred to on page 15. The plan is called provisional. What happened to no one being displaced, to seniors aging in place? Before us, we have the history of Little Mountain, a family community destroyed, and the privately developed buildings where there just didn't turn out to be much room for affordable units. I voted for many present members of council because of their supportive statements about co-ops and housing, among other issues. The mayor's promotion of this report previous to public input was extremely disappointing. I hope council has the courage to stand up for our community, for truly affordable housing, and for a fair process for renewing leases. How council handles this report will show us how much standing up you're prepared to do, and we will not forget that support. I'm now 74 years old. Perhaps I will be here when my building is emptied, destroyed, and hauled to the landfill. Perhaps not, but it breaks my heart nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was perfectly timed and well stated. There are no questions for you, but thank you very much for addressing council.
All right, thank you.
Speaker 11, Adam Hawk.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of Falls Creek. I live in Harbour Terrace Strata, so not in co-op housing or social or subsidized housing. I'm at a loss. I don't understand how it is possible that this plan was prepared without input from the planning department, that you have a plan for a neighborhood that was put together by the real estate department. I find that simply unbelievable. we need council to act in the best interest of all residents, not simply the real estate industry and the value extractors. Boza, Aquilini, Concord Pacific, they've showed us what they build over the last 20, 30 years. I mean, it's clear to see that they're building little cages. They build studio apartments, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, that are 600-700 square feet. That's not family housing. That is not what it's not comfortable housing. It's not family housing. The units down here in Falls Creek are across all the stratas, and the co-ops are all comfortable housing. Yes, there's 1-bedroom apartments, but there are 2-bedroom apartments. There are 3-bedroom apartments. There are even 4-bedroom apartments. Finding a 3-bedroom apartment or a 4-bedroom apartment in Vancouver is like a unicorn. You've heard it exists, but you've never seen one. As far as I know, that is in the purview of the single family homes. What I further wanted to say is that in a climate change emergency, it's crazy to be sending homes to the landfill before the end of their useful lives. These are multi-story apartment buildings. These aren't, some single-family homes that are dilapidated that are going to be replaced, with much higher density. These are already dense homes in a certain respect, the homes that exist are the most environmentally sustainable homes. You can't build a home that's more sustainable by tearing down one that already exists. And these homes are also the most affordable homes there are. We're already paying for them and living in them, and the people that are living in them can afford them. So when you remove them, those people will not be in affordable homes. You're just removing them from the market. This plan to shift, to 2/3 market, 1/3 non-market housing will continue to drive unaffordability in the city. I believe that REPLAN did offer a plan that was built from the bottom up, offering gentle phased densification of this neighborhood using the underused lands to begin with. And I think that's precisely where this planning should start. Further on the subject is the end of lease language. I live in Harbor Terrace. Our building needed some work. People couldn't get the money to do the major rain screen project that our building needs, and so we tried to negotiate with the city to get an extension or a renewal on our lease. We were offered an extension on our lease, which was great, except it came with a new end of lease language. So the real estate department changed the head lease to remove the words "as if the lease is in place." So when our building is demolished or taken away, the head lease now says that we will be compensated for our units as if the lease is in place, which adds value because people want to live down here. If you remove the "as if the lease is in place" language, all of a sudden our apartments are the wires and the drywall and the flooring, and that's basically what it'll be worth. And we know that homes in Vancouver, the land is what the value is, and the location is what the value is, and that's what people paid when they bought these market stratas in this neighborhood. Yes, they didn't buy the land; they are leaseholds, and they were significantly less expensive than freeholds would be. However, if you remove the lease, they're worthless, and we're going to end up with nothing. If we change the lease language, and this lease language was imposed on us. If we, the renewal for those 10-year lease extension that I got for my unit was $80,000 for the rent between 2040 and 2050. A year later, and that was if I prepaid it today. I don't know what if I wait till 2040, it could be $1 million. But today, when I got the original renewal, it was $80,000. A year later, it had gone up to $106,000. So that is, I think that's just bullying by the real estate department to get us to accept the language.
Yeah, Adam Hawk, you're actually out of time, and I would caution you not to use language like bullying when referring to staff. That's inappropriate. But you are out of time, and I don't see any questions for you. So thanks so much for speaking to council.
Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 12, Clara Salamanca.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 10 minutes, sorry, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Clara Salamanca, and I live at Creekview Co-op in False Creek South. I would like to speak against the report. The city's report includes words such as inclusivity, affordability, and environmental stewardship, all buzzwords that don't mean anything without action. If you really believed in these ideas, you would propose that more co-ops be built instead of destroying the existing ones, our homes. We received the report last week and have not had an adequate amount of time to think about what it all means. Also, the slides keep changing, so it's very hard to keep up. I cannot describe the shock our co-op members felt when we found out we are going to be demolished, and worse still, that we're going to be demolished to create a luxury high-rise, a 50-story building, because we need to have bookends for the Granville Bridge. This 50-story building will be for the very rich. This is no way to address the issue of affordability. When we look at the figures included, we notice something else. All the co-ops have been squeezed into a small space on 6th Avenue. The rich will have a view of the ocean and the parks because regular folks like us don't deserve that. It's a type of segregation not very different from the idea of building a separate foyer and separate doors for people that have been given housing in condominiums downtown. How can 3 Green members of council vote for a proposal that includes the demolition of buildings that still have years of useful life that will be dumped in a landfill? I ask, how green is that? Here we have all the citizens of Vancouver separating their garbage for recycling while the city allows this unnecessary destruction to go on. In the last 10 years, we at Creekview have spent about $6 million in the upkeep of our building, including envelope remediation, capital repairs, and unit upkeep. Since 2018, we have been told by city representatives that we would be covered by the Resident Protection and Retention Plan in the case that our co-op was going to be redeveloped. We always assumed you would keep your word, but we were wrong. On the bottom of page 15, last paragraph, it says, this document was approved as provisional, as the assumptions and guidelines may have to be updated. When we read this, we realized you have no intention of standing by your word. If you approve this plan, you are giving our co-op, our community, a death sentence. Who would apply to a co-op that is going to be demolished? Members that are able will start to move out, and we will not be able to fill those units. The new plan proposes a huge increase in market rentals, and we all know what that means. Market translates to incredibly expensive units that most people in Vancouver cannot afford. There is also a 4-fold increase in market strata, which will be for absentee owners and the rich who might visit the city for a couple of weeks a year. There is a very modest increase in co-op and non-market housing, but there is absolutely no guarantee that the co-op housing will be built because it depends on federal and provincial funding. The developers must be so excited, realizing that they will finally get their hands on this beautiful piece of land that we have worked so hard to preserve. The real estate department bureaucrats can then move seamlessly from working at City Hall to working with the lucky developers who wins this particular lottery. Mr. Mayor, in an article in the Georgia Straight, you claimed that part of the reason for this major redevelopment was because False Creek South is not economically diverse. Do you honestly believe this report addresses and fixes this issue? Part of the problem is that you keep looking at incorrect information about the demographics of False Creek. If you take a look at the real demographics of who lives in co-op housing and non-market housing, you will see that it ranges from the very low to median income. I would like to quote from your report. There is a significant opportunity for council to use this valuable land to advance important public policy objectives, including the potential to create large numbers of new affordable homes. Yes, that is right. There's a huge potential to create affordable housing, but it is not in this report. To the mayor and city councilors, do you want your legacy to be the destruction of one of the best examples of urban living and city planning in Vancouver? Instead of increasing the market rentals, build more co-ops and not-profit housing. Then you will actually be filling the policy objectives. Be the council that is remembered for doing something real to address the problem of affordability in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, Speaker, and there are no questions for you, but Speaker and other speakers on the line, I will really caution you about your language. You know, we have an atmosphere and a workplace of respect. So language like you have no intention to stand by your words is inappropriate here. Thank you, as I say, to the speaker, no questions. Madam Clerk, Clerk, I have the next two speakers as in person. Do you happen to know if they are here? They are. Council, we are at just past 5:02, but these next two speakers are in person. I'm going to ask if
I'll move to hear them.
To hear the two in person.
And could we have an hour-long break?
Yes, we will have an hour-long break. Yes. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. That's great. We will proceed with Speaker 13, Panos Grames. It'll just be a moment, Council, that speaker is entering chambers.
Hello.
Hello, yes. You're Speaker 13, Panos Grames?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Panos Grames, and I thank you for your time here today. I know you're probably anticipating your dinner break, so I'll try to be quick here. You're all here because you care about the city, you care about the people who live here, how they get around, what they can afford, housing to addiction, short-term to long-term. There's a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders, and I respect your work. And that's why I'm here. And a lot of people would say I'm naive to be here, but I'm going to offer you a perspective of somebody who's lived in this neighborhood for 20 years. I've raised my two kids here and watched waves of kids growing up, new generations coming in, others growing up and leaving. They walk in groups of 2 to 3 kids, sometimes 20 or 30 if they're coming from school groups or their after-school daycare. As toddlers and preschoolers, they can go to the local parks, they can play in the little courtyards in the middle. By 7 or 8, they're wandering on their own because there's no intersections, there's no big cars coming through. It's a great place for kids to grow up. And teenagers, they're biking, walking everywhere and taking transit. But don't take it from me. I've witnessed it for 20 years, but take it from Alexander Lang, who is a world specialist in children's architecture, an author of books, and has been published in the New Yorker, New York Times. False Creek, as it is her favorite kids' neighborhood in the world. It's her favorite neighborhood. Take it from Professor Don Alexander, who calls it one of the most successful urban designs in North America. He said, this is a quote from him, "What planners can achieve in the right circumstances if they reject the neoliberal doctrine that government cannot successfully act as a developer, and if planners have faith in their abilities rather than the pride of place to market forces." Take it from Vancouver Magazine, who awarded Best Neighborhood to False Creek on criteria like affordability, livability. Take it from ex-planners like Larry Beasley. Take it from this morning's CBC planning expert panel, who unanimously said, this plan is misguided. Because this plan, the main force of this plan, and your staff is telling you, oh, this is just the beginning. This is not the beginning. This is 10 years in. And this is the beginning of the end, because the thrust of this plan is tear it down. Because you can build more better. Well, we saw that in the 50s and 60s in urban renewal. It did not work, okay? This reminds me of the plan that the mayor had to fill in False Creek in the 50s. It was so misguided, but it would have saved money on bridges. It would have made all this urban, downtown area, and you could have had a big arterial highway through there. Or the plan that Tom Campbell had to plow through Strathcona. This is that kind of plan. But the citizens fought against it, and councillors were smart enough to say, this is stupid. That's the past. This is planning by Excel spreadsheet. It's like a monopoly board, those blocks. It is not done in a neighborhood planning way. I know the people who worked on this, and I respect some of them. One of them left in the middle of this plan because he went straight to the Aquilini group. Thankfully, but he's left a legacy. Why would you tear down existing affordable housing? It doesn't make any sense. And this is what's been given to you. It's not what you need to do, and I really recommend against it. This is a model community that is recognized around the world in its form, the way it was built. My kids live in strata. Across the way, it's nonprofit. Next to assisted living, and next to that is co-op. My kids grew up calling it co-ops because the design is built to not recognize the class divisions. That is fundamentally important. Do not tear this neighborhood down because it's a neighborhood. It is not a spreadsheet of these things. And sorry for my emotion. I was not expecting this. I've worked at an environmental nonprofit for 20 years. The carbon disaster of tearing buildings down, I can't even believe it. I can't believe this is being put forward, but I can because of where it's coming from. What part of the city? That is not their job. There are hundreds of mature trees between all of these co-ops and places. We're talking about 8-story cement buildings that cascade away from the seawall so that people are not shadowed on the seawall. There's carbon-intensive infrastructure.
You have about 10 seconds. Sorry.
I could go on for days.
I'm sure.
And I just want to say the presentations from residents so far have been so much more informed than the staff, in my opinion. And I urge you, listen to the people who know this place.
Thank you. There's no questions for you, but thank you for taking the time and also appearing in person.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And Speaker 14, are we taking time to wipe down the podium? Is that protocol? Oh, yes, of course. They have a last name that's similar. You're fine with that? Okay.
That was my dad, yeah.
Speaker 14, Cyrus Ramsweb, go ahead.
Okay, well, hello. My name is Cyrus. I'm 17 years old, and I've lived in Falls Creek South my entire life. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Now, normally I'd be, well, I had assumed I would be in math class right now. Yet I've come here to urge you to understand why Falls Creek South is such an important place for both me and the city of Vancouver. Now, this isn't the first time I've been here. Back in 2017, when I was just 12 years old, I stood in this room explaining to Mayor and Councillor that Vancouver should not only conserve Falls Creek, but build more places like it. I explained that my neighborhood creates social connections. There are at least 50 other kids living within 200 meters of my front door. My neighborhood is walkable and bikeable, and I can walk through a series of courtyards to my elementary school in 2 minutes without seeing a car. My home is surrounded by bike lanes and trees, and there's such a diversity of housing which can't be said about many other neighborhoods in Vancouver. My understanding of the situation was limited, but I knew that our precious neighborhood could be bulldozed for the sake of real estate profit. All the trails, courtyards, front porches, shortcuts, and meeting places my friends and I shared, our childhood homes and memories, would be gone. So I felt it was my duty to defend Falls Creek. I prepared a speech, marched into City Hall, and told Council that Falls Creek is a model for all of Vancouver. I said you shouldn't be redeveloping this area, you should be adding to it, and looking how to make the rest of Vancouver more like Falls Creek. Now, the councillors said they were impressed with what I had to say and how brave I was, and teased that someday I would be the mayor. The council voted unanimously to support the neighborhood for a second time. To my surprise, I made the front page of the Vancouver Sun. My quest to save my neighborhood seemed a great success, and the city councillors appeared to care. But nothing happened. Weeks and months turned into years. I was confused. Why wouldn't the city take action to keep one of the most magical neighborhoods in Vancouver? A neighborhood where children can run free, where people walk and bike instead of drive, and where families of all income levels live. A neighborhood where people with disabilities are my neighbors, and where people come from other places to spend their weekend strolling the seawall. And now I find myself here in front of you again. I've gone from being 12 to being in grade 12. I've grown 8 inches taller and my hair is curled. I've healed broken bones and a quarter of my life has gone by. And when the city has finally come back with a plan, it it has gone backwards rather than making my neighborhood more sustainable. The plan provided by the real estate department resembles a map of my neighborhood viciously attacked by crayon-wielding first graders. It is both visually unpleasant and unrealistic. It calls to tear down my childhood neighborhood, trees, houses, courtyards that many of us call home. The city should be building more neighborhoods like Falls Creek South, not destroying it. And don't get me wrong, I want more people in Falls Creek, but this is not the way to do it. I invite you to come to my neighborhood and see the places you can build without tearing apart the fabric of my community. Why don't you start by building in the giant waterfront parking lot east of the side of the Canby Bridge? Aren't we trying to reduce cars? Rather than tearing down a beautiful community, add to it, but not with 38-story buildings, as it's disproportionate in a community of mid-rise housing. I want a commitment to Falls Creek, a child-friendly neighborhood that is model for green living, community building, and urban density. Please don't make Falls Creek South more like Vancouver. Make Vancouver more like Falls Creek South. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. And you do have questions, if you don't mind?
Yeah, for sure.
At the podium, great. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. Before my question, I'll say I do remember.
You do?
Yes.
That's awesome.
So 2 of us were here at that time, and you've left a very big impression on all of council. But I can just, I wanted to thank you for coming back and for sharing, your perspective.
Yeah, that's great.
I do have to ask you a question. I can't just make comments, but I do want to ask you a question.
Yeah,
when we look at, and this is a question I'll ask our staff later too, when we're looking at planning Falls Creek South, are we looking, like, how far in advance do you want us to look? Like 100 years? Do you want us to look at when you might be bringing, if you have kids one day, those kids to City Hall, and I'm wondering, what is it that you want us to see, and how far out do you want us to plan? Is it just for your generation, or is it for generations to come?
Well, I think every generation matters, right? So as far in the future as you guys can. I just think that Falls Creek is such almost like a perfect neighborhood. It's so functional, it's so beautiful, and it's sort of like the essence of Vancouver almost. So I'm not sure exactly like a numerical value for how many years in the future, but I think that it's really important to conserve and maybe add on to Falls Creek without overdeveloping it and adding, giant buildings, and then also tearing down the existing houses that are functioning so well already.
So you want to see future generations, like we're not just thinking about this generation, we're thinking about future generations.
Yeah, I mean,
is that fair?
If I had the choice, for my kids in the future, I would 100% raise them in Falls Creek over any other neighborhood in the city.
And is it fair, from what I'm hearing you say, I want to make sure that I get this correct, you support ways to move forward and sustain Falls Creek South, but you want to keep and retain the buildings that are there, and you could see some things supplementing that if it retains the character and neighborhood feel that it currently has.
Yeah, I agree.
I was just wondering, is that I'm trying to clarify, is that what you're
Yeah, I do
asking us
believe
to
that.
support?
The character of Falls Creek is really what makes it such an amazing place. And if the city is wanting to add to it, to try and keep it as much like it already is, without taking away or adding too much.
Thank you very much, and you've impressed me just as much this time as you did last time. You did make a very big impression.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate
I'm really glad to hear
your
that.
presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. You do have more questions? Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Hi, I'm over here, this way.
Oh, hi there, sorry. Too confused for the look.
Not at all. I was thinking about it. I was about your age when Falls Creek when they started to break ground and be building it. And it certainly doesn't seem to me at this stage to be past its best by date.
I agree completely.
So I'm really glad that you feel that it's your duty to fight for Falls Creek. I feel the same way. You said that you thought it should be the model for the rest of the city. And knowing Falls Creek as well as you do, and the undeveloped land and underdeveloped land, can you imagine what that would look like to more fully densify across Falls Creek and other parts of the city even? How would that look to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of, more towards the science world. more towards Science World, from sort of between Granville Island and going forward towards Science World. There's a lot of empty parking lots. And if those were to be turned into sort of the green look of Falls Creek, like if any of you guys have driven over the Granville Street Bridge and you look down on Falls Creek, you can see a bunch of gray and then a really nice green patch. And it's so beautiful to look at just from that view. And I think if you were to turn sort of all along the water on that side into similar neighborhoods, it doesn't have to be the exact same, but with more co-ops, nonprofit housing, and some stratas, I think it would just be beautiful to look at, and it would be just such a perfect way of living for a lot of people. I know that kids from all over the city will come to hang out in Falls Creek, and that there's just the waiting lists for the houses there go on for years and years because people are wanting to live there because it's just such a perfect neighborhood. So I think if you were to expand it through places that need to be developed anyways and don't have housing already, it would be a really good way to go about it.
But do you think that the sort of the ground-oriented architecture and the size and massing of the units are things that would be replicated? I mean, we've talked about different row housing and different kinds of housing typologies. Do you have a sense of what that, as opposed to high rises, what that would look like for families?
Sorry, I'm a little confused. Are you saying which would I prefer?
Well, what do you think is consistent with the neighborhood?
Well, if you look at Vancouver, you have a lot of high rises on one side, and then you have Falls Creek on the other side, which is a lot more low to mid-rise housing. And I think it has quite an aesthetic look and would work well with the city to have a mix instead of putting all your eggs in one basket.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it was great to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the time today.
And that is it for your questions. Although I do remember your speech last time as well. It was very impactful.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope you guys have a nice dinner.
Thank you so much. Okay, Council, I believe we are now on a dinner break, or able to take a dinner break. It's 5:14. We'll come back at 6:15.
I just have a point of privilege, Chair Carr. It's the mayor here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there you go. Looking for that voice. There you go. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you for your chairing today. I have noticed, though, quite a few comments that have been derogatory towards staff. I've been reluctant to call that out and not to interfere with your chairing, but I would just ask that we do our best to rein that in, because staff have worked for a very long time on this, and to have their reputations called into question is disturbing to me. So I just wanted to raise that point. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I have called it out, but I'll be diligent in continuing to call that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So 1 hour. Enjoy your dinner.
Everyone.
Okay, welcome back from dinner, Council, and to the public. So we are back, and I just wanted to let everybody know that, well, specifically Council, that sometimes the screen in the Council chambers goes black temporarily, and our IT staff and clerks want to inform you that the live stream is not affected. So what the public is seeing is continuous and doesn't have those blackouts. So, Council, we are on speaker 15, and clerks, if you could advise me of speaker 15, Hugh Blackman is on the line. And as you're checking that, if we can get the recess screen off inside, but Hugh Blackman, are you on the line?
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr. We're just making sure we have the bridge properly connected. We just might.
I hope you had a good dinner.
Is this Hugh Blackman?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we had a wonderful dinner. Thank you so much. I think each of us did. And thank you for coming to speak. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Carr, Mayor, and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the unceded and traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam. I am hopeful as a long-term resident of this amazing community that the Mayor and Council will act very soon to create stability for all residents in False Creek South area and will move forward to create an exciting and vibrantly renewed False Creek. This will enable City Council to then begin planning and building new non-market housing in False Creek South and addressing housing needs in Vancouver. I've been an active member of this community for over 40 years. I actually went to Emily Carr right when it started on Granville Island back in 1980. I teach sailing down there for over 30 years. I was teaching out of Granville Island, and I live in a leasehold strata home at Fountain Terrace since 1995, and I taught at False Creek School. My child grew up in the neighborhood, and now my mother-in-law lives a short distance away, also in a leasehold strata. It's a great community. It's so proud of this gem of Vancouver, which offers diverse housing options, is affordable, livable, and shared with visitors from around the city, the country, and the world. I feel strongly that a mix of housing options continues to be made available in this area, especially an increase in subsidized and affordable housing. This area has been studied around the globe and seen favorably as a model community development. Today I'm speaking from the lens and perspective of a leasehold strata owner. There have been talks with the city now for over a decade with no clear direction or resolution, and we are now at the tenuous place of insecurity. Banks not lending to potential or current strata owners due to the end lease dates. Like all good homeowners, we need to keep on top of maintenance. But with the current uncertainty of lease end is not an easy task. To settle the strata leasehold issue with a significant lease extension will generate significant funds for the city to move forward with social housing initiatives and renewal of this community. Specifically, a lease extension of a minimum of 39 years will be crucial for current and prospective strata owners to ensure this stability. I feel this plan does not address the fact of lease uncertainty, and this leads to frustration for us, uncertainty, and fear of loss of our wonderful community here. On page 21, phase 2, post 2040, it states, sometime after 2040, with phase 1 completed and existing strata leasehold leases having expired, the 12 strata leasehold parcels could be redeveloped for a mix of strata leasehold, market rental, co-op, and non-market uses. This doesn't give hope to the residents who have been committed to this mixed social economic community and have invested into their leasehold City of Vancouver homes. Our investment has just plummeted, and it's not likely to be able to be sold with the uncertainty of lease end. Loss of revenue and value for strata owners also has a direct negative impact on our neighbors, our good neighbors in the co-ops and the rental buildings, and this is something we do not want to see. The discrepancy between the city interpretation of the Strata Act, the LISL payment language, will lead to much potential litigation for the city and leasehold owners as we near the end of term. In summary, I would request that the mayor and council ensure that leaseholders are provided with a respectful lease extension of at least 39 years and that direct communication with leaseholders occur very soon. Additionally, clear and fair information about our lease agreements must be provided. This is crucial as part of the assurance of stability for the sake of all residents of our neighborhood. The last thing we want to see is a slow dismantling of a vibrant community due to uncertainty and lack of information and process. I would ask that council look at a mantra for False Creek South: to grow it, don't blow it, give False Creek a new lease on life. And doing so will bring stability for all of the residents of the area and will also reflect and align with the city's strategic plan. Additionally, the area will be able to continue to be seen nationally and internationally as the city gem that it is. So thank you very much for your time tonight, and I wish you well with your deliberations and work that you put into this.
Great. Thank you very much. You have questions from councillors. Could you stay on the line to answer those?
Oh, sure.
Great. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead with your questions. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, my apologies, Chair. I was on mute. Yeah, I have a question if I could, and I appreciate you coming to council to speak. And that is really around as a strata leaseholder. How long, can I ask, have you been in your home, if you don't mind sharing?
Since 1995, and
1995.
we're
Okay.
always told get out of the area. You know, you should move, but we loved it. We always stayed. So yeah, long time.
Okay, and when you sort of like made that decision to move into the neighborhood and to purchase strata leasehold, what was your expectation with regard to lease extensions? Did you have any, or did you realize that the commitment was to fulfill the 60 years, or what was your kind of point of view going into it?
Well, with that, we knew the end language. It was 2040, but as our interpretation of it was that, you know, at least it would be purchased as if the lease was not expiring. And that's on the website shows different language now for that. You know, I think poor decision for investment, probably. Lovely to be in this community, it really is. That's why we stuck with it. You know, money, you can't do anything with money, but you can do a lot with community. So that's why we're here.
Okay, and just a clarification point. When you say purchased as if it was not expiring, you're referring to the ability for you to sell your unit? Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah, if you look at the Strata Act, the end language, the LISL, our interpretation, mine at least when I bought it, and there's, you know, we've heard of the next door neighbors that had a 10-year lease and that language was being written out. So there's obviously a reason to write that language out. Was that the Strata Act language, and there was maybe missing language when it was a lease was put into place way back when, but it was, the interpretation was that it was being it would be bought back by the landlord, that's the city, as if the lease had not expired. So the lease would be continuing, the value of the building would be based on what it is, well, not now because we plummeted, I mean, who would buy here now? But when it was stable, even 10 days ago, it would be bought at that price by the city of Vancouver at 2040, and hopefully we could rent or buy a place to stay within our community in the gray area, you know, years.
Okay, so you made an interpretation, and that was kind of your basis for going for it, so to speak. Is that a fair summary or reflection of what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much, and thanks for taking the time.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. You have more questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Is it okay, Hugh, if I use a couple of your lines?
Oh,
I like the
sure,
mantra,
yeah.
grow it, don't blow it. Is that one up to grab?
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Certainly the gem of Vancouver. I'd like to understand a couple of things. When you think about grow it, don't blow it, how do you grow it and not lose what made it a gem in the first place?
Well, I think it's been talked about with a lot of speakers, and even within the plan, there's a lot of good in the plan, and we can look at all the lands that are available around. It does look like there's a lot of space and that it's low-rise buildings, but if you were to add in the 10,000 visitors to Granville Island every year, and the amount of people that come through our community, and all of the city of Vancouver love coming down here, it's used by all. So yes, we need to densify. I'm not against that at all. I'd love to see more buildings. As a teacher and educator, I would love to see the school situation solved, but that's provincial, and that's negotiations with the Vancouver School Board. That's a whole different issue, but community needs schooling, and community needs to grow here, and even the diversity of it. I can speak to there was diversity even when I taught at False Creek, and there continues to be, and it represents, I think, the best of Vancouver.
What were the inherent values as someone that got in there in 1995 that attracted you and kept you even though it wasn't a great investment?
The whole area. When I first moved out, as I said, I was down in Granville Island at art school, and then teaching sailing and being on the water. I mean, where else it's a wonderful place to raise a kid. We stayed in a 900 square foot place with a kid, and I wouldn't trade that for a big house anywhere, east side or anywhere. When you can walk out in your front yard and see wildlife and experience that and everything else, and you have a community, share it with everyone, and it's a safe place. That's what attracted us to it. It's not an investment. I mean, too often real estate's talked about as this money investment, and that's what we're living in now, and I think that causes the housing issues we have. We need to look at places where people can live well and live together, and that's what this area was, and hopefully
The
will still be.
socioeconomic breakdown is that someone that taught in the neighborhood, you would know that when you came out the door, you didn't know from which third you came. The kids were all the same.
Correct. Exactly. At the school, I had kids that were living on the boats. I had kids that were living in co-ops and everything else, and never once did kids refer to what place they lived in, if they were in a strata house, rental, co-op, or coming in from all the other areas, because there's not enough schools if they're coming from the other side. No one ever talked about that.
Okay, and
Thank you.
that's
Thank
it
you
for
very
your
much.
yeah, that's it for your time. And thank you so much from Hugh Blackman for coming to speak to council and
Okay.
answering the questions. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Speaker 16, Claire Wood.
Hello.
Hi. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear
We
me?
can hear you. Yes.
Hi. Okay, great. So my name is Claire Wood. I'm white, cisgendered, 40-year-old settler mom. I grew up in False Creek. I was fortunate enough to grow up in False Creek. My parents still live there. They sold their first strata place, when like 10 years ago, when the first scare came around about the expiry of the leases, for not very much money, and then they scrambled to find something else, and then eventually what they could afford was back in False Creek. So, and they missed the community so much that they came back to a different, smaller unit. And they're much happier there, though totally stressed out about this current situation. Anyway, I'm going to talk about, sorry, that's my daughter. I'm going to talk about me today, because I'm here because when I read the report, I felt rage and disgust. I felt rage because the report seemed to be totally the result of a calculation on a spreadsheet done in a back room in private, and it really showed me that it was about safeguarding the financial assets of the city, and I just thought, where's community? I also felt that there was I felt disgust also because of the lost opportunity. There's only so much city land, and then if this pathway is adopted, there's a real chance that we would lose real affordability, real community, real accessibility, and affordability and accessibility. Affordability means so many different things. So does accessibility. when I grew up, community was so important. And then the other thing that we might lose the opportunity for is real reconciliation with local nations. And so I think there's an opportunity to think forward, think ahead, think forward about that. I want to tell you some stories. When I grew up, Halloween is just around the corner. When I grew up, Halloween was like the best time of year in the creek. It was safe enough for our parents to just let us run rampant through all the enclaves on our quest for the most candy. And the neighbors answering the doors, we didn't know who was answering the door, whether they were high, middle, or low income families. We were just like, all we knew was that this was super fun, and that later some dad would blow off some fireworks on a seawall. When I was 2, I decided to take a walk from my own, leave my own birthday party and go for a walk, and I ended up, a short walk away, and a huge search party later. I was found at the pond throwing rocks in the water. And then just as a comparison, I now live in the Olympic Village Co-op, which is barely affordable for us, despite our middle income status. And there's a story here where there's a 2-year-old that left the building in the evening and wandered away, having to cross a couple of streets, ended up at the local bar, and was found there. And as a mom, that is one of the most terrifying things. And, it just sort of speaks to the safety that protected me as a child in the neighborhood. And I'll just go back to, though I like living in Olympic Village, it's super convenient and very lovely. There's a real lack of, or at least I sense a real lack of community. There's absolutely community within our building, but in my opinion, we live in this sort of like 6 to 10 story series of gated communities, and I don't know who lives across the street. And I really, really urge council not to build another Olympic Village, but to extend False Creek as it currently exists, and increase all of the safety and family-oriented, ground-oriented housing that is existing in that place now. I really enjoyed listening to Councillor Swanson's comments about
Actually, Claire, you have run out of time. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I've given you a few extra seconds, but I'm
Sorry.
so sorry. But you have got questions, if you don't mind, just staying on the line.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Claire, yeah, good to hear your voice again. What was it about Swanson that you thought was important?
Thanks. It was the comment that she said about starting from what we want and trying to achieve it, rather than starting from a balance sheet which restricts so much right out of the gate.
So we've heard a few. So we've heard a few speakers today talk about how it feels like this is a spreadsheet and not built with community in mind, or really that focus. Is that really what you're trying to say today, is that we need to revisit it and have a more community-focused lens and build what we're looking for, instead of taking a financial approach and going from there down?
Yes, exactly. Ground up.
Perfect. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks so much, Claire, and have a good evening. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
On to speaker 17, Danielle Clark.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for having me speak this evening. I'm 37 years old, and I work full-time as an interior designer. My husband's a stay-at-home father and works part-time as a theater teacher. We have 2 children, a 7-year-old and a 2.5-year-old. My husband and I both grew up in Vancouver and made a conscious decision over a decade ago that Vancouver was where we wanted to live and raise our children. We got ourselves on the Falls Creek Co-op wait list as we knew this would be one of the only ways we could afford to stay in Vancouver. When our first child was born, we lived in a 1-bedroom apartment suite. A basement suite. We quickly realized that we needed more space and moved into a 4-bedroom house with another couple with a baby. This was the only way we could afford to live above ground with more space while we waited patiently for the co-op to hopefully one day call. After 5 years on the wait list, the co-op called. When I told my husband they called, he cried. It felt like we finally had a home. Up until this point, nothing felt like home. Nothing we lived in felt permanent. At a previous rental of ours, we had come home one day to a for sale sign on our front lawn. The next day, there was a sold sign, and we were told to move out. The financial and emotional stress on us was immense, especially with children in the mix, and was not a huge surprise to me that I finally got pregnant with our second child the first month we moved into the co-op. We were home. The uncertainty about our future was answered, and we had a place to raise our children. The co-op has been our dream come true. My husband and I will never have enough money to purchase a home in Vancouver. I have a good job, but we both have student loans and debt from my maternity leave that we are paying off. Even with our affordable co-op housing charges, we live paycheck to paycheck. The gift the co-op has given us is so much more than financial relief. Our children are learning what real community means. We're raising the next generation, and I strongly believe that co-op life and being immersed in an environment where a group of people are coexisting and working together for a common goal is so important for the future of our society and the world as a whole. I'm not opposed to change. I believe that change is important and necessary. What I am opposed to is tearing down structures and replanning purely from a financial point of view, with a complete lack of community engagement and humanity. Reducing the percentage of co-op housing in the neighborhood and relocating the co-op housing to 6th Avenue in apartment-style buildings is further perpetuating the issue of Vancouver housing market, the Vancouver housing market, and favoring the rich. As I've mentioned previously, I have a good job. I make a good salary, and the co-op is the only way my husband and I can afford to stay in Vancouver. Please, I urge you to not accept the current proposed development plan and to work with the people of the community to re-envision the future and to find a harmonious balance between densification and fostering current community. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
And thank you very much. You spoke very clearly, and I appreciate so much you speaking to council. There are no questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 18, Marta Goodwin.
Yes, hi.
Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Marta Goodwin, and I've been a resident of Falls Creek South for almost 26 years. I checked other when signing up to speak, as I have mixed feelings about the recommendations and report presented today. Regarding recommendation B, I strongly support sending this entire plan to the planning department for their information as part of their due process, and look forward to participating once again in community engagement under the auspices of the planning department. The work done by planning and the community at large in 2017-18 was both exciting and inspiring. However, regarding recommendation A, I am not in favor of further work being done simultaneously by the real estate department on the specific plan outlined in this report. I believe it would be premature to devote resources to advancing it prior to allowing planning in the community to do their work. Regarding the report itself, the visuals in the slide presentation of phases 1.1 to 1.3 clearly tell the tale of what is proposed. 1.1 looks somewhat similar to the proposal put forward by Replan's Community Planning Committee. It leaves the existing housing in place and develops increased density, mainly on the edge and vacant lands owned by the city. It contains a mix of tenure types and allows some space for a campus of care. I support phase 1.1 in principle the details to be refined during the planning process. Surely not all of the co-ops need to back onto 6th Avenue. Phase 1.2. This phase calls for the demolition of nearly all existing co-op, not-for-profit, supportive, and senior housing in False Creek South. Is it assumed that the building's usefulness ends coincidentally on the very day that their land lease is due? Is this lease expiry nothing but a wonderful opportunity to create a clean slate, erasing an iconic, beautiful, functional, family-friendly, and above all, affordable community? Truly affordable. New builds, even with government funding and reasonable leases for the smaller footprints allowed us in this plan, will end up being considerably more expensive than the existing housing. This demolition is wasteful. We have invested our time, energy, and many millions of dollars in ensuring that our buildings are sound now and into the future. My own co-op has commissioned building condition reports and remediation recommendations for Morrison Hershfield, one of Vancouver's premier engineering firms. Although my co-op's buildings were completed in the late 70s, most of our exterior walls, all of our large glass doors, many of our windows, roofs, plumbing, and flooring supports have been replaced over the years. My own unit has had a 16-foot replacement support beam installed in the ceilings. A building with a renewed 10 or 20-year-old building envelope is not the same as a building that has been left to rot for 50 or 60 years. This plan is disruptive to hundreds of residents, including families with children, those in supportive housing, and seniors. For example, the children currently have safe central courtyards to play in, where they can easily be supervised by parents and neighbors. The demolition also comes at a high environmental cost. The land around and under the buildings is not remediated, merely capped. The idea of filling up the landfill with chunks of stuccoed walls, twisted metal roofs, and a huge mountain of double-glazed doors and windows, not to mention my beam, makes me sick to my stomach. We can say goodbye to the existing urban forest and the gardens, which provide an oasis from the heat, noise, and pollution of the nearby roads. Phase 1.3. This concept makes False Creek South unrecognizable. It destroys a beloved neighborhood in order to build a little not-for-profit and a lot of unaffordable market housing. I could go into detail, like the ridiculously high tower casting a huge shadow over Granville Island, the unaffordable rentals and stratas stuck in front of the co-op buildings that will never get built. Higher levels of government take a dim view of funding the replacement of viable affordable housing. I ask that you support Recommendation B and Phase 1.1 of this report. Then let's get our leases extended and work together on what comes next. We can do better together than 1.2 and 3. The future could be exciting and inspiring again. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That was very clear. There are no questions. Oh, wait a second. There are questions for you if you don't mind staying on the line. Councillor Bligh,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, so it's great to hear that you are supportive of B and you're looking at 1.1 as something that you think could work with the community, but 1.2, 1.3. How about phase 2? Phase 2 is another 2 million square feet. I'm wondering, what do you think about the phase 2 element of the plan?
I'll be honest. I think I'll be dead by then. I think it's really pretty tough on the stratas, if not to say cruel, to put something like that out there in the media and so on. And now they have to deal with the fallout without really knowing, is phase 2 going to happen for them the way it's, projected for us on the day that the current leases end, or is it going to be extended? What's going to happen? So I'm hoping for them that their discussions with the city in the next couple of weeks are really productive and really positive, and give them a better blueprint for moving forward than we seem to have in this plan.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. And those are your questions. And again, thank you so much for for speaking to council. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good night. Speaker 19, Jason Forsyth.
Good evening, Chair Carr. Are you receiving me okay?
You bet. You're very clear.
Great. Thank you. As Chair Carr said, my name is Jason Forsyth, and I am the current president of the False Creek Housing Co-op. And I've been a neighborhood resident for over 16 years. Like many of us here today, I am grateful to live on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Getting straight to the point, like others today, I find the recommended conceptual development plan that was released last week is unacceptable in its current form. I will leave it to the other speakers to highlight why, and I want to focus on the distressing fact that this plan was completed entirely behind a cloak of confidentiality and in-camera meetings. Not only was all this work done without any community input, zero consultation has occurred with the local First Nations, or even with other city departments like engineering, parks, arts and culture, finance, and oh yeah, the city's own planning department. So now clearly this cannot be proper planning process. How can a city that has specific and robust planning requirements for all other landowners and developers be seemingly giving themselves a free pass? This is particularly troubling as the city is both landowner from a Crown government perspective and regulator. Now, the staff report does do a good job trying to address the situation, and by highlighting that the development concepts presented are to be used as, quote, landowner input, end quote, into an upcoming planning process. However, the public communication about this report, and particularly from the mayor, has many Vancouver residents confused about what is actually being approved today and or in subsequent meetings. And I think this confusion has been amplified by the mayor boldly endorsing this so-called new plan with statements that include, quote, it starts by approving a new co-created vision, end quote, and that, quote, city staff have worked with local residents for the past 3 years on a new path forward, end quote. And regarding the new units proposed in the plan, the mayor has stated, quote, the vast majority will be below market rental, end quote. Now, with all due respect to the mayor, from my perspective, these statements are not entirely accurate. There is no new co-created vision to approve. In fact, your council already approved a vision statement and guiding principles in 2018, as highlighted by staff earlier today. Similarly, city staff have not been working with local residents. As stated, this work has been strictly confidential until last week, and the community planning process has been on a council-approved deferral for over 3 years. And finally, the summary tables in the staff report also clearly show that the vast majority of new housing is in fact market strata and market rental at 66%, with only 34% of the new housing actually being non-market rental and co-ops. Mayor Stewart, frankly, I'm surprised and disappointed with how you are prematurely promoting this development plan and treating it as if it is a done deal. Furthermore, you are trying to sell a process that is being completed 100% behind closed doors. And we all know that planning in private and then consulting with First Nations and Vancouver residents after the fact is a recipe for disaster. To the rest of council, I encourage you to think carefully about the recommendations that are before you today. Given my statements and others you're heard today and next week, I hope that you will consider that it is both inappropriate and premature for council to approve the direction to advance the False Creek South Conceptual Development Plan as described in Recommendation A. Perhaps a wiser approach could be to direct the real estate department staff to release all of their conceptual planning work to the city's planning department so that multiple options can be given full consideration in a transparent and inclusive planning process. To be clear, residents in our community are in favor and excited about the opportunity to refresh this neighborhood. We welcome the opportunity for more diversity and well thought out increases to density. We want a new plan for Falls Creek South, but unlike the backroom plan presented here today, the neighborhood deserves a transparent planning process led by the city's planning department, working in collaboration with First Nations and Vancouver residents. So let's step out of the shadows, let's reset, and get down to the business of refreshing a world-class neighborhood with a world-class planning process it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you do have questions, if you don't mind staying on the line? Councillor,
Sure.
Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I thought there was someone ahead of me on the line. I'm interested in your comments. You live in the neighborhood, but you spoke right off the top about First Nations in this instance and including them in this process. I wondered if you could elaborate on that.
Well, yeah, all I would say is that Vancouver is leading the way with being a city of reconciliation. And I would think that would entail including First Nations in all major planning decisions.
Are you someone that believes that there is more opportunity for density in the South Falls Creek area, but that it should stay within the same building typology and general livability?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. It's a little outside of my area of expertise, but I certainly have been, as president of Falls Creek Co-op, I've been in the various planning sessions with the amazing folk at Replan and all the community work going on. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion about, like being talked about, like working on the edge areas that can have appropriate infill and appropriate density. And then, yeah, thinking really mindfully and carefully and environmentally about what can we do with the buildings we have? How could they be revised, refreshed, maybe rebuilt? I don't know, over time, in a really thoughtful and way that does consider climate, does consider community, and does consider all those impacts. So that's what I would say to that question. Thanks.
So would it be fair to say then that this is, you're not one of those people that's saying, no, not in my backyard, we don't want any development here, we want to keep everything the same?
No, absolutely not. We're aware of, we've had community presentations that kind of were like the slide that was at the beginning of the staff presentation today that showed all the things going around us. The Broadway subway, the Sinnock, Granville Island 2040, which I don't think was on the list, and that's a huge plan. And all the other things going around us. And there's a Replan saying that I've heard, I don't know if it's a Replan saying, but I've heard it and I really like it from Richard Evans, which is, we know we need to change in order to stay the same. So we're ready to embrace change. And you have in this community, and you've seen some of it, and you're going to see more tonight and in the coming days, such a capacity and a passion to work with the city, to work with planners, and be really thoughtful about how we move forward into the future. So this isn't a not in our backyard. This is let's plan our backyard, but let's do it together. It's this process is the big problem that we need to get around.
Great. And that's it.
Thank you so much.
That's it for, yes, great. Thank you. And thank you very much, Jason Forsyth, for your for speaking to council and answering those questions. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 20, Sarah Brown.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
You bet. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Brown. I speak with you today from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh peoples in the area known in settler terms as Falls Creek South. I live in Twin Rainbows Housing Co-op. We moved here just over a year ago, and we are a young Canadian Guatemalan family. I'm a graduate student at UBC. My partner works full-time as a landscaper, and we have 2 children, both newly attending Falls Creek Elementary School. A couple of years ago, when we were still living in student family housing at UBC, we started to plan out where we might move and what our lives might look like when I graduate. Due to housing costs in the city, we really didn't see any path forward that would allow us to continue living here. This would have been a great loss for us, but it would have marked a loss for Vancouver too. We have thousands of volunteer hours in Vancouver between us. And since joining the co-op last year, we've finally been able to catch our breath and see a path forward to staying in the city we love as a lower middle income family. We may not be rich, but like so many of our neighbors here, we help bring this city to life. We genuinely care for our community, and we spend our time living those values. Many of my neighbors here in the co-op are artists, intellectuals, helpers, and advocates. We all know that these aren't the kind of jobs that make money that could make life easy in such an expensive city, but they make the world and the city a much better place. Many of these roles are undervalued, but so crucial to the dynamic, creative, and progressive fabric of our city. Turning to the proposed development plan today, of all the problems I see, and there are quite a few, I'm most disturbed by what can be generally characterized as a lack of transparency. I think it's unacceptable that this plan was hatched in camera out of public gaze, and I think it's unacceptable that it was hatched by the real estate division of the city without substantive involvement of the planning department or the public. I disagree that the city's consultation back in February constituted any kind of meaningful engagement with the residents of this community. I don't have the exact words of the survey questions in front of me, but the questions were pretty leading. I remember no-brainer type language along the lines of, do you support more affordable housing in Vancouver? Which is pretty obviously a clear yes when it's written in abstract. But when taken with this plan's context, especially with regards to demolishing viable housing, the survey was misleading, and its results are therefore untrustworthy in my mind. The redevelopment plan feels carefully orchestrated, seemingly started long before any superficial so-called community consultations. Along with other members of False Creek South Neighborhood Co-ops, Twin Rainbows members have spent hours on the issue of finding a workable lease renewal framework for Vancouver co-ops. In fact, just a few months ago, I spoke to you in this same format on the lease renewal issue. With the very short turnaround time between reports being released and then going to council for discussion, most False Creek South co-ops only realized at the 11th hour that in fact the lease renewal frameworks we'd been analyzing likely wouldn't apply to us at all. The time and effort we'd invested felt in vain, and this plan before you today makes that abundantly clear. In hindsight, and after investing so much time, it now seems the city was never really planning to renew existing co-op leases with that framework here in this neighborhood at all. Quite frankly, it felt like a bait and switch. Our co-op just last month completed a multi-million-dollar, over $6 million, I believe actually, building envelope renewal project to perfect the condition of our buildings. Earlier today, in the discussion, I heard a city staff member describe co-ops as being in fair to good condition, when in fact ours is now nearly new. In order to pay for this massive construction project, our co-op internally agreed to more than double our monthly housing fees over the next 10 years. As a collective, we're making long-term, responsible, and sustainable plans for the buildings we've now learned we may have numbered days to live in. Finally, I'd like to turn to the crucial issue of livable infrastructure in this plan. When my family moved to the neighborhood, False Creek Elementary School had a long wait list. We were on it for over a year. The period involved a long commute for us. It meant that my children's social worlds were spread across two very distant parts of the city, and that they remained disconnected from their local child community a lot longer than they should have. This plan is thin on infrastructure. It means school waits like the one we experienced could increase by several orders of magnitude, given the volume of new residents that would come our way. Along with the stresses on infrastructure, such as community centers and transit, I'm also concerned about the pressure on parks and green spaces in our neighborhood. The berm, in particular, is a unique and precious part of the landscape that would be sacrificed under this proposed plan. This is one of the only, if not the only, treed walking trails outside of Stanley Park and Pacific Spirit, and its loss would be significant. In the words of one of my neighbors, it's an urban sanctuary that does not get the recognition it deserves in this plan. A truly inclusive, sustainable, and living community puts quality of life above profits. I really appreciate your time, and I thank you in advance for considering what I've shared when you're making your decision.
That was the most perfectly timed presentation, bang on 5 minutes. We don't have any questions, but thank you for being very clear and articulate in your presentation.
Thank you.
Speaker 21, Val Embry.
Hello, Council. Am I clear with you?
You are very clear. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am speaking in opposition to the Real Estate Department's consultant report. Sadly, reading this report, one sees a vision of land assembly for corporate investment in a commodity that happens to be housing. Clearing nonprofit housing from existing sites for the private sector development industry is based on a very narrow set of values. It excludes the values of social cohesion and healthy communities and will not serve Vancouver well. There have been repeated references to staff working diligently, but it seems they've been working without clear direction from Council or have lost the thread of some healthier direction than we see in this report. I would like to speak to the financing of this vision. It is questionable, I would suggest. Existing nonprofits, including co-ops, are prioritized for demolition and only to be offered a space in a future False Creek South if senior governments step in. For those of us who have been in this conversation intensively for the last 10 years, this idea of federal rescue of the city's development dreams looks familiar. In 2018, city staff drafted a co-op lease renewal framework that proposed new land lease costs reflecting international land market prices, which translated to a framework beyond the capacity of moderate income working people and other co-op households to pay. Staff advised that federal assistance would enable co-ops to renew these very costly leases. That proved false when senior government advised that their affordable housing funds are earmarked for adding new units of housing, not protecting existing affordable housing from a hungry landlord. We all went back to the drawing board and eventually arrived at the framework passed by Council in July 2021. The financing ideas in this report will likely see a similar tortured route, I suggest. I expect senior government's goal of using its funds for affordable housing expansion, not replacing existing, still very viable capacity, will continue in 2021. And as the one taxpayer, I support them in that. The private housing market, now I'd like to just give you a little background on the role of co-op housing. I'm an active member of a number of co-ops over a lifetime. The private housing market in 2021 typically does not serve low and moderate income households. The public sector has some limited capacity, but primarily addresses the highest risk, hard-to-house community. The nonprofit sector has historically played an important role for creative communities of mixed income households. Professor Henry Mintzberg of McGill University speaks to the importance of each of these sectors, likening a healthy economy and society to a three-legged stool, strong and well-balanced when there is good participation of all three players, public, private, and nonprofit. Historically, nonprofit cooperative business are a powerful and significant way for Canadians as well as people worldwide to meet each other's needs for goods and services. As a member owner and therefore resident of a nonprofit co-op in False Creek South, I'm proud that we have built, maintained, and managed affordable housing for a diverse membership for 45 years. When life events like injury or illness, divorce or death alter household income levels, our housing charges adjust. The stability of our home is not at risk. This is a kind of insurance we provide one another. Our co-op provides significantly more low and middle income households with affordable housing than the city's affordable rental housing targets do, and at a more meaningful level of affordability. But this not-for-profit model means we don't speculate on our housing as a financial investment. As a result, it's an inheritance of sustainable, affordable housing from those of us who built and paid for it to Vancouver as a whole when we move on. The proposed premature demolition and eviction of owners and co-op owner residents into new buildings in a segregated community flies in the face of everything we know about sustaining affordability, making wise choices for environmental and climate impacts, and nurturing healthy communities. There's tremendous potential for partnership with the nonprofit co-op sector. We have a long view, we have committed and skilled volunteers, we have values that are aligned with the best of the city's stated aspirations for housing the majority of Vancouverites. We exist outside the financialization of housing as an investment commodity, and we can sustain and grow affordable housing that is needed now and in the future. In False Creek South, we have an effective and representative neighborhood association. As a broad-based community, we continue to invite the city to respect us as valued partners envisioning the future, adding density while sustaining the tremendous heritage that exists here. Thank you very much all for the time and attention you are giving to this important issue.
And thank you for speaking to Council. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's more of a request. Would it be possible for you to share your remarks with Council in writing? Could you email us? That would be, I thought it was tremendous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that is it for your questions. Again, thanks so much for coming to speak so clearly to Council.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you. Speaker 22, Chris White.
Hello, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak to you today from the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I speak in opposition to the report based on 3 areas of concern: the visioning of the plan, implementation concerns arising from the visioning, and significant governance concerns I'd like to raise regarding how this report positions Council to act. Since moving to Vancouver in 1980, I have lived most of my adult life in 2 False Creek area co-ops. I've married, raised 2 children, worked as a medical social worker for both Vancouver Coastal and Providence Healthcare, and recently retired. I sit on 2 co-op committees, one of which was created specifically to support our members with land lease and redevelopment issues. I initially got involved to support a plan that builds a new apartment that doesn't have flights of stairs to challenge my arthritic knees. What is clear is that were it not for these co-ops, our children would not have been educated in Vancouver. My clinical skills as a social worker helping the mentally ill and seniors in town would have been delivered elsewhere, and our civic involvement and volunteer contributions would have taken place in another municipality. What's also clear is how proud I am as a False Creek resident to have formed lasting and meaningful relationships with many friends and neighbors, many of whom you are hearing from today. My vision and policy concerns about the report include the fact that social equity principles are not included in the plan. Had they been included, you would today have heard the results of meaningful community engagement, consultation with First Nations, exploration of funding options that ensure public investment on public property, as Speaker Jim Woodward has previously articulated, information of how mixed-income integrated neighborhoods deliver significant social benefits, and you would have heard how the demonstration of how public land benefits all residents of Vancouver across all income brackets. Housing affordability targets are missing or based on unknowns that this plan cannot describe. This includes co-op housing that requires investment and leases to allow them to continue to provide deeply affordable housing for low and moderate income households. My implementation concerns include the lack of detail in the plan that will contribute to continued uncertainty and anxiety for both existing residents and potential new residents. The tear-down model for specific co-ops is not cost-effective. It will prematurely destroy existing affordable housing that several co-ops have spent millions of dollars to sustain. A robust plan would ensure existing housing remains in use until funding is available for its replacement. The timeline is untenable given the absence of cost estimates for what is suggested but not detailed: soil remediation, sea level adaptation, berm and rail bed removal. I could go on. The likelihood of any successful lease renewal starting in this quarter with co-op homeowners is very hard to fathom without much more certainty arising from community planning, engagement, and other government funding exploration. How Council chooses to proceed, which I sincerely hope demonstrates your good leadership, your creativity, and your integrity, are at the heart of what I'm calling my governance concerns. Council needs to ensure that redevelopment planning begins with and doesn't conclude with a public planning and civic engagement process. Accepting this plan means Council is preemptively endorsing a single plan for future public discussion that it would be framed upon. Successful redevelopment planning requires broad public input first, and then it should include and not be limited to a proposal from the Real Estate Department. Recommendation A does not remove the city's obligation to begin with a public planning process. Recommendation A needs to be rejected by Council. Recommendation B will not produce a legitimate regulatory assessment if it begins with a single preemptive plan devoid of social equity targets and lacking public input. The plan should be received for information, and it should be amended to include the release of all information real estate used to consider all its options. I appreciate speaking with you today and look forward to your leadership to direct staff to conduct a fully transparent public planning process as a starting point for redeveloping our home in False Creek South. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Well-timed and well-spoken. You don't have any questions, but you were very clear in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night. Speaker 23, Matthew Clark.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes.
Cool. Thank you very much for listening to me today, council and staff. So you heard from my wife a little bit earlier, who is certainly the more eloquent and appropriately educated of us two. I'm not here to repeat our story or anything that she said. I'm truly here just as a member of False Creek Housing Co-op for 4 years, raising 2 daughters. I see myself here as an average guy who, doesn't show up to city council stuff and who doesn't really understand a lot of the terms that I've been listening to today. Soil remediation planning, that's not my thing. But I'm here as a regular member, resident of False Creek South, who trusts the organizations that have been knocking at the door of these planners of the city for years. And I've only been a member of this co-op for 4 years, but I know the story. I'm not totally in the dark as to the years of work that Replan and the False Creek South Neighborhood Association have been doing. And I'm telling you that they speak for me. And I trust these people, my neighbors, these people who publish things in our newsletter, these people who, share things on our Facebook page, or, they see me in the parking lot, and they, these real people, and you've heard from them. You've heard from Chris and Val just now. You heard from Maria and Rob and Richard and Jason and Nathan and these people with these organizations who are ready to work with you. And I've been trying to tune into this all day while I look after my daughter and my sister's 1.5-year-old son. But I've caught a few things, and I've heard a lot about this is a first step. This is the first step. So I really hope that the next step involves the False Creek South Neighborhood Association and Replan. I really hope that's the next step. And if I think I have time, I'm just going to keep going. I caught another thing. I think Councillor Hardwick asked about the legacy, and maybe, again, I don't speak in these terms, so I don't really know if I understood the question properly. But asking about how does this plan preserve the legacy of False Creek, and the answer from the staff member mentioned zoning and building structures. Very, very cold things. The legacy of False Creek is in what you heard from Cyrus. It's in those back trails from stoop to stoop. It's in, the first kiss by the duck pond. It's in the heron that lives in the tree on Granville Island. It's in the otter that visits our front doorstep every spring, that had her babies under a bush on Scantlings. So that's the legacy. And I'll tell you who knows the legacy, and I'll tell you who can help you move forward. And it's the False Creek South Neighborhood Association and Replan. And I'll say it one more time. The False Creek South Neighborhood Association and Replan are here to help. Please trust them. They speak for me. They speak for my fans. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you have some questions from a councillor?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks very much for your, I want to call it a presentation, but your words and opening up and sharing about your life and how you feel about this. If if I can ask, and I'm not going to get into a bunch of development jargon, although I could, and I won't use words like soil remediation. What would you? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You don't have to answer my questions, but what would you like to see here? Are you looking for, the character? And I'll ask you the same question I asked Cyrus: the character of the neighborhood to be preserved, and the buildings that are there to live out to their full life, and not the life of just what anyone might think, but the actual life of what makes sense for them, and also include new people in that community? Is that, I'm trying to understand, because we have a whole bunch of recommendations after you speak in front of us, and I'm trying to
Yeah.
make that work into the duck pond. And
Yeah.
sorry to put it that way,
Yeah.
but I really am trying to make that work here.
No, here, I think I can make it work. Tell me if this is clear enough. I'm not I'm not a rich man. Sorry, I'm not a rich man at all on paper, but in, the richness of life and the experience I get out of my home, I'm wealthy beyond anyone's wildest dreams. And I think more people in this city deserve that wealth. I think more people should be living in co-ops in False Creek South, and I believe that's what Replan and False Creek South Neighborhood Association are trying to do as well. I think more people should have what I have, but people, you need to understand what I have. It's not the land, it's not the building, it's not just putting more people and saying, oh, you've got it here. You need to understand what we really love about this place, and then give that to more people. Please welcome more people. Yeah, give them our experience, not not
by taking, sorry,
nice spreadsheet.
I only get 3 minutes and I have 50 seconds left.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
no, don't give them your experience by taking away your experience. Like, find a way to preserve the character of your neighborhood, and find ways to not only phase this, but to keep the character while including new people and new families, is what I'm hearing from you, and find ways to
Yes.
make those numbers work, but more importantly, to keep the character. Is that correct?
Yes, find a way to welcome new people while preserving the character, and working with Replan and the False Creek Neighborhood South Association to do that. Yes.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate you making the time to speak with us.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Thanks, Council, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very appreciate it. We all appreciate you being here. Thanks so much. Speaker 24, Carrie Alexander.
Okay. Yeah. Not too much.
Carrie, is this Carrie Alexander? Out on the line? Okay, thank you. Speaker 25, Nancy Hannum. Is Nancy Hannum, Speaker 25, on the line?
We're just checking, Chair Carr. We did have that speaker on the line. They are on the line, I'm hearing, so we just need to see if they can unmute themselves. The speaker is on the line.
Okay, Nancy Hannum?
Sorry, I was just trying to turn off my other.
You
computer.
are now, we can now hear you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you hear the noise in the background?
Not really.
Okay, good. So, yes, I'm Nancy Hannum, and thank you so much, Councillor Carr and Mayor and Council and staff, for being able to speak tonight. I am co-chair of the co-op working group in Replan. I've lived in Alder Bay Co-op for nearly 30 years, and some version of co-op living for most of my adult life. I am marveling at the words of my wonderful neighbors, and fully convinced that Cyrus should run for mayor. I won't be repeating their eloquence. I have a slightly different angle, following up on some of the things that Val was asking. But I have to begin by saying this. What an eviction notice we received after 10 years of working on what we hoped would be collaboration with the city in planning the future of False Creek. And believe me, I can identify with all the work you, staff, and council have put into this project. But it was a shocker. So here we are again. This time I'm in a very sober frame of mind. When we looked at the staff report for Phase 1.2, it was nothing like our dream of False Creek's future. After 40 years of people being here and building community, some up to 1,000 people or more, including the nonprofits, were turned purple, the color of the buildings to be demolished. So now we are the purple people who live in what I think are the fatal flaws of the report. I'm talking about two catch-22s in the report. Number one, Val talked about, and I think you know it well, the funding costs. Proposed new co-op buildings on 6th Avenue are dependent on significant senior government funding with no guarantee that they will be built. The staff report says, should this funding not be secured, this would have a material impact on the recommended conceptual development plan, and the various general managers would have to bring an alternative strategy back to council for considerations. Well, it certainly would have an impact. The impact would be much more than material. That would be the assets and the money. What about the emotional, physical, economic, and actual life impact if these buildings are not available? Why risk undermining up to, 800 units of affordable housing, counting the nonprofits, that are affordable and I'm talking about co-ops now, well-maintained family housing? This is a catch-22 risk we cannot afford, nor can the city's plan afford it. Funding issues must be resolved before any demolition is planned. There will be a future council meeting scheduled in the report, referred to in the report, that will discuss alternatives if or when senior government funding is not available. Because, as Val suggested, perhaps the money will be used to rebuild all those affordable units that were destroyed, and senior governments don't seem to be impressed with that. The council meeting should be held now, before the plan can proceed, in public. This whole plan is on the backs of the people who are being pushed out. If they can't leave, the plan can't proceed. The pressure point is straight on the back of those residents. Surely the City Council is aware of the inequity and the high risk to hundreds of residents of this renovation plan. Some speculate that if the co-op and nonprofits can't be funded, that the 6th Avenue buildings would just be turned over to market rental. The co-ops themselves are at risk. These are rich, strong communities who have contributed so much and invested millions in those beloved homes. And I note here that the city can end the lease of a co-op, but it does not have the power to end a co-op organization. So one of the decisions that co-ops will now have to make is whether to work on a future in False Creek with their energy, skills, local knowledge, and collective capital, or put their efforts somewhere else. My perception of fatal flaw number 2 is risky timing for leases. Let me first say that what co-ops have had in mind, like Richard Evans described this morning, we presume that the long-term life of each co-op with site redevelopment would be well planned and executed in collaboration with the city. We talked about regenerating and redeveloping current sites, including added density, adding new sites in the vacant lands, and yes, we did talk about decanting some people, probably including me, from existing co-ops into new builds particularly suited to accommodate seniors who need smaller units so that families can move into the larger units. But never did we expect wholesale early demolition and renovation. This report says that in Q4, the city plans to conduct lease negotiations and exploratory redevelopment negotiation with co-ops deemed to have a high redevelopment potential. And Marina Co-op, I'm sure, will be pleased to get a lease in place in Q4.
So if you could just wrap it up. You're running over time right now. So
well, I'll just go to my final point, which is that given the chaos in all this and the risk of it, there is now it is now reasonable for False Creek co-ops to be treated with the same security of tenure provided in the lease renewal framework adopted in Council in July, the 40-year term plus possible extension along with a full process for redevelopment planning. Just give us the same deal everyone else got in July, and we can work with the city on an outcome that serves everyone's needs. Thank you, and sorry I'm over time.
Yep. Thank you. You do have some questions, if you don't mind staying on the line.
Sure.
Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you for taking the time to speak to Council. I just have one question. You mentioned that you felt the plan was predicated on sort of evicting or rent-evicting, I think was your phrase, the existing co-ops, and that potentially, you know, if government funding wasn't secured, those outer buildings would be converted to market. My understanding of reading the plan, and I'll clarify later with staff, was that it would be predicated on securing that government funding, and if not, then those buildings would be constructed and the residents wouldn't be moved because there's a commitment not to displace anybody from the neighborhood. Would that, if that's the case, would that change your perspective at all?
I'm sorry, I missed a little bit of that. So if they can't get the funding, what did you say about that?
I said my understanding from reading the report, and I'll clarify with staff, but I believe is that it's predicated on securing the senior government funding for those replacement co-op buildings to provide the ability for those co-op residents to not be displaced from the community and remain on site. If that is the case, which I believe it is, would that change your perspective at all?
Well, if they did get the funding, we'd have to deal with that. I don't particularly like the plan. I don't like it very much at all. But I'm just saying that the plan itself is vulnerable. It's a high-risk plan because it's based on that federal government funding, which, as Val mentioned earlier, was not available to reconstruct buildings that have been torn down. So I think it's high risk about getting that federal funding.
Right, but if it was done in such a way that the federal funding had to be secured first, the buildings built and completed before anything was done to the existing co-ops, does that seem a more reasonable approach?
We'd have to have long talks about that and with the co-ops, because the co-ops, is it going to be all one big building that all the co-op people will be thrown into? Is it each co-op developing a new building? What is that going to look like? How much involvement would the co-ops have? I mean, there's lots of questions about if it does get built, and I would hope that there would be more consultation with co-ops. I don't agree with it. Like a lot of people said before, this idea of pushing everybody out of the co-op, that just was a complete shock. I mean, it may make sense on paper financially and, you know, sort of, I don't know. I'm not a planner, or I'm not a consultant, but it doesn't make any sense to destroy a human community or several human communities. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
And the slow, progressive development is more to my liking.
But taking place over a number of years and having the community have an opportunity to really have good discussion would be important. That's fair?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, and thanks, Nancy, for coming or speaking to Council tonight and answering those questions.
Thank you.
Great. We are on to speaker 26, Simona Hera. And I believe that is that speaker in person? Yes. Great. Just take your time to set up.
This microphone here? Can you hear me with my mask on? Is that okay?
Great, thank you.
My name is Simona Hera. I live in Falls Creek, in the Creek Village strata, where the land lease ends in 2036. Just like I did in 2010, when I spoke before the City of Vancouver Council, I'm here again to express the same concerns I had 11 years ago. The 2006 failed negotiations that ended in 2010 with arbitration brought my family to the brink of bankruptcy. The anxiety and stress we went through had a heavy toll on our physical and mental health and our quality of life for the years to come. Many new mayors, councillors, city planners have passed through these doors in this chamber in these 11 years. Promises were made but not kept, such as the unanimous vote in 2012 to initiate lease renewals, the 2015 letter from Mayor Robertson committing to renegotiate a fair long-term agreement with leaseholders. The 2016 approval for city staff to work with the provincial government and consult with leaseholders to clarify the methodology for determining the fair market value of each strata leaseholder's interest in the strata lot upon expiry of the strata lot lease. We are here again because we still have a problem, and it should not be a problem. Given the uncertainty of what would happen at the end of the lease, banks accept only 10 years amortization periods for mortgages, forcing us to pay a higher mortgage. Same thing 5 years from now, with the amortization allowed would only be 5 years, after which point we would not be able to obtain a mortgage anymore. Extending the land lease by another 40 years is a simple solution. The precedent in the area is the lease extension given to the cement factory on Granville Island. That went ahead with no barriers, probably because it is a business. We, the residents, however, are in discussions for more than a decade now with no palpable results. Since the end of the lease is nearing and there is no clear method of calculation as to what is the buyout value in 2036, resale property value has already started to fail. I want to emphasize that the leasehold interest in the strata lot payment is meant to compensate the tenant at lease end for the fair market value, and not only for the improvements on the land as stated on page 10 of this report. This report presented today must be amended with this correction. This report mentions strata leases negotiations. A plan without negotiations, time frame, and parameters is not a plan. What is the start and the end of date for negotiations? What is the method that will be used to calculate the lease end value? Is the strata lease extension guaranteed? Is a prepayment option included? This report shows the city wants to demolish buildings to build a dormitory in Lieu, see Olympic Village, and definitely not a community. The outcome of implementing this plan is that it dislodges families, it destroys a neighborhood, and it dissolves a vibrant community where we know each other by name. This report was directed in closed doors meetings, and residents found out from the news that their homes are to be demolished. A normal, transparent communication should not have come as a surprise, and it should have come from the landowner, which is the City of Vancouver. This plan should come as a result of consultation with residents and not as a sentence, hence the high anxiety and sleepless nights. This report shows new buildings that lack architectural conformity and integration with existing buildings, some of which have won architectural awards, that can only be built with approved rezoning, funding, and that some might take ad literam and actually build rectangle-shaped high-rises. When the new co-op will be built across the street from me on Milliard, I will no longer see the sky from the windows of 2 rooms in my house. It is well established that the lack of natural daylight and increased noise levels have negative mental health effects. I support the request for a long-term ground lease extension for all leaseholders with clear end of lease terms and with an affordable payment plan should there be an early renewal option. I support the openness, the inclusiveness, and the good faith of these negotiations. I also requested the redevelopment urban design to be considerate of existing layout and residents. And I'm here today again to remind that Vancouver residents in Falls Creek South have the right to a normal life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind staying, you have questions. Councillor Kirby, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for speaking to council and for being here in person. I'm over here, just to your right.
Oh, sorry.
You mentioned receiving fair market value at the end of the strata lease?
Yes,
And
that's how
can
it's
you
spelled in our
can you
lease
explain
agreement.
what you understand fair market value to be, or why you believe that strata leaseholders should be receiving fair market value at the end of the lease and not value of the buildings and improvements?
Because when I buy it, I don't buy only the improvement. I buy it as if it was freehold, but a bit lower. It was a bit lower than the equivalent on freehold.
So
I did not buy it at half the price or something. It was almost at the level with freehold. And suppose I got a mortgage, so the bank accepted to borrow me money. Suppose I defaulted, and then the bank would have owned it, would have taken ownership. The value would have been that of resale at market value.
At the time that you
only
purchased.
of the
Okay, so
improvement.
your belief is based on the price you paid, correct?
It's as if it could sell as if the lease did not expire, which gave us the guarantee that it would have a value at the end and we would not go bankrupt.
Okay, but you are also aware you had a lease expiry, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And may I ask, it's up to you if you want to share, how long have you lived?
15 years.
15.
4 years waiting for the arbitration, 11 years for waiting for this to happen. So 15 years of hell, I can say, from that point of view, of uncertainty and nervous breakdowns and anxiety.
Okay.
For 4 years, I didn't put a nail on my wall because I didn't know when I'll have to leave.
Right.
It didn't feel like home.
Okay. And your current lease concludes in
2036.
2036, 15 more years.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's it.
That is it for your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come to speak to us. Okay, actually, I believe Speaker 24 is on the line. Sorry, I just passed that. Carrie Alexander, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Carrie Alexander. I'm speaking today against the city's conceptual plan for the future of False Creek South. In July of this year, I shared with Council my family's personal story of living in False Creek Housing Co-op as a single parent raising my young son. Today, I'm speaking to make sure Council members understand what supporting this conceptual plan will mean for my family and for other co-op members. After years of living with the anxiety of the lease negotiations with the city, my worst fears for my family were realized with the release of this plan. This plan, developed behind closed doors without meaningful public consultation, literally and figuratively proposes to destroy my family's home. False Creek Co-op, a self-sustaining co-op, is one of 3 co-ops designated to be demolished to create physical space for the construction of private developer-led strata and market rental. Although my home will be demolished, the construction of new co-op housing may never actually take place. The plan clearly states that there's no buy-in from the federal or provincial governments to build this new housing. The plan does not even state that key federal stakeholders, such as CMHC, were consulted in the development of this plan. And today, I have heard a rationale for the plan's approval that suggests senior government funding will only be sought by the city if this plan to demolish my home is approved. This level of uncertainty for co-op residents is unacceptable and a striking inequity, as in contrast to the conceptual plan that suggests the city has already sought and received the endorsement of the development community for the purpose of constructing market housing. Even if this relocated co-op housing is built, as a working family household, I will not be able to live there. Affordable 3- and 4-bedroom housing for working families will also disappear, especially impacting young families and essentially squeezing them out of co-ops and affordable housing in False Creek South.
Why is the city proposing a plan that will remove all of the affordable housing from Falls Creek South? This plan paints a picture of a community that is privileged and less than diverse than the rest of Vancouver. This description is both inaccurate and misleading. If you look closer at the 2016 census info that is cited by the plan, the data specifically in relation to the 5 non-market co-ops indicates that compared to the broader city of Vancouver, there are twice as many single-parent households, such as myself, in Falls Creek South co-ops, a higher percentage of families living in Falls Creek South co-ops, and 50% of Falls Creek South co-op households earn less than $60,000 a year. My community is made up of people of color such as my son, refugee families from all over the world, and people of countless cultural backgrounds. The reality is that most of the resident diversity in Falls Creek South lives in affordable co-op housing. However, inexplicably, in the interest of increasing diversity, it is the co-ops this plan proposes to tear down. With this plan, the Real Estate Department aims to reach the city's goal of achieving a reasonable rate of return for the Falls Creek South lands. This singular understanding of value fails to recognize or understand that Falls Creek South already generates an extraordinary rate of return for all Vancouver residents. It is a rate of return not measured in terms of a revenue stream from the city for the city, but by 45 years of internationally recognized success in community building, providing generations of families with affordable housing, and creating a dynamic arts community, including a highly respected arts education center originally founded by Falls Creek Co-op members. It is wealth that is measured by my own experience living in Falls Creek Housing Co-op as a single parent, raising my young son, who on a daily basis benefits from a diverse, multi-generational, mixed-income community and outdoor play in a safe communal space. Ironically, while the rest of the world recognizes the extraordinary non-monetary wealth in Falls Creek South, this plan, prepared by the city's real estate department, just steps away, simply views our community as a solution to a financial problem. I know co-ops don't make money, but even more valuable than money, co-ops make better humans. Thank you.
And thank you. That was very clear and well timed. And there are no questions for you, but you spoke very clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're moving on to speaker 26, Simona Hera. Not on the line. I thought that was Carrie. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. My apologies. We've gone back to 24. Great. Okay. We are on to 27, Chelsea Haberlin.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
Yep, we hear you just fine. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Chelsea Haberlin. I live in the Creekview Co-op, and I sit on the board of directors here. I'm the artistic director of a theater company in Vancouver named New World Theater, a mid-sized theater company, and I'm also a freelance director and professor at UBC. And I'm married to an artist, and we have a 3-year-old daughter. We've lived in the Creekview Housing Co-op since October 2020. Moving into this co-op was the first time in our adult lives we had housing security, and as so many people have said today, it was the first time that we felt like we had a home and were part of a real community. I spoke to this in detail in July, so I won't go into this. I'm going to speak specifically to this plan. I'm opposed to this conceptual development plan because of the negative impact on my family, and also because I believe that it goes against the key findings in the citywide public engagement process. Key finding number 3 states that the public wants you to prioritize family housing, accessible and adaptable housing. Broadly, this plan would see the premature loss of well-maintained existing affordable family housing. Overall, the percentage of non-market rental and co-ops will go down, and the market rental increase will go up substantially. I can tell you from my years of rental experience that market rental is nowhere near affordable for a low or middle income family in this city, and that causes substantial hardship. Specific to my family, this plan would see the redevelopment of my home, Creekview, a 103-unit co-op, into a 30-story strata. This would mean breaking up our community, displacing over 100 families, many of whom are middle and lower income families and seniors. How does this reflect the will of the neighborhood and the residents? Key finding number 4, states environmental and social ranked as most important policy priorities. As for the environment, the climate crisis impact are not considered when prematurely demolishing viable and well-maintained houses. Specifically for our co-op, we have a plan in place to ensure our building stays viable well beyond 2040, but have not been able to act on this as we've been waiting for our lease to be renewed. As for the social impact, in our co-op, there will be extremely negative social ramifications of the redevelopment. Seniors who've lived here since 1985 will lose their homes. Folks who've raised their kids here and wanted to spend their later years here will lose that possibility. And for families with children like ours, will be forced to move, causing major disruption. Why do we deserve this kind of treatment? Why can't we stay in our homes and with the people who we care for? The other big concern for me is the lack of elementary school until phase 1.3, which isn't until 2036 to 2040. It's a very big concern because how are you going to have increased density in this neighborhood without making more space for children in schools? It's going to compromise my daughter's ability to get into the local elementary school. In addition, I'd like to request that you establish a governance role for the community in the future planning process and growth. In your articulation of the city and community role, you state that the city, as a landowner, plans and oversees redevelopment, and that us as the community are kept informed as appropriate. This seems absurd to me when we're talking about demolishing someone's home. So much is being done to us, but we deserve some agency in what happens to our community and our homes. Also, just to note that as of yesterday, the plan actually changed. Yesterday, it looked, as of 2 days ago, it looked like our whole co-op was going to be redeveloped into just a strata. And then as of last night, we learned that, oh, perhaps this building might come back in some form. This is our home. If this report moves ahead, and leaving with so many questions about how this is all going to roll out. And I really hope that these questions are answered in a way that is transparent and timely. Choosing to be an artist, and as a result, having a lower middle income household shouldn't disqualify me from having a secure, affordable home for my family. With plans like this, the city is continually telling us that we are required to fight for a place to live. Do I need to become an expert in Vancouver City Council goings on and basically take on a part-time job reading reports and attending meetings to live in this city? I really hope not. I really want to stay here. Thank you for listening and for considering the thoughts I've shared today and for making your decision about my home and community.
And thank you very much, both for speaking to us and being so clear in your comments. No questions for you, so have a good evening.
Thank you.
Speaker 28, Gordon Whitley.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks, Council, for allowing me to speak.
Go
my
ahead.
name's Gordon Whitley. My name's Gordon Whitley. I'm very divided on the proposal, but hope negotiations are ongoing. I live in False Creek Cooperative. That's the one that was designed by Enriquez and is the one with the red metal roofs. I brought up my 2 children here, and they would love to stay in their city. I'm 71, so I've seen lots of changes over the years, and I just want people to be very wary of any large-scale redevelopment because of its detrimental effects on community. Just a reminder that in the 60s, the city planned to build a freeway network that would have destroyed Gastown, much of Chinatown, and parts of Strathcona. And it was only through the opposition of several public figures, such as the geographer Walter Hardwick and the public, that saved these neighborhoods in our city. So we have to ask ourselves what makes a city, and for me, it's neighborhoods, and they're very vulnerable. I understand the argument to infill, to increase density, but carefully and not at the expense of community, and especially families. Expensive condos for a select group, including the speculators, is not guaranteed to have affordability or provide space for families. Working-class families are already leaving our cities in droves, as they are in Seattle and San Francisco. High-rises are not good environments for raising children. We all know the market forces lead developers to build studio or one-bedroom units, and if mandated, possibly 2. Less than 5% of all these developments have 3 bedrooms or more. Plans to increase this continue to fall flat. Here in the co-op, as well as a routine maintenance, we have financed $15 million green screening our buildings with the help of our professional envelope consultants. so that our buildings will last several more decades. Of the 170 townhomes, more than half are 3 or 4 bedrooms. The rest are 2. The co-op is affordable, self-financing, and a model that offers lower than market rent and is a welcoming community for families. Families are in love with this place, so I have to ask, what's the rationale in demolishing these buildings and our neighboring co-ops and displacing the community immediately after the lease runs out, especially if there's no real plan on how to replace them? Thank you.
And thank you very much. Very clear, and there are no questions, but I very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to council.
Okay, thanks.
Speaker 29, Sharon Yandel.
Yes?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you. Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm speaking on the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm a third-generation Vancouverite and have lived in the strata in Falls Creek South for 25 years. I'm also past president of the Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association and have been part of Replan for almost 10 years. This report from the city's real estate department, identified as an asset management concept, is actually a community plan, or enough of one to determine what the formal community plan will be and what it will not be, because it is not high level enough to be otherwise. Recommendations A and B are to inform whatever the planning department subsequently does, and the dictionary tells us that inform means to, quote, give an essential or formative principle or quality to, unquote. That is, to ensure the die is cast. Existing affordable homes will be demolished to be replaced by mostly market housing, mainly stratas, and the planning department is left to play with the pieces. I fully understand the imperative to build more housing and the inability of the city to finance that housing on its own without raising taxes to levels that would surely be unacceptable to many, and therefore must rely on the private development industry to bring most new housing on private land into being. Perhaps this is why, as an earlier speaker said today, that the connection between the real estate department and major private developers appears effectively seamless, as personified by the city's previous general manager of real estate, who resigned in order.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that's,
Mr. Mayor?
yeah, I think the comments by the speaker are disparaging to our staff, and I think I'd like a warning to be issued there, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Speaker, we operate here at the City Hall with a great deal of respect for staff, for the public, for everyone present here. It's important that you do not speak in disparaging terms or in ways that that would negatively reflect upon the character of any staff person or anyone else present in these chambers. So please refrain from such comments.
I appreciate that, Chair Carr. However, I did not intend to disparage anyone or to suggest that any individual had done anything improper or illegal. But however, it's not a major point for me, and I will leave it. It is simply an historical fact, but which I do not equate with a disparaging remark, but there you go. What does appear to be shared between the real estate department and major development corporations is a mindset, a worldview that private developers building market housing is the only option available to create affordable housing. That is, it's only through building homes for the well-to-do that there can be at least some homes for everyone else. Sometime back in a forum on the future of Falls Creek South, a UBC economist on the panel said, people would kill to live on that land. I remember that because I live here and I didn't kill anybody to do so. But who are these people who would kill to live here? Of course, they're richer people who would pay top dollar to buy or rent new luxury housing close to the waterfront on the sites of soon-to-be demolished existing affordable homes. They may well include the global rich looking to park their money in housing units that may or may not even become occupied. These people would not actually kill anyone, but our fear in this report is that there may be a killing to be made. And in the process, something else would be killed: the social cohesion and equity that emerges from the complete integration of people with mixed incomes throughout a community such as exists in Falls Creek South. What should be protected and expanded would instead be destroyed. When the cost of land makes housing beyond the reach of most people, I neither envy nor condemn the efforts you make towards securing affordable housing units within developments on privately owned land. But in Falls Creek South, the city owns the land, and you don't have to act as if the city doesn't own the land. You don't have to march lockstep with real estate's worldview as if it were inevitable. It is not. You have a choice. This report, as is, would not only destroy much of the deep affordability of existing family homes, but would also preclude, shut the door to truly affordable housing that can be built and financed independent of the private market, specifically because the city owns the land. Self-financing co-ops and new models of affordable home ownership, as well as government funding, social and supportive housing. Making that choice would provide affordable, livable affordable, livable homes, primarily for the low and middle income people who live and work in the city within a stable, safe, and integrated community. And if you, Mayor and councillors, are really determined, as we are, to retain and significantly increase the stock of truly affordable housing, you have a wonderful opportunity to do so on the very land the city already owns. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor Swanson, go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, Sharon. I'm just wondering if you have an opinion as to what percent of as to how the income of a future vision of Falls Creek should be divided. Should it be like the old 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? Or do you think something else would be better?
Well, if I had my druthers, I would certainly go to the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And in fact, the Falls Creek South Neighborhood Association's position on that exact question is really to call for the 2/3 low and middle income and 1/3 higher income. If that may not be possible, I understand that the current mix is about 55%, and that certainly is reasonable. It would certainly be an improvement over what exists elsewhere. But I don't know if that actually answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thanks. And I have another question, which is the staff is telling us that the reason they need the market housing is to pay for things like sea level rise, I guess removing the berms, building a new school, soil remediation, that kind of stuff. So if we didn't have all that market housing, do you have any ideas how we could pay for that other stuff?
Well, I am not an expert in this field, but I have listened carefully to people who are, and I do believe that it certainly is possible to construct a community that consists largely of non-market housing, and that can be primarily self-financing and so on. But if you ask me, how should the community pay for a sea level rise? That doesn't strike me as something that any neighborhood should be asked. Actually, that seems to me to be a much greater problem than any neighborhood should be asked to finance. And I'm not certain at all that the proposal, the plan that is indicated in the report before you, really addresses that either. So as I say, it's not my field, but that doesn't seem to me to be the question really that is at the heart of the report.
So maybe we could just say what income mix we want and then try and work towards that.
No, I would certainly say so because I don't accept the proposition that that we have to that in order to have affordable homes we have to build many more unaffordable homes. That and the reason I find that difficult to believe is that the experts in the non-market housing field and certainly in the co-op housing field do not appear to be deterred by that consideration. But as I say, this is not my field, and I have been convinced by the arguments that they've put forward. And I think the main question that really that I believe that is before council and will be before council is what is the proper use of public land at a time when most people in the city cannot afford to actually access proper homes given this perpetual housing crisis.
And
So
actually,
that
we are well over time. Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Councillor Swanson only has 3 minutes. You've gone well over. So thank you so much for speaking and for answering questions.
Thank you.
Speaker 30, Daniel Eisenberg.
Hello?
Is this Daniel Eisenberg?
Oh, Daniel.
Yes, not next is Daniela, but this is a speaker 30, Daniel Eisenberg.
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr, and I understand speaker number 30 is not on the line.
Right. Good. Speaker 31, Daniela Elza.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Daniela Elza, and I will begin I'm from Falls Creek Co-op, and I have lived in Falls Creek for 15 years and raised my children here. But I'll begin with a poem that I wrote in your honor, in the honor of this plan, and all the struggles since February that we have had to deal with, and the messages we keep getting, and we keep running into language problems. So this poem is called Defining Our Terms. We are still defining our terms. Home means, house means. Begin with who owns the land you stand on, stolen, claimed, contested. Who owns your neighborhood? Home means ownership. Your city doesn't want you, decides off camera, in camera, squeezes you out of your home, the neighborhood you cannot own, puts you on a shelf, files you in a cabinet, condemns you to paperwork, to paper pushers, behind closed doors, then sends the viaduct through your arteries, veins, sinews, speeds down your neurons and synapses, shoots market arguments at us who cannot take part in the market, its bidding wars. Our homes targets on the unreal estate shooting range. Your termination is in the mail, says the city. Step aside, we dig here. What the city means is pack up and go. Leave your home to copulate with the backhoe. We are still defining our terms, but I have now here, nowhere to go. And I am losing faith in you, my city. I am a writer, poet, instructor at 2 different jobs, and I can barely reach $50,000 a year in income. And I have 2 master's degrees and a doctorate, and I'm still here. And the reason I'm here is because I'm in a co-op. And the message that this report is sending is clear. People like me do not deserve to live here. We all seem to agree that Falls Creek public lands are invested with a bold vision 50 years ago. Imagine my disappointment when I saw the report. Not only does this report not offer a bold vision for the public lands, but it does not even continue the bold vision that has been sustained. And so since we have questions here, I've got lots of questions for you, but I will begin with here's what a bold vision might look like. 1, increase the nonprofit and co-op housing to 70%. Honor the strata and all current residents and keep the market rentals to a minimum. There is a reason market rentals is only 8% here. I actually lived for 3 years in one of those while we were waiting to get into a co-op. And I cannot tell you how uncommunity-like it is. There's a big turnover of people, many times very noisy young people, many to a unit, very loud night parties that echo into the middle of the night where our children couldn't sleep. And it was not community. Very few people stayed and were able to build any kind of community. And you want to increase that. But we have enough of that. We have enough of this in affordable housing, and this is an opportunity to balance out the equation. And I don't mean poor doors and poor floors where you build a huge building and give 2 floors to people who are for affordable housing. We seem to be having trouble what affordable really means. 2, work with the current residents, and especially nonprofit and co-op housing, to empower them to continue the exemplary work that we have been doing on housing low-income families in a diverse population which exceeds the city's targets. Why are we not treated like strata? We are strata with benefits. We actually are housing people and doing the service, service we're providing for the city. And the other point I wanted to make is keep affordable housing, the integrity of affordable housing intact, and stop mucking about with the leases. Sign 99-year leases with us and then negotiate how we want what we want. Basically, this asset management plan is increasing the market housing from a current 8% to 30%. We already have that. It's plenty. We don't need any more of that. Who is this housing going to be built for? Who will live in it? This is not a community plan optimum return at the expense of what? Now, the berm keeps coming up, and I really want to say something about this berm because I watch it from my window every day. Under the pandemic, this berm has become a walkable highway for parents with children, people with dogs, elder and senior people going back and forth in the summer exercising. I watched 2 older women running every morning back and forth together. And these are 50-year-old trees. You can't replace this with a little grass, wet grass, and some saplings. There's no way. Preserve what we have. Preserve what we've built. And then you don't have to remediate the land. You keep talking about the land needs to be remediated. If you don't mess with the land, it will be fine.
Daniela?
Yes. Is my time up?
Well over. But you do
sorry.
you do have some questions from Councillor Fry. So if you could just stay on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councillor Fry.
thanks, Daniela. And I'm glad you got some extra time for the poetry. I enjoyed that. I just wanted to focus on a couple of your points. Number one, you talked about, and I really appreciated them, in the bold vision with nonprofit and co-ops at 70%. I mean, and now REFM is presenting this argument as market to pay for that. How would you see paying for that degree of nonprofit and co-op?
Well, co-ops are sustain themselves. You don't have to pay much to do much. What I'm thinking is I'm listening to everyone, and especially I was listening to the staff answering questions, or rather not answering questions. If you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so I'm thinking maybe this is where we begin. If there are ways, it's just that we have to be interested. These are blunt instruments that we have seen tonight. We see a map with little boxes, but there's no information. It's disturbing to see how little information this report comes with. How can we even make a decision on what we should do with our homes in this historic, legendary place if we don't have the information? I have lots of questions, actually, but I don't have time.
Well, because I only have 3 minutes and we have limited time. I will say in the one part that the lack of information is also because this is, and I'm air quoting, this is a conceptual plan, and that other stuff would theoretically come later. But I definitely appreciate that it doesn't feel like you're getting enough information to. So we're hearing that for sure. I just want to focus on the other piece that you mentioned about the
Yes.
berm, because
Yes.
we certainly had heard from some of the replan folks, and a lot of the visions were saying, hey, take the berm and use that to phase in new age-in-place housing for folks who maybe don't need a 3-bedroom anymore because their kids have moved on and they want to stay in the community. Do you not sort of agree with that general direction? Is the berm?
No, because what's happening is taking the berm also increases the noise barrier. So whatever you put there is going to be a noise and pollution barrier for whatever you put behind it. I'm sitting here with the rain coming down, and I can hear 6th Avenue, and it has grown in intensity. And also the place in Falls Creek gets very crowded. Very, very crowded in the summer. We keep talking about higher density. This is a place for the whole of Vancouver. So keep in mind that, we even had people walking through our courtyards and playing on our playgrounds in the summer under the pandemic because there was nowhere to go. It was so crowded. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't want to waste your time.
Yeah, it sort of does, but that's I'm out of time anyway, so thanks, Danielle.
It's a beautiful big park. Come walk with it and imagine it gone.
Oh, I know it. I know it well, yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry, and thanks, Daniela, and for the poem. Oh, wait, you do have questions from another councillor, so don't leave the line yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Hi, yeah, sorry, just one quick question. Just at the very end there, I heard you say it's a big, beautiful park, imagine it gone, but you didn't mean the park was literally going, did you? Because the park is proposed to stay in this, the 21 acres and then grow by 2 acres. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, a big part of the park is grass, and the treed area is very important for health purposes, and I always take that path if I can. And yes, you cannot replace that, so don't destroy what we cannot replace. That's a whole generation.
Right, but just to be clear, the proposal doesn't propose diminishing the park. In fact, it proposes expanding the park by 2 acres.
Yes, I'm aware of that. We are part of the extension of the park. Our building becomes part of the park. But what is it replacing? I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, and that is indeed your questions now, so thank you again.
Thank you to everyone for all the hard work, and thank you for your being able to stay up late. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, Council, we are at speaker 32, and I'm wondering if Council would like a 5-minute break. We've been at this now for a couple of hours, so I'm going to propose it is 8:14 that we take a break, come back at 8:20. Welcome back, Council. After a little break, we are good to go again. I believe we've got quorum. I just want to remind you that we have kind of bare quorum at this point, so please do keep your videos on. And I'm going to turn to Speaker 32, Kevin Tishaw. Speaker.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Chair Carr.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
That's very good. I've been enjoying waiting for 8 hours for this moment and following a poet almost. My name is Kevin Tishaw. I should have said good evening, Mayor Stewart and councillors. My name is Kevin Tishaw. I am honored to have lived and worked in this beautiful city for 50 years, most of it living in Alder Bay Co-op in False Creek South. Councillors, I understand we need more density in my community. My deep concern is how we get there. So I oppose this version of planning to get to more density. I'm going to challenge some assertions in the future of False Creek South Development Plan. I think you as councillors and your city staff have demonstrated on the world stage you are progressive thinkers and planners. It is to that track record I make my arguments. This plan suggests that all the housing stock to be torn down to realize the vision is old and the end of its life cycle. Councillors, this is just not true. I cannot speak for all the enclaves in the creek, but I will speak about one enclave I know intimately, the 8 buildings housing 182 people at Alder Bay Co-op. Our co-op has borrowed and is repaying through mortgages $6.3 million. We've invested in renewing our roofs and building envelopes, wall structures, cladding, windows, outside staircases, etc. These are the bones of our co-op. We have also invested $1.9 million in minor capital upgrades and fixtures, the interior small bones, so to speak. These are utilitarian family homes with our unfashionably tiny 2 and 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. On our site, the plan replaces these small family homes with fancy, expensive 2 and 3 bathroom stratas and moves us to a row of co-op block housing on 6th Avenue, subject to new senior government funding. Councillor DeGenova asked a question to staff earlier, and I have an answer for her. Our well-loved buildings are healthy and viable. They are somewhere in middle age, like the smart and lucky ones of us in midlife. They are tuned up and renovated. With our co-op practices of sustainable building renewal, their lifespan can continue for a long, long time. I imagine tough conversations with senior governments to why you want to destroy their investments that are viable, then pitch to ask for more taxpayer funds for replacements. In our co-op, 1 in 4 households have incomes under $30,000 per year, verified. Yet we manage our renovations without capital taxpayer contributions from any level of government. Amazing, really, when you think of it. And you, councils now and councils before, have facilitated these co-op mechanisms, and I say bravo to you. Our independent engineering reports can verify my statements, as will your eyes when you visit our co-op. Leaving buildings for a minute, let me advocate for the people living in these buildings. See, we do not see buildings, we see homes. Our co-op slated for eviction is made up of real families and elders living in their homes and small supportive environments that we have cultivated for decades. The trees and gardens we have planted and nourished for 40 years. The playgrounds and public amenities we have built and lovingly maintained since our inception. Gone in the plan, bulldozed to the dump. With gallows humor, we co-opers call ourselves the purple people in this plan. Most of our lovely strata owner neighbors are the upstairs folk, the first-class citizens who own stratas and keep their homes after lease negotiation, as they should. The purple people who own their co-op, get evicted from their homes. Hard to say in this plan, but co-op ownership is less valued than strata. The real estate paradigm does not really understand co-op ownership. I think you, council, do. This loss of social capital, if these communities are evicted, is a factor not reflected in the numbers of the plan. They are important human factors. How many of my purple neighbors have been crying this week? Way too many. I offer a strategy for you. Please ask your staff for an amended version of this plan that retains viable housing stock with generations of life in their bones. Co-ops will embrace change and accept densification around and within our healthy complexes. Ask your talented staff for innovative thinking solutions. Work with us to raise our enclaves FSR with seniors co-op housing. Ensure that our little vibrant neighborhoods are in place to welcome the new developments around them in a mixed layout of all the housing types. You may not achieve all the growth numbers of the current plan, but you can achieve significant goals at a much less taxpayer cost. It may not look as pretty, but this messier approach will be much better on so many social counts. In summary, I ask you to challenge the thinking that the current plan is the only path forward. It is a path that requires destroying good utilitarian housing, enormous taxpayer investment on replacing that stock, tons and tons of viable materials in land dumps, and the stress of rent evicting in the range of 1,000 people. It is from North American planning of the last century where you raise and move rather than reconcile. History will look back at this planning moment. Please choose a sustainable path and support innovative solutions to densify the neighborhood. A 21st century solution that is congruent with so much good planning you have sponsored. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for such a clear presentation. And there are no questions for you, but really appreciate you taking the time with us.
I appreciate your time.
Great,
Good luck.
Speaker 33, Margaret Clark.
Chair Carr, we understand that speaker number 33 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 34 has withdrawn. Speaker 35, Carolyn Lee. Is Carolyn Lee on the line? Okay. The clerk has informed me Carolyn Lee has withdrawn. So we are moving on to Speaker 36, Mark White.
Good evening, Chair Carr, Mayor, and councillors. As noted, I'm Mark White. I live in Falls Creek Housing Co-op on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I'm speaking solely as an individual and not as the co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee. However, I do speak as a senior and as someone who has worked in the nonprofit sector for most of my working life. I'm deeply concerned about the premature use of in-camera process that has handcuffed our elected officials in their rightful role to seek community input in how the city should or could use its public lands to support current residents and future generations. Should not in-camera discussions be limited to legal matters and decision-making of multiple options for the betterment of creating affordable, thriving communities? I've asked the Minister of Municipal Affairs to investigate whether the City Manager's Office and legal advisors have appropriately interpreted the application of in-camera restriction during the early concept framing planning phase. How is it that the 1970s, the lead for Falls Creek South, were in fact elected councillors who responded to community input and created an amazing dynamic mixed income community in partnership with the city's social planning and real estate departments? Versus today, we are presented with only one conceptual framework that is being constructed solely by real estate with little input from social planning and other departments. And we, the citizens and residents of the City of Vancouver, are given 1 week to respond. Where is the real engagement in the conceptual framing of what could be modeled and explored? I would love to see Councillor Fry's alternative green bond financing to be modeled to raise the aspirational level to deliver 2/3 non-market mixed income housing. Where's the invitation or competition to explore different ways to meet a set of aspirational values, social equity, diversity, inclusion, affordability that's congruent with people living in Vancouver across the income deciles of deciles 1 through to 8. What are the social equity objectives undermining this plan, or not undermining, but underpinning this plan? For 5 years, RePlan, under the Community Planning Group, has been exploring alternative visions with input from city social planners and with the community itself. Alternative ideas such as community land trusts, similar to both the Hogan Alley and now in False Creek South. It seems that this is now simply off the table, as they're not part of the DNA of the current real estate driven conceptual plan. Currently, False Creek South co-op demographics mirror the real incomes of people living in the city of Vancouver, especially deciles 2 to 7. This is the social equity that exists. What's the social equity being proposed, and how is it envisioned? Should we not be planning affordable housing on city-owned land congruent with the income deciles of the incomes of citywide residents? As noted, we have False Creek Co-op has 170 units of affordable housing. It's self-subsidy, where higher income members pay into a subsidy pool to support lower income members. And our housing it supports refugees, single parents, seniors, persons with disabilities, people of different sexual orientations, young families, and intergenerational families that can only live in 3-4 bedrooms and actually need more bedrooms. There's a diversity of people across incomes, religions, and cultures. I think I won't talk about the $21 million that we've invested in our structures, including the $3 million that we've just invested in this past year. But I do think that it's absurd to be evicting viable housing for 170 units or homes within a 15-year period. But I'm more concerned about the optics of the short timeline from the release of a city real estate report to respond to the proposed conceptual framework of 1 week that continues to reinforce the perception that City Hall is not really interested in civic engagement. In summary, I believe it's premature for the City Council to vote on actions arising from this city report prior to social planning completing its work. I strongly urge that this report be tabled until the Social Planning Department completes its work and provides community input. Councillors seek provincial clarification on the appropriate use of in-camera sessions. Councillors fulfill their real roles and responsibilities in seeking input from their constituents and meet with provincial, federal, and nonprofit housing providers.
Mark, I'll have to interrupt you.
It.
Yeah, you're well over time. You do have questions, however, so if you want to stay on the line.
Sure.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mark, I have 2 questions. First of all, I know that you have experience working in the senior space. There's been a lot of talk about a disproportionate number of seniors in False Creek South. And we've also had discussion around a campus of care for seniors aging in place. Do you have anything to weigh in on that?
Well, yes. I mean, our co-op over a decade ago approached City Council because we were concerned that we needed to get right-sized housing for our aging population. We had discussions with CMHC, who were very interested in providing a seed grant for planning purposes, but at that time we weren't able to get the city to secure our promise that there would be land for us to do the development on. So it's a real issue. It's an issue of a maldistribution of units, but we're dealing with it as best we can with the units that we have.
The second question I have is about the in-camera comment that you made. Obviously, there are concerns about the sequencing of this process. Do you have any further insights into the in-camera aspects from a judicial perspective or otherwise?
Well, that's why I contacted the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I'm not, I don't have any legal background. But I thought that it was just fairly bizarre that it happened so early. And what I would have loved to have seen is an invitation and a competition coming from the city with a set of values and aspirations, and to see what community groups, including Replan, could come up with that helps to address those issues in terms of creating thriving, affordable housing for 60 to 70% of the population that actually lives in the city of Vancouver.
I thought it was interesting that you noted that the original process around False Creek was driven by the electeds. Do you see any contradiction in the manner that this is being developed?
Yeah, well, you know, I would love to see Councillor Fry's idea of what the opportunities are of creating more interesting green bonds or other, other opportunities. But it seems that councillors have been silenced. In not only are they sort of handcuffed in talking with community organizations, it appears that they can't express ideas with community groups at all, and they can only listen.
Okay,
so
actually, you are out of time, Councillor Hardwick. But
Thank you, Mark.
But you have questions also from Councillor Fry. So go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mark. I appreciate you highlighting the green bond and tax increment financing kind of stuff I was talking about. Obviously, this is just a conceptual plan, and it doesn't necessarily preclude more innovative ideas. And I was hoping to see some more innovation in the plan, but we saw it more or less at the same time that you guys did. Do you feel that there's still an opportunity as we pursue this? Because my concern, of course, is that if we don't move forward with something, anything, and start to build a plan, that we will find ourselves in another election cycle. We may find a different council that has completely different objectives, and we may miss an opportunity to do something really great. Do you think that this direction, as it's being proposed, precludes the options for looking at some more creative opportunities, like a green bond or tax?
Well, I could easily see tabling the plan for 3 months and inviting input from communities, from the nonprofit housing community, to provide some alternatives or some possible amendments. I don't think a 3 month tabling would create much suffering, but it may actually end up with some really innovative ideas that could be then modeled through city staff, and they've done a terrific job with the modeling work that they've done. It would be better to actually understand the financial components of that, and hopefully that will be released eventually. But I do think that we need more opportunities for innovation, and unfortunately, this plan doesn't really provide it.
Well, Mark, I really appreciate you articulating your respect for the work that staff have put into this, because there has been a terrific amount of work, and obviously we've, had to triage a lot of other stuff with the pandemic, and then getting the co-op lease negotiations sorted out before those timed out. So there is, I think, and staff are listening to this, so I think that there is an opportunity to move forward with some innovation ideas, and I really appreciate you highlighting and encouraging that. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry, and thank you, Mark. I very much appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you all.
Speaker 37, Ross Sample.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I thank the council for having me and hearing my voice. My name is Ross Sample, and I'm a 21-year-old student. I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal, and I'd like to start by saying that I have the immense privilege and pride to say that I am both born and raised in False Creek South. having lived in Falls Creek Housing Cooperative my entire life, I like to think that I've experienced all that this beautiful community has to offer. I went to the elementary school, I've worked at the community center, I've pretty much done everything this community could offer, and I just really hope that my voice as a community stakeholder is heard today. Firstly, I would really like to express my thankfulness and my gratitude to the elders and the founders of my community. Their bold vision for a more equitable neighborhood has really impacted my life forever in the positive, and I'm forever grateful for their leadership and stewardship. I really do believe that all my best qualities and the success I've had in life so far is completely tied to my community upbringing. I'd like to begin by asking Council to take a moment and pause and reflect on what they actually think community is. I would really hope that Council members did not immediately think of housing density, nor would I hope that members immediately thought of a carefully constructed mix of different housing models. And I would really hope that members did not immediately think of a phased development strategy. What I would really hope for is that Council members thought of people when they thought of community initially. My concern for this proposal is a concern for the welfare of my people, my neighbors, and my friends who have cared for me, raised me, and looked out for me in good times and bad. I know I'm very biased, but I do find it very hard to think of a community that is so routinely puts other people before itself. Sadly, that is not how Falls Creek is always portrayed. No, Falls Creek South is not the most ethnically diverse, nor is it the most economically disadvantaged. I'm the first person that wants to see increased diversity in Falls Creek, and I want to work with the city to do this. But I'm hurt, and I'm honestly tired of seeing people misarticulate these truths about my community to stigmatize my neighborhood. What people don't understand is that Falls Creek South is the pinnacle of diversity and opportunity in Vancouver. Growing up, I have known people of all classes, professions, backgrounds. I grew up with refugees and small business owners. I grew up with large families, single mothers, and seniors. I grew up with disabled people and people of all abilities. I grew up with an assortment of people united by one thing, our community's vision of inclusion and diversity. This is what makes us strong, and this is a foundational value of Falls Creek South. And if this city claims to value diversity, then it must accept the importance of diversity of class and social status to be foundational to those aims. These are the foundations that this community, this city, agreed to establish on publicly owned land in the 1970s, and these are the values and the goals that I think the city should proceed with moving forward. I do not think this proposal will create more class diversity in Falls Creek South. I do think it will line the pockets of property developers, and it will do that at the expense of the people that has made this area a so-called undisputed jewel. This plan will destroy homes with families and stories and histories decades before there is a need to, and this plan could cause serious environmental harm. It does hurt me deeply that I need to defend Falls Creek South as not a real estate opportunity, but as a real community worthy of respect. It is a shame that the city hosted so many of these discussions in secret, and it is a shame that the city released this proposal so soon to this council hearing, giving my community very minimal time to organize. With that being said, I'm very proud of the response and the representation of my community today. In all honesty, seeing this plan broke my heart a bit, but it won't break my hope for a better future in Vancouver for Falls Creek South. I'm hopeful for the ability of the city to listen to community members this plan affects. I'm hopeful for the city's ability to create more social housing, and I'm hopeful for a future where working class and low-income people are not marginalized to the edges of society. I want to share this beautiful, amazing community with more people, and I want other people to have the amazing experiences I have had. And I think we can do this by building a future, but we can only do that by building up and not tearing down. And I think the city has an opportunity to be bold in redeveloping Falls Creek South to be a community that values people over profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very clearly stated. You don't have any questions, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to council. Speaker 38, Scott Lalange-Boom.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Thank you for
Yes.
the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here today to ask you to support the general direction being proposed, while strongly urging you to improve upon what's being suggested. False Creek South, it's city-owned land. That means it belongs to all Vancouverites, and Council is entrusted to manage that land for the benefit of us all. And it is that public benefit that I ask you to keep in mind when you make your decision. We have a housing crisis. This is not a new observation, but it's one I feel needs to be made here today, as it does not feel like the proposed plan takes that seriously enough. While the additional housing being proposed in the plan is a good start, it is not enough. We have a shortage of housing in the city, and a particularly acute shortage of affordable housing. We simply need more affordable homes in the city, and a key part of doing that is using city-owned land to deliver affordable housing at reduced costs. These 80 acres are too important public asset not to use to provide as much non-market and publicly owned housing as possible, both for the benefit of the existing residents and for the more than 600,000 Vancouverites spread across the rest of the city. That is why I'm asking you to be bolder and embrace a vision for Falls Creek South that builds upon the past success of this neighborhood that many today have spoken so passionately about, to welcome more people into the community and build as many homes with as much affordability as possible. Rather than the 3.4 FSR being contemplated here, consider a plan with a little more than 6 FSR that could provide needed housing to 12,000 families, which is in line with what's being built in other parts of the Falls Creek Basin. Be ambitious here. Crisis is no time for half measures. And I'll leave you with one final thought. People can't live in a percentage. They live in a home. And it would be great to be able to hit that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split. But what really matters here is how many homes total get built. 3,000 low-income homes out of 12,000 is a lot better than 333 out of a total of 1,000. Focus on getting the total number of homes built up first, and then do everything you can to get those percentages to be as favorable towards affordable housing as possible. But don't lose out on that 2,667 potential low-income homes by being distracted by the percentages. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I ask that you move the process forward with direction to staff to propose a bolder plan for this area that benefits all Vancouverites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very succinct and straightforward. No questions from councillors, but thank you for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
Speaker 39, Kyung-A Kim.
Hello.
Yes, hello. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So good evening, everyone. My name is Kyung-A Kim, and I'm speaking against the motion as constituted. I'm a member of Twin Rainbows Housing Co-op, where I've lived since 1989. As you may tell from my name, I'm a Korean immigrant, and my husband is 5th-generation Canadian, and together we raised our daughter here at Twin Rainbows, and she was actually born, or I gave birth while living at Twin Rainbows. She's now 25 years old, working in the UK as a cybersecurity analyst. When she was in high school, I asked her if she felt she had lost out by not living in a house with more space given our rather cramped unit. She replied without hesitation that she loved where she lived, with all that the neighborhood and our co-op community had to offer her. The co-op friends she grew up with, the seawall, the water park, the market, the community center, Arts Umbrella. She was so right, and I feel very fortunate to live at Twin Rainbows. I wish more people could benefit from living in a co-op in Falls Creek. So I agree it makes sense to create more housing in Falls Creek South, especially given how much Vancouver has grown over the years. But the expansion has to be done in such a way that it doesn't rupture the health of what exists. Part of that health comes from the vibrancy of a mixed income community that is integrated across the area. Yet the proposal that the real estate staff have put forward would see most of the co-ops demolished before the end of their useful life and the non-market community pushed to the edges, while the wealthier community will be closer to the water. None of the stratas will be touched in the first phase, only non-market housing. This blatant inequity presents a disturbing vision for Vancouver's future. When City Council approved the co-op lease framework in July, False Creek South co-ops were carved out as an exception, and we were told our lease renewal terms would be aligned with the redevelopment schedule, with our current leases extended until redevelopment occurred. That was misleading. Instead of lease terms being aligned with redevelopment, redevelopment is aligned with our lease terms. As our leases expire, our buildings will be demolished, even though A, they have decades of life left in them, B, it's more expensive to replace existing buildings, C, the waste would be bad for the environment, and D, there is no guarantee of funding to build replacement housing that will be affordable for residents. Such a culture of disposable housing is not about affordability for people, but about realizing revenue from the land. Take Twin Rainbows as an example. Last year, we borrowed over $6 million to remediate our 2 buildings by completely replacing the building envelopes and doing major work on our elevators, plus some interior work. With ongoing maintenance, the buildings should be good for many decades to come. Yet city staff seem to be intent on wasting this resource. I know redevelopment of Twin Rainbows is not part of Phase 1, and it's one of only 2 co-ops so exempt, and details of Phase 2 have not been worked out yet. But the only way the city can achieve the goal of further doubling density after Phase 1 would be to destroy the remaining original buildings, including the stratas, and replace them with something taller. That would mean demolishing Twin Rainbows after our lease expires in 2040. One of the city's stated goals for False Creek South is certainty about what will happen to our leases, but Twin Rainbows doesn't have that. We are not part of Phase 1 redevelopment, yet we are not being offered a lease renewal. The report puts us in limbo with no explicit mention of our future. In one of the few references to Phase 2, the report says on page 22, quote, sometime after 2040, with Phase 1 completed and existing strata leasehold leases having expired, the 12 strata leasehold parcels could be redeveloped. The report doesn't bother mentioning Twin Rainbows and what will happen to us. Can you imagine the anxiety this is causing our members, especially when we see what is happening to the other co-ops and what is being envisioned for the neighborhood? Lastly, I want to address the process. It astonishes me that this report was prepared in secret with no data available to the public to justify the recommendation, that the mayor has already endorsed the report before any public input, and that residents have only been given 7 days to digest it and 5 minutes individually to respond. Where is the meaningful stakeholder engagement that was promised as part of the principles approved by Council in 2016? How is this democratic? In closing, please don't approve a motion that would allow the real estate department to continue to work in secret on their plans in parallel with the planning process. It's one plan, but it shouldn't be the only one presented to planning. Instead, please direct staff to work openly and collaboratively with the community on alternatives that do not prematurely demolish buildings, that preserve affordability, and that create an integrated community that is at least 50% non-market. Please get the balance right and preserve all that is best and visionary about False Creek South. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. You were very clear, and there are no questions for you. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 40, Ron Wilson.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yep, you bet.
Yes,
Go ahead.
my name is Ronald Wilson. My comments relate to the 669 residential strata leasehold units First, a detail. On page 8 of the report, the number of buildings contained in 669 units is stated to be 12. On page 5 of the November 2, 2015 publication of Replan, the table shows in detail the number of units, 669, in 13 buildings. Which number of buildings is correct? Next, on page 8 of the report, the, quote, lease end terms per existing leases, close of quote, is stated as follows, quote, building ownership is transferred to the city and the city receives the buildings in good condition. The lessees receive a leasehold interest in the strata lot, bracket, capital L-I-S-L, close and bracket, payment from the city, end of quote. That leads me into 2 points. Number one, this confirms that at lease end, the city's expectation is that the repair obligations in the leases and in the Strata Property Act must be observed. Question: is this so even if the city intends, as suggested elsewhere in the report, to redevelop these 12 or 13 buildings at lease end some 20 years hence? Point number 2. A note on page 10 of the report states that the LISL payment is intended to compensate the tenant at lease end for the fair market value of improvements on the land at lease end. End of quote. This statement is not correct. While the city's intent may be so, it does not comply with the city's relevant contractual and statutory obligations set out in the strata leases and the Strata Property Act. I note that speakers 15 and 26 raised questions relating to this, and Councillor Kirby Young asked questions of those two speakers. So I will articulate the precise city obligations, which are, quote, to purchase a leasehold tenant's interest in a strata lot on termination of the strata lot lease, and that the purchase price must be the fair market value of the leasehold tenant's interest in the strata lot, evaluated in accordance with the regulations as if the strata lot lease did not expire. Close of quote. I pause to note that there are in fact no regulations that have been issued by the provincial government, and they have indicated an intention not to pass any such regulations. This is a very important matter to consider, and I'm going to repeat it because it's a very complicated set of obligations. So to repeat it, the city's obligations are to purchase a leasehold tenant's interest in a strata lot on termination of the strata lot lease, and the purchase price must be the fair market value of the leasehold tenant's interest in the strata lot, evaluated in accordance with the regulations as if the strata lot lease did not expire.
And that is it
Well,
for
it
your,
is.
excuse me, that is it for your time. However, you do have questions, if you would just stay on the line. And Councillor Hardwick, to your questions.
Yes, Ronald, thank you very much for speaking with us this evening. Obviously, you've gone into this in considerable detail. Would you, if you haven't already, and would you again send this detailed information to council so that we can pursue the details that you've shared with us?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that, and not only that, to share it with any other party who has an interest, and if so, they could contact me at freeon2@shaw.ca.
Okay. Sorry, not sure about giving personal communications details publicly, but I, for one, would be very interested in hearing your detailed analysis in writing.
I would like to merely complete the part that relates to the issue of what happens at the end of the lease, because I think it's very important.
I have 2 minutes, so go quick.
I say, some have concluded that the city obligation is to pay compensation to the strata lessees equal to the fair market fee simple value of the land occupied by the buildings, in recognition that the fictional perpetual lease obligation is without any stated lease terms and conditions and without any stated rent. Others have pointed out that there is no city obligation to pay any compensation, as at lease end the lessees have no subsisting tenant interest in the strata lot, and therefore there is no tenant interest that is purchasable. On page 22 of the report, it is stated under heading Phase 2, post-2040, quote, sometime after 2040, with Phase 1 completed and the existing strata leasehold leases having expired, the 12 leasehold parcels could be redeveloped for a mix of strata leasehold rentals, co-op or non-market uses, end of quote. If this suggestion is approved by council, when would it give notice to the 669 lessees that their leases will not be renewed? And finally, the report states on page 12 that, quote, SLS technically can block members from negotiating their own agreement with the city, close of quote. This is not correct. See page 9, Repan Report, November 2, 2015. Quote, leaseholders are the decision makers. FCSNA and Replan are not in a legal position to directly represent leaseholds. They can act as advocates for leaseholders, but ultimately each leaseholder will have to make their own decision.
And that is definitely your time, Councillor Hardwick, with questions.
Thank you for allowing me a little extra time.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for speaking with us tonight. Speaker 41, Tom Armstrong.
Thanks. Chair Carr, how's my connection?
It's very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Carr, Mayor and Council, thanks so much for the opportunity to address this issue. It's good to see or at least hear you all. Again, my name is Tom Armstrong. I'm the CEO of the Co-op Housing Federation of BC. So I want to start by acknowledging that this report has prompted some passionate responses, including, to be fair, my own. But I don't want to dismiss the enormous effort that city staff have put into this process. And I assure you, I mean no disrespect in the views that I'm about to share with you. We've built a very strong relationship in almost 2 years of discussion on that co-op lease framework you adopted in July. And I value that relationship a great deal. That said, many have described this as a missed opportunity, and I certainly echo that concern. I listened really carefully to the staff presentation earlier today and to the questions that you asked in response. And here's what I learned. One, I learned it's too soon to know the answer to any of the big questions you asked about the future of Falls Creek South. That was a surprise to me. Second, I learned that the recommended option is the only one that's viable. Third, I learned that the revenue to be generated by almost quadrupling the number of strata leases in the community is, quote, central to the viability of the recommendation. And finally, I learned that the numbers that support that conclusion are all secret. So is it any surprise that there's so much concern in the community over this report? But I want to focus on one issue in particular, and that's this persistent confusion in the financial assumptions between a market form of tenure and market level incomes and rents. And that's really important because there's such a dramatic and unnecessary tilt toward market tenure in the recommendation. This report, it proposes to add 3,500 market homes to the neighborhood, half of them strata leases, and only 1,200 non-market homes. And it took me a while to figure out why, and then it hit me. The report writers are assuming that only private sector or market developers can deliver purpose-built rental homes at market-level rents to pay for other services, and I'm here to tell you that that just is not true. All co-ops and nonprofits, we don't generally speak of them in these terms, but all co-ops and nonprofits are a variation on purpose-built rental housing without the profit margin. They can charge market rents if they need to, and sometimes they do, but only so other rents can be more deeply affordable, and none of their rents will ever be a nickel higher than they need to be. So you've heard staff say more than once in response to your questions that the governance and ownership model of the market housing is still up in the air. And I think you should be asking yourselves if you really want to leave that up for grabs. Now, I'm not trying to repeat myself here, but it's hard to have these discussions based on numbers that no one has seen. Maybe you need the revenue from 1,700 more strata leases to make the entire redevelopment viable. Maybe you don't. How would any of us know? Whatever you might say about it being early days, surely it's not too early to decide what form of tenure you want to hitch your housing wagon to and who you want to partner with. So there's a lot more to parse out here. I would point to the impossible chicken-egg situation the report creates in its dependence on unsecured senior government financing, the unprecedented disruption in the lives of hundreds of co-op and nonprofit households, the lack of a bold vision built around reconciliation, universal accessibility, and climate change. These aren't details to be filled in later, by the way. They should be grounding principles. But I wanted to focus on the tenure issue because that's so critical to what this community will look like in 10, 20, 50, and 100 years. So what to do? Well, it'd be an understatement to say that I don't envy your position. My first suggestion would be simple. Don't endorse the recommendation. Just receive the report and move on to the next phase with the planning department. But I'm not a procedural expert. I don't know what problems that raises and whether it's even viable. So if you decide that that's not an option and you want to adopt an amended version of the report, please be sure to give some clear direction. Above all, rebalance the income and tenure mix to focus more on non-market forms of tenure like co-ops and nonprofits. They can deliver everything you need and more. If you don't do that now, you won't get a chance to do it later. Secondly, focus on a joint effort to secure generous block funding from federal and provincial sources to ensure that the plans being developed can also be financed. Thirdly, and you're hearing this loud and clear tonight, engage the community more fully and more transparently in a discussion of options for their future. And finally, it's only fair, given the anxiety that you hear in the community, it's only fair to reassure co-ops and nonprofits that their future is secure. Make them eligible now for the lease renewal framework that Council approved in July. We're all people of goodwill and good faith. I have no doubt that this process can be rescued, but it's going to take a dramatic course correction, and that can only come from Council. Thank you for your patience, and especially tonight for your endurance. Those are my remarks.
Thank you, and well timed. You do have questions from councillors. And first, Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming. And my first question is, what is the capacity of the nonprofit sector to build nonprofit housing in Falls Creek? Rental, co-op, typical non-market?
The best answer I can give to that is to tell you about the recent funding call from BC Housing in the latest round of the Community Housing Fund. There were 13,000 homes in all proposed by the community housing sector, co-op, social purpose real estate developers, nonprofits, and only 2,400 of them were funded. So that gap between 2,400 and 13,000, that represents the untapped capacity of the community housing sector to deliver housing into communities like Falls Creek South. They're ready to do it, and they just need to be engaged in a true partnership to make it happen.
Okay. One of the other speakers said that the main question of this debate is, what is the proper use of public land when most people can't access proper homes? Do you think that's an important consideration?
I think it's central. These are public lands. These are community assets. They should be used to generate community wealth. It's just that simple. And to leave questions like the ownership and governance structure of a market component, when that space can be perfectly filled by social purpose real estate developers in the community housing sector, is taking an enormous risk when dealing with public assets.
Do you think that all of the housing there could be nonprofit?
It could be non-market, whether that be nonprofit or co-op or some to be developed form of shared equity or affordable ownership. It could be all of those things. The only thing that the community housing sector can't do is developer-led stratas. And that's an issue that council will have to grapple with. I found that the increase in the number of strata leases in phase 1 and phase 2 of the proposal to be frankly startling. And you know, I took from the staff answer to that question this morning that the financial projections are based heavily on the income from those strata leases, and that I think is a flaw in the plan that would have to be addressed.
How do you mean it's a flaw?
Well, it means that the tenure choice is made based on the financial drivers. You know, you've decided that to make all the other housing work, and again, these are all assumptions and moving parts, moving variables that none of us have seen, but that you can't make it happen without quadrupling the number of strata leases and driving the revenue from them to the non-market housing. I think that's very questionable, but again, nobody's had a chance to run those numbers.
Okay, and that's it for your question time, Councillor Swanson. But there are many councillors with questions for you. Councillor Wiebe, you're next.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. In the report, it talks about non-marketing co-op housing. Do you think that's something that we should create separate line items? Do you think it's important for people to know how much co-op housing will be available and how much other types of forms of housing is? Or do you think it's okay to continue to put non-marketing co-op housing under the same guidelines?
We're not disappointed to see that, but I agree. If people do have preferences around tenure choice within the non-market or community housing sector, it would probably be helpful to break it out in a bit more detail.
Just because non-market could be low end of market, so 10% below compared to a co-op's a very different model. So I've heard from a couple of people that it'd be nice to know how much of the tenures that co-op, more about the community building and less about the financials.
Well, you know, again, I think it's important to distinguish between tenure form and rent levels. You can, if you set, revenue, if you base revenue assumptions on certain rent drivers, you can use co-op or nonprofit housing to generate the rents at anything, below and up to market. It's not there's nothing that prevents a nonprofit or a co-op from charging rents that are close to market if the financial viability of the portfolio depends on it, than if you're driving deeper affordability elsewhere. Those rents will drop over time, of course, as you don't need them to be that high. And that's the principal difference between a market and a non-market solution, is that once you don't need the higher rents, you don't have to charge them.
And we have examples of that in city-owned co-ops on the Fraser River and other projects. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's exactly how it works.
Yeah. My second question is on the importance to understand the underlying financials. You talked about how we don't know how much the underlying financials are that need to be paid for, which makes it difficult to get buy-in for this project. So when we don't know the soil remediation and other works. Is that something that you think we should daylight sooner than later so the public really has an understanding of what are the cost implications that is driving this report?
I think that should be daylighted yesterday. You know, the numbers aren't that mysterious, right? I mean, there's, you know, what's the appraised value of the land that the assumptions are based on? What are financing costs looking like? What are construction costs, soft costs? You know, it's hard to imagine any of those numbers being sensitive unless one of the numbers being talked about is return to developers. I don't know if that's the case, but if it were, I can understand that would be a sensitive number. Or, you know, what kind of revenue is the city expecting from leases? We've done co-op developments where we paid, you know, tens of millions of dollars for medium to long-term leases, and where we've paid almost nothing, you know, $10, a nominal amount for them. So maybe those assumptions are sensitive in some respect. But you know, these are industry standards, so they ought to be daylighted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, Tom. Thanks for speaking. I wanted to go back to kind of, I think, one of the central points that you raised, and you said there seems to be, and I'm paraphrasing, persistent confusion about a market form of tenure market level rents, and you said that you felt that the report assumed only market operators can deliver market level housing, and that wasn't true. I agree with you that that wasn't true, and nonprofits can and can charge differing rents. Where do you see in the report, or what led you to that assumption that the operators would all be for profit on those specific buildings and not necessarily nonprofit operators? What drew you to that conclusion?
Two things really. The one that in the tables that are used to present the numbers, and you know, the number of households and form of tenure, there's a sharp distinction drawn between co-ops, nonprofits, and market rental. And in the answers provided by staff to questions asked by councillors earlier today, a clear statement that ownership and governance models were still up in the air.
Okay, but if there was clarification or sort of amendment from council, for example, that the goal be to strive towards, for example, which is one of the things that has been very much on my mind, to maximization of to maximizing affordability and to working with nonprofit operators as much as possible, do you think that that improves things, even though that particular tenure type of rental would still be delineated in the vision potentially as a third? Does that improve anything?
That would be a welcome improvement, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then secondly, you talked about, which is the other thing that had been sort of on my mind in terms of, and I'd asked that question earlier, you probably heard of staff around, you talked about rebalance the income and tenure mix to focus on more nonprofits and co-ops, which was something I had asked staff is, would an amendment be required to that effect and what would the impact be? And the answer back was that would require some additional work in order to determine if the approach was viable. Do you have comments on that?
I do. I don't understand that answer because, well, I do if it is another reflection of that persistent confusion I mentioned. So if the assumption is that non-market housing providers, whether they be co-ops or nonprofits, can't deliver homes at something close to market rents, then yes. If your assumption is that only private, purpose-built rental housing can deliver those rents, then the shift to nonprofit or co-op would absolutely change your financial drivers in a very fundamental way. But I'm quarreling with the premise. It's just not necessary.
Right. So for clear
that is it for your time, Councillor Kirby Young.
Oh, I'm sorry, regretfully.
Yeah. That's okay. But you have more questions. Councillor DeGenova, you're next.
Thanks so much. I'm going to ask a little more about mixed models as well, Tom, but I'll leave amendments out of it because I'm not quite sure how detailed these amendments are going to get. Now I'm getting concerned about that, maybe. But I am wondering what you think maybe about something that hasn't come up yet, and I will ask staff this question later on, is BC Housing under their housing hub, their affordable home ownership program, where BC Housing takes it upon themselves. I understand that, you know, there's some question to the stress test for that, but that they actually provide a second mortgage. Do you think that that could be a component of this? I'm not saying all of it, but that with co-ops and nonprofits that cross subsidize their units, as they've been doing for years before BC Housing started to kind of roll away from the rent supplements?
Well, just in asking that question, you've started the discussion that I think should have happened in the time leading up to the presentation of this report. But the report assumes that the only viable ownership option that can work in the Falls Creek South area is a strata leasehold model. And you know, and I get that there may be an opinion that that's what it takes to protect the city's title on the lands, and it's a known market alternative, and it will deliver predictable revenue streams to the city. But it's awfully early in the process to be settling on one exclusive ownership model and not exploring exactly the kind of option that you're speaking about.
Okay, thanks. And can I just ask a little bit more with my time about sort of, I'm not trying to fit everything into the BC Housing affordable home ownership program. I mean, we have our own program that we're still waiting for charter change for. Meanwhile, BC Housing has rolled forward with this and are doing this in many different municipalities. But do you think that idea of a second mortgage, you know, for some people that might actually be like a rent to own model in a sense?
Yeah,
More so than a land lease.
I think it's absolutely worth exploring, and you know, we've been doing some looking at it ourselves to see what might work in a combined co-op shared equity or affordable ownership model on a larger site that we're redeveloping, and we think it's a conversation that has to be had.
And do you think really, like, instead of kind of getting into like the minutia of amendments, should we be looking at this from a planning perspective with our director of planning and all of our staff? These type of options?
That would have been our preference from the very beginning. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. That's my time, but really appreciate your presentation and answering my questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That well timed, Councillor DeGenova. Questions now from you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll keep it brief, but appreciate you staying on the line into the evening to speak to us, Tom. I'm curious to hear, there's been some conversation about the phasing of redevelopment and a desire to not have all the new co-op or non-market along 6th. And so I'm wondering if you can speak a little to new housing as swing housing, well, potentially other housing gets built. And I'm just thinking of the Olympic Village, Aaron Webster project as maybe one example, though maybe there's others of how we might be able to create new housing as a temporary move for some folks, so that eventually down the road they would be able to, the co-op housing would be more spread out around the site, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, am I ever glad you raised that, because I actually neglected to include that in the remarks that I was making. I should have included it. And the swing site notion is an element that's been missing from this whole conversation. And I understand the desire for certainty and efficiency in the process, but the report does propose a model that moves from existing housing to permanent replacement housing to allow for pretty broad scale demolition. And in some of our redevelopments, we do use a swing site approach where you rehouse people temporarily and then give them the option to move back into new homes that are redeveloped on the site that they vacated, say 18 or 24 months ago. So that is an option that is tried and tested, and I think it ought to be incorporated into this discussion.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave my questions there, but again, thanks for your time and expertise.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And Tom, that is it for your questions, but all of us, I think, really appreciate the time you've taken to answer questions from councillors and to speak to us as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. It's a pleasure.
Great. We are now on to Speaker 42, Ryan McQuaig.
Hi, thanks. Did I come off mute okay?
You are perfectly clear. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you for staying up late and for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ryan McQuaig. I'm a Falls Creek South resident. I lived here since 2004. And I owe a similar debt to the one expressed by many other speakers for my outrageous good luck in landing here with my family. I'm not particularly for the contents of this proposal, save for its unit number targets as a start. And I find it oddly difficult to usefully critique this proposal, which we have been told is very schematic and subject to change. But I will try my best. In other meetings about other neighborhoods, I've heard people say, I'm in favor of more density, but I roll my eyes every time. I really don't want you to hear what I'm saying as saying that. I enthusiastically want to welcome many, many more people of all incomes and ages and abilities and diversities to Falls Creek South. I am resisting this particular proposal and process because it seems to have us shutting out too many of those new neighbors out while we simply continue to wait for risky, all eggs in one basket site clearing redevelopment to do its work. I have 2 points I'd like to add to today's discussion. The first, as they say, is that no plan survives contact with the enemy, by which I mean the housing market. This proposal aims low and will achieve lower. Aim higher, we absorb reality-driven attrition, and we end up someplace acceptable when execution falls short of perfect. A recent example, we heard from an earlier speaker about the Athletes Village being barely affordable at middle incomes. I understand the Athletes Village initially aimed at 1/3, 350 of 1,100 units as affordable. The target dropped to 20% in the official development plan. In reality today, I believe it sits at about 120 units or 11%, almost exactly 1/3 of 1/3. 230 affordable homes only ever existed in spreadsheets. They were never real. In the end, they became, unfortunately, and through either no one's fault or everyone's, just marketing sizzle to advance a project. I see no reason not to be skeptical and cautious, not to count on the same attrition from some black swan market event or other, again here, given how market-driven this proposal seems. Please explicitly adjust the target mix to 1/3 high, 1/3 medium, and at least 1/3 low income. Obviously adjust the medium and high targets to make it all add up to 100% again. And I encourage us all to continue to speak emphatically of income levels, not just primarily tenure type. The way it's owned is just a proxy for what we actually care about, which is continuing a successful mixed income neighborhood, though I am biased towards co-ops. This next bit may seem a bit naive. I know the English word affordable is not the same word as the formal policy designation word affordable, but you can kind of tell we're all indoctrinated into housing being above all else an investment vehicle when we don't step back for a sec and just consider it, well, frankly, deeply weird that any target for affordability involving city-driven development isn't just all of it, every single unit. Why would we start bargaining from any other position? My other point, I appreciate that the lease expires are creating the illusion of an opportunity. Here is a great moment to clear large sites and cleanly and more easily address significant infrastructure issues. Even assuming that we, your partners on the coalface of providing more affordable housing, actually secure financing from more senior levels of government, repotting the existing communities of non-market housing and co-ops to 6th Avenue is an unavoidably damaging act. It is profoundly damaging. That has to be factored in as a discount on the opportunity value of clearing the sites for more density in one big shot. It will at best put us on a track to get back to where we are now towards 2040, having advanced affordability not at all until then, treading water while we wipe sites clean and have to start to grow a neighborhood all over again. Meanwhile, as it stands, we'll continue with our duty to maintain our buildings in good condition up to the moment of demolition at lease end, wasting significant resources that could instead, in our case at least, go to increasing our co-op's internal housing charge subsidy. We didn't get an answer earlier today about how many years of life actually remain in the existing buildings. But logic implies that the useful life of the buildings must go past the end of the lease as if they're in good condition at the moment those leases end. I have served on my co-op's buildings committee. I have helped in the day-to-day headaches of making millions of dollars of maintenance happen smoothly. We have started to tackle the practicalities and costs of underpinning buildings in place, but have had to put it on hold because of the lease uncertainty. The neighborhood has been lucky to have so many creative, engaged members with long institutional memories care enough to see our buildings through challenging renovation work many times already. I fully take the point about infrastructure to address sea level rise. Work involving dirt turns out to be shockingly expensive, but we may as well start figuring out how to do it in these particular existing buildings. There's a lot of coast in the city of Vancouver we can't clear at all. We would be honored to be given the chance to build more of what other speakers have expressed their love of so well for more people in this city now. Thank you.
And thank you very much. You spoke very clearly. There are no questions for you, but thank you again for speaking to Council, and have a good evening.
Great, thanks again.
We are on to speaker 43, Melinda A. Boone.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Yes, we can
My
hear
name
you.
is Melinda Boone. Great. I'm speaking against the motion in its current state. I live in the Twin Rainbows Housing Cooperative with my 3- and 6-year-old daughters, and I've lived here for about 8 years. It was the housing security provided to me by my home in this cooperative that actually allowed me the confidence to choose the path of becoming a single mother. My kids have grown up watching the baby ducks, spotting beavers in the pond, and barreling down the back walkways on their tiny bikes while singing at the top of their lungs. They love to greet our elderly neighbors with their dogs and know many of the familiar faces. It really is our neighborhood. It's a life that could not exist anywhere else in the city, and I'm privileged to have a job with a livable wage, but I will never be able to afford to purchase a home in the Lower Mainland. And even if I could, I wouldn't want to leave my community. This is my home, and I want the additional density that would allow others to have access to the affordable housing and strong community that I enjoy. I've lived on these unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people my entire adult life. And even before living in the Falls Creek area, I'd ride my bike here to enjoy a quiet picnic by the water and explore the artist community of Granville Island. I don't like crowds or concrete, and I shudder to think of yet another Yale town or even Olympic Village replacing this oasis of nature and art for all Vancouver residents. I do have a few specific concerns with the plan as presented, and I will share those now. Firstly, the demolition of the well-maintained cooperatives and non-market housing units is just simply wasteful in my mind and just doesn't make sense. The uncertainty of funding for non-market housing also worries me greatly, and I see that as one of the major goals of the plan, but no certainty in achieving it. Displacing the existing cooperatives could destroy the communities and governing structures that have successfully operated for many years. They may not withstand the destruction of the buildings. In my cooperative, Twin Rainbows, even the kids participate on committees and are learning how we run our cooperative and support our neighbors. Destroying this will mean that any new cooperative housing that manages to be built will miss out on the generations of experience that exist in our current cooperatives. The segregation of wealthier residents in their market housing near the water and potential future non-market housing back up against the busy roadway is just counter to the current intertwined community that gives so much wealth and spirit to the community. I fully support the extension of strata leases for all my strata neighbors, but I feel that the same treatment should be given to co-ops, and we should not be excluded from the citywide co-op lease renewal process that was approved this summer. Lastly, but not least, I worry a lot about the late forecast for an expanded elementary school. I understand this takes coordination beyond just the city staff, as there's other jurisdictions involved, but given the current situation and stress that exists for families in the area now that don't know whether they'll be able to go to the school in their neighborhood, I think this really needs to be a priority and be included in the planning. There's no reason to leave it to the last minute, and no reason why we can't work together with all parties involved. So in closing, I ask Council to please direct your planning staff to collaborate openly with the community and all Vancouverites to actually co-develop a bold, innovative plan with a significant focus on non-market housing and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You spoke very clearly. Thank you very much for speaking. There are no questions, so have a good evening. Speaker 44, Patricia Martin. Okay, Patricia Martin not on the line. Speaker 45, Adriane Neal.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairman Carr and Mayor and Council. It is my privilege to speak to you tonight. My name is Adriane Neal, and I'm here to speak against the proposed redevelopment plan for Falls Creek South. I first want to acknowledge that in Falls Creek, we live on traditional unceded land of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Falls Creek, an area around, was for centuries important resource gathering territory. It was expropriated from First Nations control in the early 20th century for what became the site of settler-owned industry. Fortunes were made, and the land was deeply contaminated. For decades, Falls Creek remained the site of heavy industry until the mid-1970s. Then, through partnership at all levels of government, except First Nations governance, the land was planned and redeveloped now to the model urban community that is the Falls Creek South we see today. Falls Creek South now affords all Vancouverites beautiful green space and easy access to waterfront, pedestrian and bikeways, shopping at Granville Island, schools, community centers with cultural opportunities and amenities. I've lived in the area since 1989, first as a renter in Fairview Slopes, and then in 1998 moved into Twin Rainbows Housing Cooperative in Falls Creek, where I continue to reside now as a senior citizen. As a single working parent, I raised my son here at Twin Rainbows. I was a full-time teacher at Vancouver School Board. I've been secure with affordable housing costs, able to access rich opportunities for myself and my son with neighborhood school, local childcare, and youth leadership programs sponsored by the community centers, arts and culture. We have thrived in an integrated community where stakeholders of families, singles, elders, strata owners, persons with disabilities, low and high income earners, renters, self-managed and owned cooperatives all manage our neighborhood collectively. Falls Creek South is a vibrant community, and the